Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 259, Is This the Legendary Immortal Body? She's still breathing. It's been so long, but she's still alive. The blood must have dried up. I can see the blood all over the ground. It's only 3 minutes. It's been 4 minutes. Through the live broadcast, the netizens saw that not only was Meow Meow not dead, but she could also move. However, Meow Meow's face was much paler. After all, she had bled so much. The heaven rank Eerie also sensed something amiss. However, he was still waiting for Meow Meow to die in pain and fear. Perhaps it was because this Eerie one liked to enjoy things slowly after death. 5 minutes passed. The blood in Meow Meow's body was almost drained, but she was still moving. At this moment, the Eerie one realized that this human woman was not ordinary. What are you? How can a human still be alive? This heaven rank Eerie one questioned Meow Meow. Little did he know that Meow Meow was also very panicked. She didn't even understand what was going on. She had clearly lost 3 to 4 liters of blood, but she was still alive. She just felt a little thirsty. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were already shocked. Damn. Chosen One no. 14 is actually still alive. She didn't die? From the looks of it, she doesn't seem weak. That's impossible. If a human lost 3 to 4 liters of blood, and it was a girl, she would have to die from blood loss. Is she immortal? Although the netizens did not know that it was said that there was an undying body among the ancient clans, they had also heard many strange stories about immortality, so they guessed that Meow Meow was very likely to have an immortal body. Could it be that Meow Meow is a vampire? But don't vampires have fangs and they die in the light? If she's not a vampire, then what is she? This Meow Meow is definitely not a normal person. A normal person would have died long ago. I don't think she's a normal person either. The more the netizens spoke, the more they felt that Meow Meow was very shocking. Not only was she not dead after losing so much blood, but her limbs and body had been pierced by wooden stakes. It was impossible for her to have survived until now. But Meow Meow was still alive. As for how Meow Meow had survived until now, it had become an unsolvable question in the hearts of the netizens. As such, the netizens stared intently at Meow Meow's live broadcast. Meow Meow got out the wooden stakes from her body. However, she fell to the ground because of this. The heaven-level Eerie in front of Meow Meow knew that the time had come, and was prepared to enjoy himself. Of course, this heaven-level Eerie was also very puzzled as to why Meow Meow did not die because of this. However, it was no longer important. Meow Meow was already on the verge of death. What was the difference between that and being dead? Moreover, as long as she did not resist, this Eerie would be able to enjoy itself. Not only below, but also above. Just as this heaven rank Eerie walked over, it immediately discovered something amiss. Meow Meow, who was in a pool of blood, was still moving. Not only that, but the blood in the pool on the ground was actually flowing back. Where would it go back to? It actually flowed back into Meow Meow's body. This scene stunned the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream. Oh my god. Am I seeing things? Is this a rewind? What are you playing? This is a live broadcast in the Heavenly Tao. A live broadcast? Understand. How magical. It's 2FC King shocking. The netizens were shocked and confused. How could the blood that flowed out flow back to Meow Meow? Not only that, but Meow Meow's injuries were also recovering rapidly. Was this something a human could do? Kyo Lu, who was also watching the Heavenly Tao live broadcast, actually did not understand what was going on. What kind of descendant of an ancient clan can have such a magical physique? Kyo Lu immediately walked out of her company. This was because she wanted to immediately ask someone what was going on. The person she was going to ask was another elder of the Shenzhou Institute, also from an ancient clan. Most of her understanding of the ancient clans came from Mu Beihuan. Kyo Lu didn't know, but how could Lin Gongxuan not know? Lin Gongxuan was also watching the Heavenly Tao live broadcast. She had just noticed the live broadcast of Chosen One No. 14. Meow Meow. After all, She was only concerned about Su Kangqian, but she would occasionally take a look at the live broadcasts of the other candidates. Then, just now, she saw Mao Miao's live broadcast. Therefore, she saw with her own eyes that the blood in the pool of blood was flowing back into Mao Miao's body. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Gongxuan remained calm, and even looked a little cold. A descendant of the ancient corpse ancestor. Of course, Lin Gongxuan knew about the ancient corpse race. There were 4 ancient corpse ancestors: the drought demon Jay, the Queen Mother of the West, the winnowing basket, and the royal attendant. However, she did not know if Mao Miao was a descendant of the drought demon or a descendant of the other 3 ancient corpse ancestors. And the most obvious characteristic of the descendants of a corpse ancestor was that they had an undying body. In fact, it was not an undying body. It was just that the life force of the descendants of the corpse ancestors was dozens or hundreds of times stronger compared to ordinary people. After all, the descendants of the corpse ancestors would not die even if their heads were cut off. As for how to kill them, there were many ways. The most common ones were fire, poison, or breaking into pieces. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream had already thought of Mao Miao as an extraordinary person with an undying body. Otherwise, how could she not die? Moreover, her blood could flow back to her body. Moreover, it was not as if the netizens had never seen an extraordinary person before. Especially recently, had they not seen many extraordinary people? For example, Yuan Zhao, Mu Lamlin, and Fang Xiaoling. Not to mention in the long term, there were already 2 strange people among the chosen ones who were currently undergoing the trial. In the netherworld hell, one of them was Sidu Jinghao, who was born with a heavenly aura. The other was born with an invulnerable physique. The netizens did not find it unbelievable that Mao Miao had an immortal body. They were just shocked. At the same time, Cao Lu visited a middle-aged man's office. This middle-aged man looked ordinary, but he could tell why Cao Lu was looking for him. This chosen one named Mao Miao should be the descendant of one of the 4 corpse ancestors. Right, Mu Beihuan said bluntly. Cao Lu took a deep breath and said, I know about the 4 corpse ancestors, but one didn't expect them to have descendants. Mu Beihuan said. Actually, I'm also very shocked. The lineage of the corpse ancestor could be passed down until now, and has returned to its original state. This Mao Miao doesn't just have some potential. In Mu Beihuan's opinion, this chosen one named Mao Miao might become a corpse ancestor in the future. What level of strength was a corpse ancestor at? Mu Beihuan couldn't quite tell. However, he felt that the strength of a corpse ancestor was 100 times greater than his. From the images in the Heavenly Dao livestream, it's not difficult to tell that this Mao Miao girl doesn't seem to realize that she's different from ordinary people. Mu Beihuan hit the nail on the head. Chapter 260. Chapter 260. She is a descendant of one of the 4 corpse ancestors. Chapter 260. She is a descendant of one of the 4 corpse ancestors. Cao Lu analyzed. It's normal for Mao Miao not to know. This is also her first time encountering such danger. Mao Miao was only 24 years old. She usually wouldn't bleed so much, and she wouldn't be stabbed. Right. After all, Mao Miao was only a graduate student at Jinghe University. She would not encounter any danger. Therefore, it was normal for Mao Miao not to know that she had such an immortal body. However, this time, after Mao Miao realized that she was different from ordinary people, she would not be so panicked. After all, with strength, her confidence would increase. At this moment, Mao Miao looked at her body. The wound had completely healed. Compared to before, it was just a hole in her clothes. The heaven-grade Eerie floated away in horror. Gone. Mao Miao still had lingering fear. It was normal for the Eerie to escape. Only the devil kind would be different. What's going on with me? Mao Miao could not understand why her body was so shocking. She was frightened by herself. She clearly saw that her blood was about to run dry. And then there was a hole in her body. She thought she was going to die here. She still did not want to die, so she kept struggling. When she struggled to break free from the wooden stakes, she fell into a pool of blood. After a while, she felt that she could do it again. For more than 10 minutes. She did not know what was going on. Am I a supernatural ability user? Mao Miao had also fantasized that she was different, and had a special power. She had not expected it to be true. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream could not sit still. She actually doesn't know that she's an extraordinary person. Then am I also very likely to be an extraordinary person? Yes. It's very likely. Go jump off a building and see if you'll fall to your death. If you don't fall to your death, you're also an extraordinary person. Get lost. I'm not going to try. Don't the netizens know their own worth? It was impossible for everyone to be an extraordinary person, because extraordinary people were different. If everyone was an extraordinary person, the world would be in chaos. Would there still be ordinary people in the world? Perhaps an extraordinary person would become an ordinary person. Something happened to Lai Xingyuan. The netizens looked at Lai Xingyuan's live broadcast, led by the female Eerie in red, white, and blue. Lai Xingyuan arrived at quicksand. The quicksand in front of him was like a vortex, dazzling people. The female Eerie in blue said, "Uncle, the place of extreme punishment in the quicksand layer is ahead. Do we have to undergo extreme punishment?" Lai Xingyuan asked. The female Eerie in blue said, "Yes. If we want to go out, we can only use the quicksand extreme punishment. After we are swept in, the extreme punishment in the quicksand will split the Eerie into pieces or even dissipate their souls." Lai Xingyuan smiled and said, "There's not much difference between the body disintegrating and the spirit disintegrating. Right? Be it for humans or the Eerie. Being torn apart physically and the soul dissipating meant death. Uncle, you won't mind if we carry you, right?" The female Eerie in blue stared at Lai Xingyuan. Before Lai Xingyuan could reply, he saw that the three female Eerie were hugging him. One of them was hugging Lai Xingyuan's right hand. The other was hugging Lai Xingyuan's left hand. And the last one was hugging Lai Xingyuan from behind. Seeing this scene, the netizens were envious. Why is Lai Xingyuan so fated with the Eerie? Are they all so proactive? Besides, these three women are quite good-looking. I don't even know what the Eerie's taste is. One really want to try it. Try it and you'll kick the bucket. The netizens were just joking around. They knew Lai Xingyuan's character. After all, 23 years ago, Lai Xingyuan, who was in his prime, was unmoved by other even more beautiful female Eerie. He only fell in love with a gentle earth Eerie. Reality proved that regardless of whether it was the Eerie or humans, most men liked to play with beautiful things. But what they really liked was gentleness and consideration. Lai Xingyuan did not resist and let them hug him. Then I'll go in. With that, Lai Xingyuan really walked into the quicksand layer. In the quicksand layer, Lai Xingyuan felt an inexplicable dizziness. What followed was an impact, as if thousands of ants were biting his body. Not only that, but he also felt his 3 souls and 7 spirits suffer a lightning-like impact. One had to know that Lai Xingyuan's strength was at the human emperor level. To think that he would be so pressured while suffering the quicksand extreme punishment. Actually, it was the 3 female Eerie who had transferred their quicksand extreme punishment, basically tripling the quicksand extreme punishment on Lai Xingyuan. Although these 3 female Eerie had the strength of a ghost queen, they could not withstand the quicksand torture at all. Otherwise, they would have long escaped from the Avasai hell. Why would they suffer in the Avasai hell? Uncle Lai, the power of the quicksand vortex in front is 3 times that of now. As long as we can withstand it, we can leave. The female Eerie in blue said frankly. Of course, these 3 female Eerie would not cause any trouble here. Even if Lai Xingyuan was lucky enough to survive, they would not survive. Furthermore, these 3 female Eerie could only rely on Lai Xingyuan to leave Avasai hell. It had to be said that Lai Xingyuan was the fastest among the chosen ones this time. He had begun to undergo extreme punishment, and was about to leave the Avasai hell. The first trial of the Otherworld instance dungeon, the Netherworld hell, was to leave the Avasai hell within 7 days. So far, only 2.5 hours had passed. However, the netizens felt that Lai Xingyuan and Su Kengqian were not the only chosen ones who had the ability to walk out of Avasai hell. After all, there were already 5 chosen ones who had revealed their strength. Especially chosen one No. 18, Jiangjing. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, and his strength was not inferior to Lai Xingyuan's. Therefore, if Lai Xingyuan could walk out of Avasai Hell and complete the first trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Netherworld Hell, Jiangjing would definitely be able to walk out of Avasai Hell. The eerie one at the back. You're too close. I can't stretch it out. Lai Xingyuan could feel a trace of warmth coming from his back. It was clearly the eerie. Uncle Lai, you're still pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of me. I didn't even argue with you, but you actually said that one was too close. As soon as the blue-clothed woman finished speaking, she hugged Lai Xingyuan even tighter. That warmth was not just a trace, but surged over like a flood. Lai Xingyuan took a deep breath. His body seemed to be pierced by countless thin needles. He couldn't help but shout, "It hurts! Hurts! Where does it hurt?" It turned out that his little brother was trembling. Chapter 261 Chapter 261 Obtaining 10. Heavenly Dao Coins as a Reward. Chapter 261 Obtaining 10. Heavenly Dao Coins as a Reward. Only men could experience the pain of their second brother. I lo could that be compared to heart-wrenching pain. Lai Xingyuan gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After a while, Lai Xingyuan withstood the quakes and torture and escaped from the Avasai Hell. If Lai Xingyuan had been alone, he would have been done much faster. It was just that he had been dragging the 3 female Eri along. After the 3 female Eri came out of the Avasai Hell, they all took a deep breath. Free. 3 years of hell has finally come to an end. Sisters, it's all thanks to Uncle Lai. The 3 female Eri once thanked Lai Xingyuan. However, Lai Xingyuan seemed unmoved as he said, "We have a deal. Don't forget." "I know. Can you tell us now? Whom are you looking for? Is it the Earth Eri?" The 3 women would definitely help, not to mention that they could not escape from Lai Xingyuan. Lai Xingyuan's kindness for letting them out was not light. Of course, there was also a saying about gratitude and enmity in the Eri world. Seeing this, Lai Xingyuan started painting skin on his face. After a while, a brand new Eri's face appeared. One had to know that Lai Xingyuan had the power of the painted skin. He could use it to draw any Eri's face. When the 3 women saw Lai Xingyuan's new face, they were shocked. "She's the ghost queen of the Kingming Pass." Upon hearing this, Lai Xingyuan asked, "What does Kingming Pass mean?" Just as Lai Xingyuan finished speaking, he heard the sound of a wind bell. Ring, ring, ring. In less than 3 seconds, the voice of the Heavenly Dao system spread like a broadcast. Only the chosen ones could hear it. Congratulations! Chosen one No. 1. For leaving the Avasai Hell and completing the first trial, you are rewarded with 10 Heavenly Dao Coins. What did 10 Heavenly Dao Coins mean? That was equivalent to 10 trillion yuan in the Dragon Kingdom. When the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream found out that Lai Xingyuan had obtained a reward of 10 Heavenly Dao Coins, they were also extremely shocked. Dear men, the Heavenly Dao Coins are about to collapse. Actually, they have already collapsed. Don't you know that ever since the last Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial ended, the ratio of Heavenly Dao Coins to Dragon Coins is already 1,150. In that case, the netizens began to get excited. The lower the ratio of Heavenly Dao Coins to Dragon Coins, the more easily ordinary people could obtain a large number of Heavenly Dao Coins. Moreover, the more Heavenly Dao Coins there were, the easier it would be to pass the Otherworld Instance Dungeon with a difficulty level below 3 stars. At the very least, in terms of survival rate, the survival rate of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial below 3-star difficulty would increase by several times. Not to mention that when the time came, 10 chosen ones would enter a 1-star difficulty level Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial, and 9 chosen ones would be able to pass the trial and leave the Otherworld Instance Dungeon alive. This was definitely something worth celebrating for the people of the Blue Planet. But this was far from enough. If the ratio of the heavenly Tao coin to the dragon coin reached 11, then the 3-star difficulty level Otherworld instance dungeon trial would no longer be a living hell for most chosen ones. At least more than 80 of the chosen ones could successfully pass trials. In the previous Otherworld instance dungeon trials, the survival rate was so low was mainly because the chosen ones were too weak. The survival rate was less than 2. That was why the ratio of dragon coins to heavenly Tao coins was 1. Even if Lai Xingyuan obtained 10 heavenly Tao coins, he could only exchange them for LV 30 treasures. Currently, the LV 30 treasures exchanged in the heavenly Tao store could save his life. But they could not deal with an eerie ghost emperor. If there were more than 100 heavenly Tao coins on the blue planet, it might be possible to change the ratio of heavenly Tao coins to dragon coins to 11. However, at least 3 chosen ones had to pass the 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon and share all the heavenly Tao coins. Was that even possible? With the ability to pass the Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 6-star difficulty factor, a chosen one was no longer interested in money. Not only that, but the Dragon Kingdom's authority could not be enforced. It had to be known that Kai refinement stage cultivators had completely escaped the national authority, not to mention Foundation establishment cultivators. At that time, the voice of the heavenly Tao system sounded again. Trial 2 chosen 1 No. 1. Please obtain the qualification to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City within 7 days. After completing Trial 2, you will obtain a heavenly Tao reward. Warm reminder: if you are late, you will be erased. Good luck. Lai Xingyuan was silent for a while. He was thinking about how to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City and how to find her. However, Lai Xingyuan would never give up on finding the eerie woman he liked. Seeing this, Lai Xingyuan asked the 3 female eerie, "You said that she's already a ghost empress?" The woman in blue nodded strangely and said, "Yes. She was already a ghost queen at Kingming Pass 5 years ago." Lai Xingyuan asked, "What exactly is Kingming Pass?" "The Kingming Pass in the Netherworld Hell," the female eerie in blue said. Lai Xingyuan frowned. Why did he feel that those words were as good as saying nothing? Lai Xingyuan then asked, "What are the gates of hell in Feng City?" When the 3 women heard about the gates of hell in Feng City, they were actually trembling. Their pupils dilated, and their expressions were very panicked. After entering the gates of hell and walking through the Yellow Springs Road, we can truly come to the Netherworld Hell. That's a very terrifying place. The woman in blue suppressed the fear in her heart as she made an honest reply. "Isn't this the Netherworld Hell?" Lai Xingyuan asked. "This is only the area that belongs to the Netherworld Hell. It's not inside the Netherworld Hell yet," the female eerie in blue said. Lai Xingyuan roughly understood. After all, the Netherworld Hell was equivalent to a country with various cities and territories. However, the Netherworld Hell was undoubtedly equivalent to a palace. Lai Xingyuan asked again, "From what you said, Kingming Pass is in the Netherworld Hell?" "Yes. We've only heard of that place." This time, it was the female eerie in white who answered Lai Xingyuan's question. Lai Xingyuan pondered for a moment. Since the female eerie that Lai Xingyuan was looking for was in the Netherworld Hell, he had to enter the Netherworld Hell to meet the Ghost Empress at Kingming Pass. No matter what, was just meeting her enough? Lai Xingyuan probably had deeper plans. Then, he asked, "How can I obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City?" The 3 female eerie shook their heads repeatedly. They really didn't know. The female eerie in red answered, "I think one heard that something is needed to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City." What could it be? Lai Xingyuan asked. Chapter 262 Chapter 262 Whom is Su Qingqian speaking within her mind? Chapter 262 Whom is Su Qingqian speaking within her mind? The female eerie in red shook her head, and didn't say anything. If she knew, she would tell Lai Xingyuan by now. However, this female eerie in red did not know what one needed to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City. Lai Xingyuan had no more questions. He had asked what he needed to ask. He already knew that the female eerie that he had been thinking about was in the Kingming Pass of the Netherworld Hell. Moreover, This second trial was to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City, which would give him a chance to enter the netherworld hell. However, he did not know how to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City. As Lai Xingyuan entered Feng City, he would know this question after asking around. However, it was not easy to obtain information in the eerie world when one was a human. After all, humans had no human rights in the eerie world. Lai Xingyuan could also find out about how to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City. After all, the eerie of the eerie world loved money. With money, everything could be discussed. In the Avasai Hell, only 3 hours had passed since the trial started. Currently, 2 more chosen ones had bought a farm. These 2 chosen ones were Chosen 1 No. 3, Jiang Chenfeng, and Chosen 1 N0. 5. Not every chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom hid some strength. Even if they had a little strength, they would not be able to survive in the Avasai Hell. The 2 chosen ones had encountered the eerie and kicked the bucket on the spot. Now, only 15 chosen ones survived. Look at Mrs. Pig. Mrs. Pig. Who was it? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream reacted and looked at the livestream of Chosen 1 No. 6. Chosen 1 No. 6 was Gao Kuolan. Because Gao Kuolan was the name of Zhu Beiji's wife in Journey to the West, some netizens jokingly called Mrs. Higo. The woman in front of the netizens was neither fat nor thin. She had short hair that reached her ears, and was probably in her 30s. The netizens paid attention to her identity. Chosen 1 No. 6 Gao Kuolan. Age 36 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position none. Personal assets 210. Tlaya Dragon Coins. 0 Heavenly Dao Coins. Power none. Treasure none. Seeing this identity, the netizens could only think that Gao Kuolan was a housewife. However, she was different from ordinary housewives. Gao Kuolan appeared on a high slope of yellow soil. She actually struck with lightning palm, immediately blowing up a pile of yellow soil that was an earth eerie. What was lightning palm? That was a spell. A housewife actually knew magic. Moreover, she seemed to be very calm, as if she had experienced many such scenes. It was Gao Kuolan's first time entering the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Therefore, Gao Kuolan was either a cultivator or a magic user. The earth eerie, which was all covered in yellow soil and had a pile of earth on its head, immediately begged Gao Kuolan for mercy. Please let me go. It was rare for the eerie to beg humans for mercy. Moreover, the earth eerie that was blasted out by Gao Kuolan's lightning palm was the Ghost King Burial Mound. His strength was at LV 18. Gao Kuolan said, "Take me to the exit." The Ghost King Burial Mound immediately nodded in agreement. If he didn't agree, it wouldn't be as simple as Gao Kuolan blasting him out with a lightning palm. He might die in Gao Kuolan's hands. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, damn, Mrs. Pig knows spells. From the looks of it, she doesn't just know magic. She might be a hidden big shot. I know her. You know her? Yes. She lives in our garden district. And she lives opposite me. Moreover, she's alone. She's always so mysterious. And doesn't go to work. Basically, everyone in the entire district knows her. One really didn't expect her to know magic. The netizens seemed to have figured out a law. The stranger a person was, the more likely he was a big shot. When the Ghost King Burial Mound heard Gao Kuolan's request, it actually agreed readily. However, Gao Kuolan struck the Ghost King Burial Mound with her lightning palm again. Bang! The lightning struck the Ghost King Burial Mound's body. And in less than a second, it was reduced to ashes. This action stunned the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. Didn't the eerie agree? Why did Mrs. Pig still kill him? What a strange conduct. Why do one feel that she's a little crazy? Even if she's a lunatic. She is a capable lunatic. The netizens thought that Gao Kuolan was crazy. Perhaps she was delusional. The netizens' gazes suddenly shifted from Gao Kuolan's live broadcast to Su Kinqian's live broadcast. At this moment, Su Kinqian had arrived at a grassland. The surroundings were extremely quiet, and there was actually an exit 20 meters ahead. Eldest miss, watch your step. That's. Before the white-robed male Erie following behind Su Kainkian could finish his sentence, he actually saw Su Kainkian walk 10 meters forward. How is that possible? I remember that this is the 9-pala spirit nail execution. One has to withstand the soul-bearing nails 81 times. Why? The male Erie in white was very surprised. He followed. Crack. Suddenly, a nail protruded from under the white-robed male Erie's feet and pierced through the white-robed man from below. 2 more soul-bearing nails pierced into the ribs from the left and right sides of white robe. As for the Erie in white, his entire body was trembling, and his expression was abnormally painful. Why? White robe's strange body was in extreme pain because the soul-bearing nails struck his soul. While he still had his last breath in him, he retreated from the extreme punishment of soul-bearing nails, and could only watch as Su Kainkian walked away. From the beginning to the end, the white-robed Erie one could not understand how Su Kainkian could walk through the extreme punishment of soul-bearing nails unscathed. Of course, the white-robed male Erie did not know that Su Kainkian had the power to automatically find her way. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream expressed deep emotions about Su Kainkian's power of automatic pathfinding. Damn, the power of automatic pathfinding. I thought it was just pointing out the route to a target. One didn't expect it to point out a safe route as well. The power to find the way automatically is so FCking useful. Who the FCK said that this power is very useless step forward. When Su Kainkian had obtained this special power, all the netizens had thought that it was useless, but Su Kainkian used it vividly. After a while, Su Kainkian walked out of Avasai Hell. She looked around, and actually used the 1000 live voice transmission. Whom was Su Kainkian transmitting her voice to? Chapter 263 Chapter 263 She's here to play in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Chapter 263 She's here to play in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon. Ring ring ring. Su Kainkian had just transmitted her voice when she heard the sound of wind chimes. This was the notification of the Heavenly Tao system. Then, the voice of the Heavenly Tao system entered Su Kainkian's ears like a broadcast. Congratulations! Chosen one No. 20. For leaving Avasai Hell and completing the first trial. You are rewarded with 10 Heavenly Tao coins. Su Kainkian acted as if she did not hear it. She was still transmitting her voice. Is Sister Erie here? It turned out that Su Kainkian was sending a message to the Ghost Empress of Yellow Spring Station. It's small master. Ziokian has always missed you. In the voice transmission, Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's voice trembled, revealing a touched and excited tone. Not only did Su Kainkian remember the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen, she even sent her a 1000 live voice transmission. Small Master, what kind of power is this? How can you let us communicate with each other? Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was very shocked. 1000 live voice transmission. Su Kainkian said bluntly. For some reason, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen seemed to have discovered some changes in Su Kainkian from her tone. It was a change in her growth. Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen asked, Small Master, is there anything you need Ziokian to do? Su Kainkian said, Come and play with me. Su Kainkian sent a voice transmission to Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen, asking her to play with her. However, if Su Kainkian didn't want to play, what else could she do? Su Kainkian had always treated the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial as a game, from the perspective of the optimists. The trial could also be considered fun. It was just that some people lost their lives while playing. Those dead chosen ones could not be considered an hour-long swim. They hadn't even done a day trip, but they had already kicked the bucket in advance. I also want to accompany you, Small Master, but Ziokian can't go to your world. If the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen could enter the Blue Planet, she would abandon everything in the Erie world and head to the Blue Planet without hesitation. However, she did not have the ability to go to another world. Therefore, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen appeared to be secretly sad. I'm in the Erie world, Su Kainkian said. She then looked around and continued, There's a big tree here, a big rock, a river, and a bridge. Hearing this, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was stunned. When she first heard that Su Kangqian was in the eerie world, she was very surprised. However, after a few seconds of surprise, she did not know where Su Kangqian was. The solitary mountain's ghost queen could not determine where Su Kangqian was based on these environmental characteristics. Solitary mountain's ghost queen was very anxious. At that time, the Heavenly Tao System's announcement sounded. Trial 2 Chosen 1 No. 20. Please obtain the right to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City within 7 days. After completing Trial 2, you will obtain a Heavenly Tao reward. Warm reminder: if you are late, you will be erased. Good luck. Feng City. Su Kangqian said. Upon hearing the words Feng City, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was extremely excited. Small master, please wait for Xiaoqian for half a day. Xiaoqian will fly over now. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had already set off as an eerie one of the eerie world. How could she not know about the Netherworld Hell? How could she not have heard of the 9 ghost cities of the Netherworld Hell? Many netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were watching Su Kangqian's livestream. There were 3 main reasons why they were watching Su Kangqian's live broadcast. The first point was, of course, that Su Kangqian was lively and cute. The second point was Su Kangqian's live broadcast. It was very different from the live broadcast of the other candidates. Watching Su Kangqian's live broadcast was like watching her play, and watching the live broadcast of the other candidates was like watching the survival genre. Thirdly, they wanted to know what trump card Su Yang, the strongest human emperor, had left for Su Kangqian. She's really smart. She actually told the solitary mountain's ghost queen the location of Feng City. Isn't it a coincidence the destination of the second trial has just appeared? The solitary mountain's ghost queen is so beautiful. Don't you think she's prettier than Su Kangqian's nanny, Lin Gongchuan? It was undeniable that Lin Gongchuan gave people the feeling of a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was really extremely beautiful, especially her gorgeous red clothes, which set off the beauty of the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Su Yang is really lucky with women. Yeah, you can't be envious. If we're so powerful, we can also be lucky with women. The key is that Su Yang has such a lively and cute daughter, and she's so heartwarming. The netizens knew Su Kangqian's filial piety. She was clearly only 5 years old, but she already knew how to bring wine and pastries for Su Yang. Wasn't this warm enough? As such, Su Kangqian activated her automatic search. Her destination was naturally Feng City. Su Kangqian did not know where Feng City was, but after activating the automatic pathfinder, she could rely on the arrow above her head to arrive at Feng City. She walked alone in the gray and desolate land. Su Kangqian did not feel any fear at all. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream had long known that Su Kangqian was extraordinarily bold. Why was Su Kangqian so bold? The netizens thought of Su Kangqian's father, who was the strongest emperor-level existence. Wasn't it normal for someone like him to have a bold daughter? Even though Su Kangqian had activated the automatic pathfinding, she was not in a hurry to go over. She was going to take a walk and stop for a while. She hadn't even walked 100 meters when she started fiddling with the things in the universe pouch. A moment passed. Then, Su Kangqian took out a bottle of milk from her universe pouch. She took a sip of milk and lay on the ground again, turning her attention to her universe pouch. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not know what Su Kangqian was up to, but she seemed to be very serious. A moment later, Su Kangqian folded out a paper boat. She walked to the river. Su Kangqian's series of actions did not surprise the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream. Instead, they felt that it was very normal. This was because basically everyone had folded paper boats to play with when they were young. Correct. Su Kangqian was playing. If she did not play, it would make the netizens feel that something was amiss. She placed the small paper boat in her hand in the river. The river looked very calm. The water was calm, but the fog around it was very thick. However, for some reason, the netizens had a bad feeling, because they thought of these words gloomy. gray, calm river. And alone. Don't tell me a water Eyrie will appear. This is the Eyrie world. Isn't it normal for water Eyrie to be hidden in the river? Why do one feel as if I'm watching a horror? Suddenly, the originally calm river rippled, forming a water vortex. Then, a ghost's figure really appeared from the water vortex. It was really a water Eyrie. Furthermore, it was a completely green and wet water Eyrie that floated in the middle of the river. However, Sukankian's gaze was not focused on the water Eyrie in the middle of the river. Chapter 264 Chapter 264 Descendant of the 12 Zodiac Ancient Clan. Chapter 264 Descendant of the 12 Zodiac Ancient Clan. Sukankian was looking at the small paper boat that was sunk by the waves. The boat sank. Sukankian pouted. Seeing that, the water Eyrie in the river looked at Sukankian on the shore with a greedy gaze. What delicious food! The water Eyrie could smell a very delicious nourishing smell from Sukankian. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream did not panic at all. It wasn't because it had nothing to do with them, but because they were used to Sukankian. Every time she encountered danger, she could turn it into good luck. Speaking of which, it's strange. Didn't Sukankian undergo 5 Otherworld Instance Dungeon Trials? Right. It's the 6th Otherworld Instance Dungeon Trial now. What's wrong? I realized that be it in the demon world, the devilkind world, or the other 3 alternate worlds of ghosts, monsters, and beasts, those demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts always treat Sukankian as food, eating children cooked rice. I'm serious. Can you not cause trouble? Actually, many netizens had already guessed that Sukankian might have the power of 5 alternate worlds in her, because they thought of how Sukankian knew curses, spells, and so on. Of course, the netizens thought that all of this was Su Yong's trump card prepared for Sukankian. In their opinion, for Su Yong, who had the strength of the strongest human emperor and could enter alternate worlds, it was not difficult to give Sukankian the power of 5 alternate worlds of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. However, doing this would undoubtedly make Sukankian a delicious food in the eyes of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. If that was the case, Su Yon would definitely arrange powerful countermeasures. However, the water Eyrie was already floating towards Sukankian. Do you taste good? Sukankian asked the water Eyrie. Why were these words so familiar to the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream? Immediately after, Sukankian took out a small bottle from her universe pouch. Seeing this, the water Eyrie that was about to float to the shore suddenly became horrified. He only felt fear when he saw the bottle in Sukankian's hand. Of course, it wasn't that the small bottle itself was special. It was just a glass bottle. The source of horror was the dim light that emerged from the bottle. The Eyrie could see ghost aura that ordinary people could not see. With a splash, the water Eyrie immediately dived into the river. The water rippled for a while, and the river regained calm. However, Sukankian did not seem to have any intention of stopping. She opened the cap. The water vortex in the river appeared, and the water was strangely sucked up by a mysterious force. A few seconds passed. The water was mysteriously sucked into the small bottle. Sukankian looked at the wine in the bottle, and saw that there was a little more different colors. Sukankian tilted her head. She did not understand how to make wine from the Eyrie brew. In a moment, Sukankian pressed the dial button of the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Beep beep. 5 seconds later, the call was answered. Hey, Dad. Sukankian's tender voice reached Su Yong's ears. What's wrong? Kankian Su Yong could clearly hear confusion in Sukankian's tone. Why is the color different? Sukankian asked. After a while, Su Yong's voice came from the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Kankian, are you making wine with the Eyrie? Upon hearing this, Sukankian nodded repeatedly, and said, yes. I'll bring a bottle of wine back for Dad. There's also delicious food. Kankian is so good. Daddy is very happy. Su Yong's voice continued to come from the other end of the phone. The red wine is brewed from the Eyrie who can burn Sister Eri can burn, Su Kainkian said. If Solitary Mountain's ghost queen heard this, she would probably collapse in despair on the spot. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen clearly loyally treated Su Kainkian as a small master, but Su Kainkian actually treated her as a winemaking material. Su Yong's voice came from the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Do you want to make wine with her? Sister Eri will play with me. I don't want her to make wine. Su Kainkian shook her head. She's already there. Have fun, Kainkian. Su Yong's tone was still very calm, and he did not even have the slightest intention of turning the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen into wine. Dad. No. Su Kainkian hung up. Su Kainkian seemed to have said a lot on the phone, but she also didn't seem to have said anything. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream also heard an important message from the call. That was, Su Yong did not seem to care about anyone other than his daughter. Burning Eri for wine, black Eri for pastries. Su Kainkian remembered the use of these two types of Eri. She also remembered that the white-robed male Eri had said that ghost ink pastry was sweet and delicious in Feng City. This time, she did not stop walking. Instead, she followed the arrow above her head to Feng City. At the same time, there were only 12 chosen ones left in the Avasai Hell. 8 chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom had died in the Avasai Hell an hour ago. Chosen one no. 2. Chosen one no. 3. Chosen one no. 5. Chosen one no. 9. And chosen one no. 13 had already kicked a bucket. Now, there were 3 more chosen ones who kicked a bucket. However, the 3 new chosen ones were chosen 1 and 0. 7. Jan Tingting. Chosen 1 and 0. 12. Wayne Uea. And chosen 1 no. 15. Dai Zihao. Among the chosen ones with numbers no higher than 10 who had survived, only chosen 1 and 0. 1. Lai Xingyuan. Chosen 1 and 0. 4. Shang Dabao. Chosen 1 no. 6. Gao Kualan. Chosen 1 and 0. 7. Jan Tingting. And chosen 1 no. 10. Deng Yugang were left. There were also chosen 1 no. 11. Tan Qin. Chosen 1 no. 14. Miao Miao. Chosen 1 and 0. 16. Sidu Jinghao. Chosen 1 no. 17. Kang Shokyu. Chosen 1 no. 18. Jiang Jing. Chosen 1 and 0. 19. Liu Tangwang. And chosen 1 and 0. 20. Su Kainkian. It had only been more than 3 hours. Out of the 36 chosen ones, only 12 were left. However, it was also because of this that the netizens knew that 7 chosen ones had the strength to pass the first trial. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on a 40-year-old man. They saw chosen 1 no. 17. Kang Shokyu. Transform. He was not transforming into action mask to fight monsters. He turned into a red cow. Everyone saw with their own eyes that Kang Xiaokyu had become a strong Red Bull. Why did a human transform into a cow? Kao Lu could tell at a glance that he was a descendant of the 12 ancient clans. As for the descendants of the 12 ancient clans, not only could they transform into the zodiac form, but they also had the power of the zodiac. Kang Shokyu, who had turned into a red ox, immediately erupted with a primordial power. He was crazily attacking the Eri around him. Chapter 265 Chapter 265 Su Kainkian's Magical Brain. Chapter 265 Su Kainkian's Magical Brain. From the looks of it, it was really a red ox fighting the 5 Eri creatures. Although the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had seen many shocking things, they were also shocked by the scene of Kang Xiaokyu transforming into a bull. Could Kang Xiaokyu be a modified human? We can't rule out that possibility. One think it's more likely to be genetic modification. If he's genetically modified, wouldn't it be more awesome to modify him into an elephant or a dinosaur? A bunch of idiots. Why don't you take a look at Kang Xiaokyu's identity information? Upon hearing this, the group of netizens looked at the bottom left corner of the live broadcast. Chosen 1 no. 17 Kang Xiaokyu. Age 40 years old. Nationality Dragon Country. Position Editor-in-Chief at Divine Horse Fiction. Personal Assets 230. Declare Dragon Coins. 0 Heavenly Dao Coins. Power none. Treasure none. Such identity information was indeed unlikely to be related to a corporation dealing in genetic modifications. Moreover, how could the modification be this comprehensive? This was clearly a transformation. Back in the crazy asylum Otherworld instance dungeon, Yao Fei's compatibility with the catered girl had not exceeded 50. However, now that Kang Xiaokyu had become an ox, the compatibility had long exceeded 100. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were very puzzled. How could a person turn into a cow? They thought that he might have used a treasure. However, after looking at Kang Xiaokyu's identity information, they realized that although Kang Xiaokyu wasn't poor, he didn't have much money. It was completely not enough to buy LV1 treasures from the Heavenly Dao coin shop. Moreover, LV1 treasures did not include things like transformation medicine. At the very least, it had to be a treasure above LV10. However, treasures above LV10 required billions of Heavenly Dao coins. Even if it was a 1-to-1 currency exchange ratio, Kang Xiaokyu could not afford a transformation treasure. Moreover, Kang Xiaokyu was rumbling with the 5 LV18 eerie ones after turning into an ox, and he had the upper hand. It had to be at least a LV20 treasure to have this ability. From the 5-star difficulty of the Otherworld instance dungeon trial, no one has used the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop much. The ratio of Heavenly Dao coins is clearly even lower now. They can afford it if it's low. Even if they can afford it, they have the strength to deal with the eerie of the Avasai Hell. It had to be said that ever since the 3-star Otherworld instance dungeon trial, the chosen ones rarely exchanged for the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. Actually, there were 2 reasons. The first was that it was too much of a loss. Secondly, those who could survive did not need to rely on the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. If one relied on the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop to survive, the chosen one basically could not survive in the end. A powerful chosen one did not need to exchange for the treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. Of course, it could not be ruled out that there were chosen ones who exchanged for treasures in the Heavenly Dao coin shop purely for a better experience. However, only Su Kainqian did this. Su Kainqian met Lai Xingyuan. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw a man and 3 eerie appear in Su Kainqian's livestream. Similarly, a 5-year-old girl appeared in Lai Xingyuan's live broadcast. A human girl. The 3 eerie in red, blue, and white who were following Lai Xingyuan stared at Su Kainqian in surprise. Of course, they were surprised. After all, a human girl had appeared in such a desolate place. She smells so good. How can it be so attractive? My heart is restless. The 3 eerie in blue, red, and white were actually aroused by a human girl. If you want to die, go to her. Lai Xingyuan did not stop the female eerie. Of course, he could tell that these 3 women had an appetite to eat Su Kainqian. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 eerie immediately cowered. The reason why they trusted Lai Xingyuan so much was because Lai Xingyuan had an extraordinary relationship with an eerie one. Furthermore, the 3 women were very grateful to Lai Xingyuan for bringing them out of Avasai Hell. Uncle, who is this human girl? The female eerie in blue looked at Su Kainqian, who was walking over from more than 10 meters away. She could not tell how strong Su Kainqian was at all. Lai Xingyuan said, although she's just a little girl in our world, her father is stronger than me. Moreover, she has many mysterious powers. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 female eerie immediately dispelled the thought of eating Su Kainqian. Of course, the eerie would also be afraid of death. After all, after the eerie died, they could only become nightmares. They could only appear in other people's dreams. No wonder she could come to the eerie world alone. She turns out to be so terrifying. I almost fell for it. Fortunately, Uncle reminded us. Otherwise, we would really be finished. How could the 3 women not know that Lai Xingyuan treated them very well? As if they were friends. Not to mention that Lai Xingyuan was kind. but with his identity as a friend. Be it human or the Eerie, as long as they were friends, he would definitely treat them kindly. Huh. Su Kenkian walked towards the three female Eerie. They saw her say to the female Eerie in red, "Why aren't you burning?" Facing Su Kenkian's question, the female Eerie in red did not know how to answer. When Su Kenkian saw that the woman in red was silent, she immediately took out a small bottle from her universe pouch. When the three women saw the small bottle in Su Kenkian's hand and the ghostly aura it emitted, they were so frightened that they trembled. What's going on? What a terrifying ghost aura. Uncle! Help! The three females were actually hiding behind Lai Xingyuan. Upon seeing this, Lai Xingyuan said to Su Kenkian, "Little friend Kenkian, these are Earth Eerie, so they won't burn. Then why is she wearing red?" In Su Kenkian's impression, she only remembered that the solitary mountain's ghost queen in red could emit flames. Lai Xingyuan hurriedly explained, "Wearing red clothes doesn't mean Fae or fire Eerie. Only burning means that." Su Kenkian nodded, not fully understanding. Previously, when Su Yang spoke to Su Kenkian on the phone, he also said that the burning Eerie are fire Eerie. Then, Su Kenkian combined these two pieces of information and came to a conclusion: those who wore red clothes are the Eerie that would burn. What a magical way of thinking. However, there would always be a scorching aura on fire Eerie's bodies, and there would be flames. That fire was ghost fire. Moreover, the flames that came out of the Eerie fire were formed by its ghost aura. The fire Eerie could use incineration curse, which was a ghost curse characteristic to them. Back then, Su Kenkian had personally seen the solitary mountain's ghost queen release this kind of flame ghost curse. Uncle Eerie, do you know how to burn? Su Kenkian's big innocent eyes stared straight at Lai Xingyuan. Su Kenkian actually treated Lai Xingyuan as an Eerie one. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. It's over. You actually didn't give me money. Chapter 266. It's over. You actually didn't give me money. I can't burn. Lai Xingyuan was not angry. He continued, "Because I'm just like you. We're both humans. Then goodbye. Uncle." Su Kenkian waved her hand, looked at the arrowhead above her head, and walked away. After Su Kenkian walked far away, the three female Eerie finally dared to step out from behind Lai Xingyuan. However, the three women were still in a state of shock. What a terrifying human girl. Second sister. Why is she different from the humans I know? I think she's scary too. She's clearly a human girl, but how can she be so fierce? The three female Eerie were still traumatized by the incident. Su Kenkian had clearly not done anything. She had only said a few words, but they were already trembling in fear. Lai Xingyuan said, "You guys don't know. Although she's only 5 years old, she has already passed 5 otherworld instance dungeon trials consecutively as a chosen one. Furthermore, she has passed the trials with the highest evaluation. One always thought that the chosen ones of the human world were as weak as an ant. Until we met you. Uncle. Thank you, Uncle, for saving our lives again." Of course, these three Eerie knew who a chosen one was. This was because from the moment the heavenly Dao coins became the currency of the 5 alternate worlds, demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts already knew who the chosen ones were. It was just like how humans knew that the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts arrived on the blue planet in a dungeon. They were already used to it. These three Eerie were very grateful to Lai Xingyuan, but they would not marry him. After all, the Eerie world also had preferences. Lai Xingyuan was already 51 years old, and could be considered a middle-aged man. These three female Eerie looks to be only 18 or 19 years old. Of course, if there was love, age was definitely not a problem. Moving forward, it had been 5 hours since the first trial began. Su Kenkian had already drunk 3 bottles of milk along the way, and there was even a lollipop in her mouth. Lollipops were exchanged in the Heavenly Dao coin shop. This lollipop was a LV3 treasure because the smell it released could spread to 5 kilometers. Why am I not there yet? Su Kenkian felt that she had walked for a long time, In a flash of inspiration, she thought of the RV. Without a word, she used the heavenly Dao coins to exchange for a mobile house. With the 23 heavenly Dao coins she had now, she could get hundreds of mobile houses. However, moving houses could only defend against the attacks of Eerie below LV 10. If it was an Eerie above LV 10 attacking, the mobile house would be destroyed. Back then, a golden-backed ape had destroyed her mobile house. However, Su Kainqian treated the golden-backed ape as a steed to pull the mobile house. The current Su Kainqian was already very familiar with opening the heavenly Dao coin shop. Her learning ability was extraordinary. She only spent half an hour pondering over such a complicated universe pouch before she could use it freely. After exchanging for a mobile house, she walked in. Due to the mobile house's ability to identify, find the way, and sense automatically, as long as it was not destroyed, she could come to Feng City. Su Kainqian, who was in the moving house, did not choose to sleep. She was full of vitality now. She would not be sleepy, tired, or hungry. It was clearly such a practical and useful power, but the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream thought that it was useless. However, in a certain aspect, it was indeed useless. After all, it could not increase one's strength. At this moment, 3 chosen ones had already withstood the death sentence of the Avasai Hell and left. However, these 3 people were Sidu Jinghao, Miao Miao, and Liu Tangwang. Because of this, they started the second trial. They were currently heading to Feng City. However, they did not know where Feng City was. This showed the importance of power of automatic pathfinding. However, as long as they did not die, they would definitely be able to arrive at Feng City in 7 days. Furthermore, Miao Miao, Sidu Jinghao, and Liu Tangwang were all descendants of the ancient clan, especially Miao Miao, who was a descendant of a corpse ancestor. Miao Miao was the least likely to die. Sidu Jinghao's strength was not to be underestimated. She was born with a heavenly fiend, which was a power similar to the heavenly might. It was very terrifying. As for Liu Tangwang, he was a descendant of the Zai clan. His body was invulnerable, and he would not be easily killed by the Eerie. Most importantly, they were not strawmen. They knew how to fight back. Otherwise, they would not have left Avasai Heli so easily. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream guessed that if the remaining chosen ones could not leave the Avasai Hell within a day, the possibility of them leaving the Avasai Hell would be minimal. Now, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream one by one started to notice something, and switched to Chosen One No. 10's broadcast. They saw a young man in his 30s undergoing hardening engineering techniques with a female Eerie. There was almost no gap in the connection between the top and bottom. With one look, they knew that Chosen One No. 10, Deng Yugang, was an experienced hardening engineer. They wanted to ask Chosen One No. 10, why did you do this? Apparently, this female Eerie had personally delivered herself to his door. Deng Yugang was an experienced hardening engineer, so he naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Even if he died, it was worth it to enjoy the pleasures between a man and a woman before he died. It was only about 10 minutes. Deng Yugang was done. It feels good. Deng Yugang trembled and asked, how much is it? I'll give it to you. I don't want the money anymore. Just leave your life behind. It was unknown if the Eerie below Deng Yugang wasn't satisfied, and that was why it wanted Deng Yugang's life. Hearing this, Deng Yugang chuckled and said, my life is worthless. If you want it, take it. However, Deng Yugang's words took a turn. I'm just afraid you don't have the ability to take it away. As soon as he finished speaking, the Eerie below Deng Yugang began to release a ghost curse. However, Deng Yugang waved goodbye and actually slipped away. The female Eerie who was left behind without any clothes to cover her up seemed to be in a mess in the air. He escaped. The female Eerie was very surprised. How could a human escape so quickly in less than 3 seconds? He disappeared from the female Eerie's vision. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also dumbfounded. Does this count as running away without paying? Haha. Even the Eerie will suffer a loss one day. This Dang Yugang is really awesome. Our role model. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream praised repeatedly. Were they warped? Or were they immoral? Actually, it was neither. However, the chosen ones had always been bullied by demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the otherworld instance. Dungeon. Speaking of which, how could this Dang Yugang escape so quickly? Did he hide his strength? I'm sure that's the case. Do humans know this sort of bewildering footwork? I keep feeling that he's a very powerful big shot. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. You came to Fang City to catch the Eerie. Chapter 267. You came to Fang City to catch the Eerie. The netizens felt that not only was Dang Yugang very calm, but he could also escape so quickly, so he definitely had strength. He was so powerful that he could even easily kill the Eerie. As for why Dang Yugang did not do this, it might be because he was for the sake of his little tadpoles. Meanwhile, the Eerie woman was already furious from embarrassment. That bastard. The Eerie woman immediately chased after him. Was she running after him to get her money? Not really. This female Eerie wanted Dang Yugang's life. However, since Dang Yugang could escape so easily, how could he be an ordinary person? The netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream seemed to have realized that something was wrong with the Eerie woman. At first, when the Eerie woman said that she wanted to kill Dang Yugang, her eyes were filled with intense killing intent. However, after Dang Yugang left, the Eerie woman seemed to be in a mess in the wind for a moment. Not only was her killing intent gone, but her tone had also changed. However, the strange thing was that the Eerie woman was still chasing after Dang Yugang. It was very likely that the Eerie woman felt that she had been smashed and ghosted, and would not rest until she killed Dang Yugang. The day ended. About 2 hours later, the 12 surviving chosen ones all left the Avasai Hell and began the second trial. The number of chosen ones who had completed the first trial had exceeded the expectations of the netizens. In the beginning, how could they have thought that the 18 chosen ones of the Dragon Nation would actually have the strength to enter the 6-star difficulty level Netherworld Hell Dungeon trial for the first time? This was even more powerful a lineup than the chosen ones in the Otherworld instance dungeon in the past. The netizens also discovered that yet another chosen one was a cultivator. This person was Zhang Dabao. He could easily kill the heaven rank Eerie with a hammer. Even a late-stage Kai refinement cultivator could not do this. Therefore, everyone knew that Zhang Dabao's cultivation realm was higher than the Kai refinement stage. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not pay much attention to Zhang Dabao. This was because everyone was basically focusing on Su Kanqian. They knew that Su Kanqian seemed to be playing in the Otherworld instance dungeon. However, not only could she complete the trial quickly every time, but she could also create all kinds of surprises. This time was no exception. Fang City. At the gates, Su Kanqian raised her head and looked over. There was not a single ghost at the city gate. The surrounding weather was still very gloomy. After all, the sun in the Eerie world was black. The words Fang City above the door seemed to have been carved in bone. They looked very terrifying. However, above the city wall, there was a sky lantern. Under the fusion of the lights and the surrounding environment, the air became even gloomier. After Su Kanqian put away the moving house, she immediately walked into Fang City. However, the moment Su Kanqian walked into Fang City, an illusion seemed to appear in front of her. A dazzling array of the Eerie entered Su Kanqian's eyes. It's many Eerie. Su Kanqian saw many Eerie in red again. She no longer believed that all the Eerie that wore red clothes could burn. However, she saw Eerie with a faint ghost fire above their heads. Some ghost flames were purple, some were white, and some were blue and white. While Su Kanqian was still counting the Eerie with ghost flames, she did not know that she had been targeted by a large group of the Eerie. These Eerie were puzzled at first, then surprised, excited, and finally greedy. The question was, why was there a human girl? They were surprised that a human girl would enter a ghost city. The exciting thing was that this human girl's body emitted a very eerie smell. These Eerie all wanted to eat her, turning all greedy. At this moment, The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream all felt that Su Kangqian had accidentally entered a wolf pack. It's too obvious. A 5-year-old human girl appeared in Feng City. If Su Kangqian was a husky, she could dupe the wolves and mingle with them. There's no escape. Let's see how she deals with it. It should be said that Su Yong left some backup plan for his daughter, Su Kangqian. The netizens saw that more and more eerie appeared, surrounding Su Kangqian. This scene was familiar. In 9 Nether Demon City of the Devilkind world, Su Kangqian had also been surrounded by a large group of Devilkind. Su Kangqian was not afraid at all. Instead, she became happy. Wow! Su Kangqian treated the eerie with ghost flames on their bodies as ingredients for brewing wine. Moreover, there were so many fire eerie, they could fill a bottle of wine. She then looked at the eerie surroundings, and saw quite a few black eerie as well. The eerie of black color meant the sweet and delicious ghost ink pastry. It was very strange. These eerie were clearly restless, but they didn't eat Su Kangqian up like hungry wolves. It was mainly because this group of eerie people was afraid of the ghost soldiers in Feng City. If they caused chaos in Feng City, and were caught by the ghost guards who maintained public order, they would go straight to hell. However, Su Kangqian was too appetizing. They could not suppress the greed in their hearts. The eerie approached Su Kangqian one step at a time. Su Kangqian immediately took out a small bottle from her universe pouch. As for what Su Kangqian wanted to do, how could the netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream not know? She was going to catch the eerie in Feng City and make wine. Su Kangqian's actions were no different from provoking the dignity of Feng City and ignoring its authority. The moment Su Kangqian took out the small bottle, the eerie that were originally approaching Su Kangqian step by step were like birds, frightened by the twang of a bow, fleeing in all directions. Although this group of eerie did not recognize what kind of treasure the small bottle was, the ghostly aura in the small bottle frightened them. However, one fire eerie couldn't escape in the end. When Su Kangqian opened the bottle cap, the strange blue flame on the top of its head was sucked into the small bottle and turned into wine. Su Kangqian looked at the eerie that were fleeing in all directions and stared at the eerie that were emitting flames. Su Kangqian was like the nightmare in the depths of these eerie's hearts. Not only could they not run from her, but they were also scared, shitless. Such a lively and cute human girl was actually treated as a nightmare by these eerie. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream were very shocked. Su Kangqian came to Feng City to catch the eerie. This is unprecedented, catching ghosts in the eerie city. I really didn't expect her to do this. It's simply too crazy. It's not just crazy. It's simply madness. It was very common to catch the eerie. But coming to Feng City, one of the 9 ghost cities, to catch the eerie was unheard of, and had never been seen. However, Su Kangqian had done just that. She was now catching the eerie that were emitting flames. All at once, the entire Feng City fell into chaos. The eerie also fell into extreme panic. Could you believe it? It was a turbulence caused by a 5-year-old girl. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. Ox head and horse face still captured to soak wine. Chapter 268. Ox head and horse face still captured to soak wine. Even though Su Kangqian has a father at the strongest human emperor level, her father, Su Yong, is not by Su Kangqian's side. How is she going to clean up the mess? I'm also thinking about this problem. Now that Su Kangqian has caused chaos in Feng City, the ghost servants in Feng City won't let Su Kangqian off easily. It might not only be the ghost servants, but also the city lord of Feng City. She needs money. I know that the eerie of the eerie world love money the most. They are greedier than us humans. Let's not talk about whether Su Kangqian has enough money. Do you think Su Kangqian will use money to quell this chaos? The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream knew that Su Kangqian was in trouble. The ghost envoys wouldn't be like the eerie here who fled in panic. To become ghost envoys, they had to be at least LV 30. If a ghost envoy was not qualified, there were still ghost officials, ghost judges 0, and the ghost city lord of Feng City. If even the ghost city lord of Feng City was not enough, the netherworld hell that controlled the 9 ghost cities would be even stronger. There were the 18 courts 9, the 10 great Yama halls, the 5 underworld palaces G, and the earth store Bodhisattva. In the eyes of the netizens, even if Su Yang came personally, he probably could not even deal with the ghost emperors of the Yama halls, let alone the earth store Bodhisattva. This was a 6-star otherworld instance dungeon, although there would also be some LV 10 to 20 Eerie. The Eerie that dominated the netherworld hell were above LV 20. The monsters that were being chased by Su Kangqian were only eerie around LV 10 to 20. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream started their discussion again. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is about to arrive. Right. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is nothing. Can she save Su Kangqian? It's indeed impossible. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is only the Ghost Queen of the Solitary Mountain. Her strength is at most LV 19. That Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is really pitiful. It's fine if she became Su Yang's ghost servant, but not only is there no glory for her, she is still so humble, and is only going to come to meet her and here. The netizens knew the strength system of the Eerie world very well. Also, the Eerie had no personal names. Their names were all based on their birthplace or the land they controlled. Then, they were given a title of strength as a form of address. For example, Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. She was born on Solitary Mountain, and her strength had reached the level of a ghost queen, so she was called Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. However, when Su Yang took in the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen as a ghost servant, he gave her a name, Niziokian. However, in terms of looks, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was still worthy of this name. After all, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was very stunning. However, the female Eerie that Lai Xingyuan fell in love with was now the Ghost Queen of Qingming Pass in the Netherworld Hell. Then, she was the controller of Qingming Pass. Her strength had reached the level of the Ghost Empress, so she was called the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass. Meanwhile, the figures of 5 Eerie in purple robes appeared in front of Su Kangqian. When these 5 Eerie appeared, it was as though the other Eerie got a calming pill. Clearly, these 5 Eerie were the ghost envoys of Feng City. What a coincidence. These 5 ghost envoys in purple robes all had a ball of ghost fire on them. Some had a ball of blue ghost fire in their hands. Some had a ball of red ghost fire above their heads. Some had a ball of white ghost fire under their feet. The ghost flames on their bodies were not concentrated in one place. Similarly, these 5 ghost envoys in purple robes all had a scorching aura. A soul-catching bottle. The soul-catching bottle has power to catch souls. No wonder she can casually absorb the Eerie of LV 20. We're LV 25 ghost envoys. We have one more spirit than them, so she can't absorb us. Even if this human girl did it unintentionally, we can't forgive her. Capture her. The spirit that these 5 ghost envoys mentioned was a kind of soul mark. Only the Eerie above LV 20 would have an additional spirit. Su Kangqian opened the bottle cap, and a terrifying ghost aura spread out. It was as if there was a powerful gravitational force pulling at the 5 ghost envoys in front of her. Rustle. Immediately, the 5 ghost envoys were all sucked into the small bottle and turned into wine. Didn't they say that they had one more spirit, so they would not be absorbed? The 5 ghost envoys could not understand why they had become ingredients for making wine. Seeing this, the surrounding Eerie fell into panic again. If even the ghost envoys could not deal with Su Kangqian, they sure could forget about doing so. That little bottle is like a morning stick and a death hook. Run, or you'll be soaked in wine. I'm going underground. I'm diving. Let's escape. The Eerie and the surroundings all hid far away from Su Kangqian. However, Feng City was becoming more and more chaotic. There were even many Eerie that escaped from Feng City. However, at this moment, Lai Xingyuan, who was about to enter Feng City, saw many Eerie rushing out from Feng City. He thought that these Eerie were going to attack him. In the end, he realized that they had fled in panic. What exactly happened in Feng City? Lai Xingyuan was very curious. He asked the 3 female Eerie beside him to capture one of those who were escaping and ask about the Situation. The woman in blue casually grabbed an eerie one that had a chicken egg growing on its head. What exactly is going on in Fang City? The female eerie in blue asked. A terrifying human girl appeared in the city. She would make wine of whoever she caught. She even captured 5 ghost envoys to make wine, said the eerie with an egg on its head. Upon hearing this, the female eerie in blue said to Lai Xingyuan, "Uncle, it's that little girl from your human race." The 3 women also felt a lingering fear. If Lai Xingyuan had not dissuaded them, they would have been caught by Su Kangqian to soak in wine. The ghost envoys in Fang City are not weak. They are much stronger than us. Second sister. Why don't we go in? Uncle, what should we do? Hearing this, Lai Xingyuan said bluntly, "Don't forget. I'm also a human." Although he could have a relationship with the eerie, he had never forgotten that he was a human. Lai Xingyuan added, "Don't worry. Since I brought you here, I won't let you die." Lai Xingyuan took a deep breath. He had not expected Su Kangqian to create such a huge commotion in Fang City. If he did not handle it well, he, who was also a chosen one, might be in big trouble. But what should he do now? Lai Xingyuan could not control Su Kangqian. Moreover, the second trial was to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of hell in Fang City. Su Kangqian, who did not play by the rules, completely messed up the plan. It was as if she did not take the trial seriously. In Su Kangqian's heart, collecting the red soul wine was the most important. At this moment, the turmoil in Fang City slowed down again. 2 eerie ones appeared in front of Su Kangqian. They were the Ox Head and Horse Face, 2 eerie ghost officials. Ox Head and Horse Face ghost officials. Who knew? Su Kangqian might still catch them to make wine. Chapter 269. Chapter 269 are the 2 ghost judges of black and white. Impermanence delicious. Chapter 269 are the 2 ghost judges of black and white. Impermanence delicious. No fire. Su Kangqian looked at the 2 eerie in front of her. She thought that these 2 eerie were animals. I'll go catch her. The ox-headed man walked towards Su Kangqian with a fork in his hand. However, Su Kangqian completely ignored these 2 eerie. Eiler gaze fell to the left. "You dare to attack small master." In an instant, a white ghost floated over from afar. The surrounding aura of horror became extremely intense. A cold wind immediately rose. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw a female eerie through Su Kangqian's livestream. "It's the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. She's here." Actually, even if she didn't come, Su Kangqian should have a way to deal with the 2 ghost officials. Right. They are just true-level ghost officials. Su Kangqian's father left trump cards for her. She will definitely be able to deal with those 2 ghost officials. The Ox Head and Horse Face. Of course. The netizens knew that even if Su Kangqian was not capable, she had an awesome father. In fact, the chosen ones who could leave the Avasai Hell had the strength to deal with these 2 ghost officials, especially chosen ones at the human emperor level like Lai Xingyuan and Jiangjing. They could easily kill the ghost officials Ox Head and Horse Face. However, Lai Xingyuan was worried that after this fuse was lit, it would blow up those emperor-level monsters. One had to know that Lai Xingyuan was in someone else's territory. That was why Lai Xingyuan was more cautious. However, Su Kangqian did not have such thoughtful considerations. Su Kangqian's thoughts were very simple. She did not care who the other party was and how dangerous it'd be at that time. Right now, she only wanted to collect the red soul wine and ghost ink pastry. Although she had never drunk red soul wine, she had eaten ghost ink pastry. That sweet and delicious pastry made her like it very much. Its sister eerie. Su Kangqian immediately recognized the female eerie in a white dress floating in the air. Instantly, Solitary Mountain's ghost queen's white clothes seemed to be dyed red by blood, turning into a red dress. That pair of sharp eyes revealed a strong killing intent. Whoosh! In an instant, 2 balls of flames burned the 2 eerie officials, Ox Head and Horse Face, under the activation of the fire curse. It was not that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen was too rash, but in her heart, Su Kangqian was her reverse scale. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to hurt Su Kangqian, She would fight them to the death even if she had to die. Crack. In less than 10 seconds. The two eerie officials, Oxhead and Horseface, were actually burned to ashes by the two balls of flames. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not calm down again. Damn. What's going on? Didn't they say that the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen strength is below LV 20? Why can she deal with LV 2025 ghost officials? Did her Ghost Dao strength increase again? I couldn't tell. The netizens were attracted to the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's beauty, so they did not see through her strength. Instead, they really could not see through her strength level. However, the netizens could analyze that the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen might have also reached LV 30, which meant a Ghost Empress strength. It had only been a month. Why did the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's Ghost Dao strength increase so quickly? The netizens immediately thought of Su Yang. Su Yang helped her raise her Ghost Dao strength. Other than Su Yang, who else can help her? Didn't you say that Su Yang doesn't care about the lives of others other than her daughter? That's true, but she's really too beautiful. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had been staring at the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen through Su Kankian's live stream. Small Master, are you alright? The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen immediately came in front of Su Kankian and squatted down. Su Kankian shook her head, a puzzled look appearing in her eyes. Sister Eerie, why aren't you burning? Su Kankian did not see the ghost fire on the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. Small Master, Ziokian's ghost fire is here. As she spoke, Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen pointed at the mountain peaks. Oh, Sister Eerie, you're not as big as Sister Gongchuan. Although Su Kankian's words were innocent, they also had their weight. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen concentrated on these words. Small Master, who is Sister Gongchuan? Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen asked. It's Sister Gongchuan, Su Kankian said bluntly. Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen then asked, did Master find her to protect you? Small Master, Su Kankian nodded. MMHM. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen fell silent for a moment and stopped asking. She felt that she had asked too much. After all, she was not qualified to ask her master about this. As for the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen, she also knew that it was only right for her master to find someone to protect Su Kankian. Furthermore, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was only an eerie one in the eerie world. She could not come to the world where Su Kankian was. Could the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream not tell that the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was jealous? However, for some reason, many netizens felt that although the ghost servant and the nanny were both stunning beauties, Su Yang did not have such thoughts about them. All the netizens had never seen Su Yang before. However, the netizens knew that Su Yang was the kind of person who only cared about his daughter, Su Kankian. At this moment, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen glanced at the small bottle in Su Kankian's hand, and knew what she was up to. If Small Master thinks that Ziokian can do it, then Ziokian is willing to let you brew her into red soul wine. As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream actually felt that the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was too crazy. After all, this was suicide. The eerie were not as unafraid of death as the devil kind. But the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's awareness was extraordinary. She could actually do this for her master. Was it because she loved him too much? Su Kankian said to the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen, I want make Sister Eerie into wine. I want Sister Eerie to play with me. Su Kankian still trusted the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. Perhaps it was because Su Kankian knew that the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen treated her very well back at Yellow Springs Station. Hearing this, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was extremely excited. It was not difficult to see that in the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's heart, Su Yang was her eternal white moonlight. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was naturally very excited that Su Yang's daughter would be so friendly to her. Lin Gongchuan, who had the same thoughts as the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen, was the same. Little Master, the two great ghost judges of Fang City, Black and White Impermanence, might be coming. Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen knew very well that Su Kinqian had caused a huge commotion in Feng City. As ghost judges, black impermanence and white impermanence would definitely not let Su Kinqian off. Of course, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's determination to protect Su Kinqian to the death did not falter at all. Would someone who was perfectly willing to let Su Kinqian brew her into red soul wine ever let anyone harm Su Kinqian? Is black and white impermanence delicious? Chapter 270 Chapter 270 Combat Strength is the most understandable language. Chapter 270 Combat Strength is the most understandable language. Upon hearing Su Kinqian's words, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was puzzled at first. After all, she could not keep up with Su Kinqian's thoughts. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen actually pondered for a while, and understood what Su Kinqian meant. They aren't the earth eerie that grow under the black soil. Furthermore, the two great ghost judges, the black and white impermanence, have two treasures, the morning rod and the life-reaping hook. They aren't easy to kill, Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said bluntly. However, Su Kinqian did not take her words to heart. Su Kinqian walked towards the brightest place. Su Kinqian was clearly not walking fast, but if one was not careful, they would suddenly lose track of her. Sister the Eerie, what are the gates of hell? The reason why Su Kinqian remembered the gates of hell was because she felt that it was a fun place. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said honestly, the gates of hell are a pass that leads to the underside of the netherworld hell. There are a total of 9 passes in the netherworld hell, and they are respectively in the 9 ghost cities controlled by the netherworld hell. However, only the city lord can authorize seal certificates to enter the gates of hell. Su Kinqian nodded, not fully understanding. She felt that entering the gates of hell was very complicated. Actually, it was not complicated. She just needed to obtain proof from the city lord. However, the problem was that the moment Su Kinqian entered Feng City, she caused chaos and panic here. Moreover, she had brewed 5 ghost envoys into red soul wine. She was already challenging the authority of Feng City. Not only that, but the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen also killed the 2 ghost officials, Oxhead and Horseface. How could the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Su Kinqian be allowed to leave safely? Don't even mention letting the city lord authorize the seal to enter the gates of hell. Therefore, the best solution was power. There was a saying that combat strength was the most understandable language. A moment later, Su Kinqian had already arrived at a restaurant. On the other hand, the Eerie and the restaurant were like frightened birds when they saw Su Kinqian. They immediately fled in all directions. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to the submissive shopkeeper, "Bring up all the pastries here." The manager of the restaurant did not dare to be negligent, and immediately asked the kitchen to prepare all the pastries. Su Kinqian asked, "Sister Eerie, are there ghost ink pastries here?" The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen shook her head, and said, "The ghost ink pastry is prohibited food. Only the black market can sell it." The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen lowered her head slightly, and said, "Small master, I'm really sorry. Ziokian is not familiar with Feng City, and doesn't know where the black market is." As she spoke, the Eerie served the pastries one by one. Su Kinqian looked at the dazzling array of pastries, and actually started eating. She was not afraid of being poisoned. If it was poisonous, why would the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen let Su Kinqian eat the pastries without worry? Even if these kitchen staff were given 100 more guts, they would not dare to poison Su Kinqian. After all, how could they have the guts to poison a human girl who had caused panic in Feng City? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen stood at the side, looking into the distance. She felt that in less than half an hour, the 2 great ghost judges, the black and white impermanence, would come to capture her small master and herself. "Sister Eerie, this is for you." Su Kinqian handed a pastry to the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. As for the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she was flattered, and took a dark purple pastry. These pastries were food to nourish the yin. In fact, food in the Eerie world was nourishing yin. "Thank you, small master." The solitary mountain's ghost queen wasn't craving for that pastry. She was extremely touched by her small master's sincerity in giving her the pastry. Su Kainqian had only eaten 3 pastries, and was already unwilling to eat. Perhaps it was because the smell of the ghost ink pastry was too tempting. Even a 5-year-old girl remembered the taste of the ghost ink pastry. Ghost ink pastry was a rare delicacy. As for why it was prohibited food, it was because it was equivalent to cannibalism in the Eerie world. It was the same for the red soul wine. The 2 great ghost judges didn't come, but a group of ghost envoys did. The solitary mountain's ghost queen looked at the Eerie floating in her surroundings. Su Kainqian stood up from her chair, and said to the solitary mountain's ghost queen, "Sister Eerie, wait for me." With that, Su Kainqian began to rummage through her universe pouch. At this moment, 13 ghost envoys in purple robes had already surrounded Su Kainqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen. However, Su Kainqian seemed to treat them as air. Su Kainqian took out a red crystal from her universe pouch, and handed it to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Seeing it, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream recognized it at a glance. It was a small stone that Su Kainqian had picked up in the island of wild beastmen in the otherworldly beast world. But why did Su Kainqian give the solitary mountain's ghost queen a worthless stone? Even if it was a gem, it was worthless in the eyes of the Eerie. Right. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was already moved to tears in gratitude. She took the small stone from Su Kainqian's hand, and said gratefully, "Zhaoqian can't repay you." The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were already too speechless to complain. It's just a small stone. Is the solitary mountain's ghost queen possessed? Her loyalty is such that she's willing to do anything. That's right. She will do anything. FCK. You're speeding again. As the netizens discussed the situation, a cold aura appeared in Su Kainqian's live broadcast. It was released from the solitary mountain's ghost queen. The solitary mountain's ghost queen began to kill. For Su Kainqian's sake, she would not think about the consequences of killing these ghost envoys. In the restaurant, ghostly shadows flew everywhere. They were as slippery as loaches. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen seemed to have changed. Her killing intent was infinitely magnified. Under the activation of her ghost curse, balls of flames attacked the group of ghost envoys. However, Su Kainqian, who pretended that nothing was happening, was fiddling with her universe pouch again. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could not guess what Su Kainqian was doing. This was not the first time. Su Kainqian's every move was unpredictable. After all, Su Kainqian did not act according to common sense. A moment ago, Su Kainqian was still having fun, but the next moment, she had already left. Currently, Su Kainqian took out a box from her universe pouch. When she opened the box, she quickly took inventory of the compartments inside. She placed the pastries into the box. Huh. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream realized that they had imagined too much. She's packing pastries. I thought she was going to use a big move from the universe pouch. I thought so too. After all, she's so calm. It can't be helped. Su Kainqian has such a powerful father. It's normal for us to think that she might have some powerful trump card. Right. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw through Su Kainqian's livestream that the solitary mountain's ghost queen had already dealt with all the ghost envoys. Su Kainqian had also packed the pastries. Su Kainqian put the box into the universe pouch, and was actually fiddling with the things inside. What is Su Kainqian doing now? Chapter 271. Chapter 271. She actually treats the law of the Eerie world as nothing. Chapter 271. She actually treats the law of the Eerie world as nothing. The netizens could not guess what Su Kainqian was doing at all. No matter if it was her thoughts or actions, they were unfathomable. They could treat her as an ordinary little girl. Right. However, Su Kainqian did act in line with common sense. They could treat Su Kainqian as an extraordinary little girl. Right. However, Su Kainqian was doing what ordinary girls did. After the solitary mountain's ghost queen had dealt with the group of ghost envoys, she came to Su Kainqian's side. She was also watching Su Kankian search for something in the universe pouch. However, she did not say anything, and just looked at Su Kankian quietly. After a while, Su Kankian took out a doll from her universe pouch. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's live stream were probably very familiar with this doll. It was the pink-furred rabbit. It was a normal pink-furred rabbit that had been given a mysterious power. Back then, this pink-furred rabbit had killed a large group of monsters in the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Crazy Monster Academy. However, the netizens could not understand what Su Kankian was doing. Small bunny, I missed you so much. Su Kankian carried the pink rabbit in her arms. She rummaged through the universe pouch again. Obviously, she had just taken out the pink rabbit by accident. Found you? Immediately, Su Kankian took out a piece of clothing from her universe pouch. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen immediately recognized it when she saw this dress. It was the ghost dress that Su Kankian had worn at Yellow Spring Station. It turned out that Su Kankian had been fiddling around for so long just to find this flying dress. It was not as simple as flying. With a wave of her hand, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen put the purple-black ghost dress in Su Kankian's hand on Su Kankian. After all, this was a dress woven with the Yuri. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen immediately guessed what Su Kankian wanted to do. Small master, are you going to enter the gates of hell? Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen asked. Su Kankian nodded repeatedly. Yay! Su Kankian didn't know what to do to enter the gates of hell from Feng City. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not think too much about it. All she could do was protect Su Kankian with her life. However, she and Su Kankian had caused such a huge commotion in Feng City. To the city lord of Feng City, Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen were criminals. No matter where Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen escaped to, the city lord of Feng City would continue to pursue them. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew very well that the ghost envoys, ghost officials, and ghost judges had already been mobilized. It was only the second batch of ghost envoys just now. There were more ghost envoys in Feng City than this. Of course, Oxhead and Horseface were not the only ghost officials. Actually, what made the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen feel troublesome was the ghost judges of Feng City. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was naturally not afraid of the two great ghost judges. However, they all had powerful Dharma artifacts that could release powerful ghost curses. Meanwhile, outside Feng City, Lai Xingyuan did not enter the city for a long time. The reason was simple. The turmoil in the city had not stopped, and he did not want to enter rashly. Even if he had the strength to deal with the city lord of Feng City, the consequences of provoking the latter weren't something he could bear. After all, the city lords of the 9 ghost cities were all under the control of the Netherworld Hell. As for the Netherworld Hell, it was equivalent to the center of imperial power. Involved in it was that past place, which made Lai Xingyuan feel very troubled. He wanted to successfully pass the second trial. After entering the gates of hell, he wanted to come to the Kingming, pass and see the female Eerie he had been thinking about day and night. Uncle, what kind of human is that human girl? How dare she cause chaos in Feng City? That's right. She actually dared to capture the Eerie in Feng City. Isn't that too shocking? The 3 female Eerie beside Lai Xingyuan felt that Su Kankian was not a human girl. How could a human girl be so bold? Not only was she bold, but she also had strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to catch the Eerie in Feng City and cause such a huge commotion. Moreover, she had even turned the ghost envoys into wine. It was as if the laws of the Eerie world were nothing to her. If Su Kankian was caught, it would not be as simple as going to hell. She might be subjected to all kinds of cruel punishments. Otherwise, Feng City's reputation would be gone. Lai Xingyuan said calmly. You don't know that she has always been like this. Lai Xingyuan had also been paying attention to Su Kankian. A 5-year-old girl had repeatedly fought against all kinds of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in the Otherworld Instance dungeon trials. Moreover, she was not afraid at all, and she could complete the Otherworld Instance dungeon trials every time. What bothered Lai Xingyuan the most was that Su Kainqian treated the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial as a playground. She even took him by surprise every time. However, Lai Xingyuan did not find it unbelievable. After all, Su Kainqian had such a powerful father. However, this was a 6-star Otherworld Instance dungeon, and Su Kainqian was still the same. It was undeniable that Su Kainqian had gone overboard. Even Lai Xingyuan was shocked by how she caused chaos and turmoil in Feng City. As for how things would develop, Lai Xingyuan had already guessed most of it. He guessed that the city lord of Feng City would order all his subordinates to capture Su Kainqian, and he might even attack her himself. Lai Xingyuan did not know if Su Kainqian had a way to resolve this crisis. All of this depended on whether Su Yong's trump cards left for Su Kainqian were powerful enough. After all, Lai Xingyuan did not want to get involved in this mess lest he got into trouble. He had already waited for 23 years. Of course he did not want to be involved in this crisis. What if he would already kick the bucket before he saw the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass? Perhaps in less than a day. No matter how great the turmoil in Feng City was, it would end. After all, the city lord of Feng City would not let the turmoil and panic spread for such a long time. Only an hour had passed since the upheaval. However, various ghost envoys and ghost officials of Feng City had already appeared one after another to deal with Su Kainqian and the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. Either Feng City got rid of Su Kainqian, the source of the disaster, or Feng City's authority would be gone. At this moment, 2 chosen ones also appeared outside Fengdu City. They were Chosen One No. 18. Jiangjing, and Chosen One No. 14. Miao Miao. The 2 of them were very surprised. Why were there so many eerie escaping from Feng City? They had also guessed that something had to have happened in Feng City. It was just that they did not know what had happened. Lai Xingyuan, an elder of the Shenzhou Institute. Jiangjing saw Lai Xingyuan, who was not far away, and the 3 female eerie beside him. Of course, Jiangjing knew the identity of the other chosen ones. Jiangjing walked to Lai Xingyuan's side. The 3 female eerie stared at Jiangjing with slightly frightened gazes. The 3 women could tell that the human man in front of them was also very powerful. Did something happen in Feng City? Jiangjing asked. Lai Xingyuan said honestly, it was caused by Su Kainqian in Feng City. Chapter 272 Chapter 27,210 Dinyan Uses of the Eerie. Chapter 27,210 Dinyan Uses of the Eerie. What kind of chaos would cause a large group eerie escaping from Feng City? Jiangjing had just asked this question when Miao Miao came to Lai Xingyuan's side. They were both chosen ones and from the Dragon Kingdom, so they weren't enemies. Moreover, it was the same trial. At most, they would compete, but they would also help each other. That human little girl killed the ghost envoys and ghost officials. The one who said this was the female eerie in blue. Miao Miao and Jiangjing did not attack the 3 female eerie beside Lai Xingyuan. It was not entirely because of Lai Xingyuan. There was also no need for them to do so. They had come to the eerie world for trials, not to exterminate the natives of the eerie world. Moreover, they did not have the strength to sweep through the netherworld heli dungeon with a 6-star difficulty factor. There was no practical use in killing the 3 eerie. After Miao Miao and Jiangjing found out about the situation, they were not surprised at all. It seemed that Miao Miao and Jiangjing already knew Su Kainqian's style. It wasn't that Su Kainqian was ruthless, but that Su Kainqian was fearless in the face of danger, and wouldn't think so much. The situation is not good. Jiangjing looked at Lai Xingyuan, and asked, Old brother, what are your plans? Lai Xingyuan said, haven't you already guessed it? Lai Xingyuan also knew that Jiangjing was very strong. After all, Lai Xingyuan could tell that Jiangjing was a foundation establishment cultivator. His strength was at the human emperor level. In fact, Jiangjing could also sweep through Feng City. However, Jiangjing would not choose to do so. After all, Feng City was one of the 9 ghost cities controlled by the Netherworld Hell. As for the city lord of Feng City, he could kill him. But if he did that, the Netherworld Hell would send even stronger eerie over. Dianjing's strength was far from being powerful enough to sweep through the entire netherworld hell. In any case, there are still 7 days to the second trial. Let's wait and see. Jiangjing did not plan to enter Feng City now. He had the same thoughts as Lai Xingyuan. He would wait for the chaos to end first. Miao Miao asked courteously, Uncle Lai, I know from the internet that Su Qianqian's father, Su Yang, is around LV 30, which means that he has the strength of the human emperor. Is that true? Lai Xingyuan said bluntly. It's not just about LV 30. Okay. Lai Xingyuan could not determine Su Yang's strength now, but he could guess that Su Yang's strength might be above LV 35 or even higher. Miao Miao wanted to know what level Su Yang's strength had reached. If Su Yang's strength was above LV 35, Su Yang would definitely be able to give Su Qianqian a trump card to deal with the city lord of Feng City. It did not mean that just because Su Qianqian could deal with the city lord of Feng City, it would end the turmoil. That would be the beginning. Of course, Miao Miao did not want to be involved. Although they were all humans, the Eerie of the Eerie world would not associate the chaos caused by Su Qianqian with the other chosen ones. After all, there were other humans in the Eerie world, but it was a world dominated by the Eerie. For example, there were not only humans on the blue planet, but also various species. It was not necessary to eliminate all the poisonous snakes just because a poisonous snake had poisoned a person to death on the blue planet. However, Su Qianqian had caused chaos in Feng City, so it was very difficult for them not to be involved. After all, they were going to carry out the second trial, and the second trial was in Feng City. However, they would not take advantage of the chaos to enter Feng City. When the chaos temporarily ended, at least the Eerie of Feng City would know that it was Su Qianqian's doing alone. Then, the others would not be easily labeled as accomplices. In the end, they were still cowards. However, in an Otherworld instance dungeon with a 6-star difficulty factor, they had to be afraid. After all, they did not have the strength to sweep through the netherworld hell. The gazes of many netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream actually landed on the live broadcast of the Chosen One No. 10. They saw that Dang Yugang was carrying out hardening engineering techniques on a good-looking female Eerie. Is this Dang Yugang really here to train? Why is he such a player? What does the Eerie feel like? I've never tried it before. It'll probably be very satisfying. Right. The fans' faces were filled with question marks. It had only been 6 hours since the trial in the Otherworld instance dungeon Netherworld Hell commenced. This was already the second time Dang Yugang had applied hardening engineering technology on the Eerie. Not only was he not afraid, but he also enjoyed it. Dang Yugang probably wanted to taste all kinds of the Eerie. Right. Although Dang Yu was a player, it was undeniable that he was very strong. In less than 10 minutes, Sidu Jinghao, Kang Xiaoqiu, and Liu Tangwang also arrived outside Feng City. They had also learned about the situation in Feng City from Lai Xingyuan. They did not choose to enter Feng City now. Being treated as Su Qianqian's accomplice was a huge risk. Taking 10 steps back. Even if Su Qianqian had a very strong trump card, she would definitely not protect them. From Su Qianqian's few Otherworld instance dungeon trials, it had already been verified. After all, Su Qianqian wouldn't listen to them, and Su Qianqian didn't have any deep thoughts. If Su Qianqian had known how to think carefully, she wouldn't have run to Feng City to catch the Eerie. It was still unknown if Su Qianqian could deal with the incoming crisis. However, they had to admit that Su Qianqian was really bold. They could not treat Su Qianqian as a normal 5-year-old girl. If Su Qianqian had been a normal 5-year-old girl, she would not have been able to survive in the Otherworld instance dungeon. Lai Xingyuan and the others discussed the trial. After all, the Otherworld instance dungeon trial was the only goal. The first trial was to leave Avasai Hell, and the second trial is to obtain the qualification to enter the gates of Hell of Feng City. But how do I obtain this qualification? Maybe it's money. The Eerie and the Eerie world love money the most. What about the 6 trials? The first trial is a selection of strength. Then, the second trial is a selection of assets. It's hard to say. Let's see what happens first. Li Xingyuan and the others had just started discussing the topic of the trial, but they returned to the topic of Su Kenqian causing chaos in Feng City. It had only been more than 10 minutes. The chaos in Feng City would definitely not end so quickly. Meanwhile, in Feng City, after Su Kenqian put on the purple-black ghost dress, a pair of butterfly wings grew out of her back. Su Kenqian did not feel the strain of flying. That was because the ghost dress was made of the eerie, and it had the eerie attribute of swift movement. Because of this, everyone realized that the eerie had many uses. They could be used to make wine, pastries, and clothes. Could it be said that there were 10 uses of the eerie? Chapter 273 Chapter 273 How Demonic is Su Kenqian? Chapter 273 How Demonic is Su Kenqian? Small Master. The eerie forces of Feng City are all in the inner city. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already understood that the factions in Feng City had more than one ghost envoys, more than 200 ghost officials, and 10 ghost judges. Moreover, they were all in the inner city of Feng City. Su Kenqian and Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen caused a huge commotion in the outer city of Feng City. More than 10 minutes ago, a group of ghost envoys from the inner city had come to capture Su Kenqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. However, they were all eliminated by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. However, Su Kenqian was now deep in the tiger's den. Soon, it would not be as simple as just a dozen ghost envoys surrounding them. All the factions in Feng City would come out in full strength to execute Su Kenqian and Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen felt that her death was not worth pitying. But if Su Kenqian was harmed in the slightest, she would really feel that she could not be redeemed even if she died 100 times. However, if Su Kenqian insisted on entering the gates of hell, there was only one way, and that was to deal with the city lord of Feng City. After all, it was impossible for him to stay calm and forgive them with a bribe. Feng City, which had originally been noisy and lively an hour ago, was now dead silent. It was more like a ghost city. However, a strong gust of cold wind rushed over and enveloped the place where Su Kenqian was. Another batch of ghost envoys appeared. This batch of ghost envoys was much stronger than the previous batch, at least in terms of numbers. There were twice as many of them. As for why the city lord of Feng City did not come out in full strength and did not move out himself, it was most likely because he felt that there was no need to make a big fuss over a human girl and an eerie one. Right. After all, if he came out in full strength just to deal with Su Kenqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, and the news of this spread to other ghost cities, Feng City would probably lose all its face. Moreover, the current situation was far from urgent. To put it bluntly, if Feng City's security alarm had had 5 levels, Su Kenqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would at most have mobilized the first level. If it was the 5th level, not only would the city lord of Feng City send out his full force, but even he would personally go. However, the chaos caused by Su Kenqian and Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen in Feng City was already irreversible. Still, how far the situation would develop depended on how much turmoil Su Kenqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could cause in Feng City. At this time, ghost envoys in purple robes appeared. There were 38 of them. Go! Kill them! Hearing the order, 38 eerie surrounded Su Kenqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, and then began to cast ghost curses. The surroundings were filled with various abilities used to attack. There were flames, water droplets, flying rocks, and wooden stakes. The ghost curse used one's mind and soul to control a dark substance, forming various unbelievable abilities. In fact, it was roughly similar to the spells of the Divihuman world and the sorcery of the demon world. Immediately, the white clothes of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen became incomparably bloodred from the ghost kai. The ghost kai, released from her body, brought with it a scorching aura. This was a bone-piercing heat. Swish swish, one after another, flames spread out from all angles. Bang! The stunning battle amazed the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. The battles in the eerie world are so gorgeous. The solitary mountain's ghost queen in battle is even more stunning. I want to fight her too. But in bed. Haha. I don't believe that Su Yong really doesn't have any feelings for her. That's right. So what if she's an eerie one as long as she's unrivaledly beautiful? Or even devastatingly beautiful? He can still charge 100 dimes. In the eyes of the netizens, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was a ghost servant that Su Yong had taken in. Would Su Yong really not be tempted by such a beautiful ghost servant? Unfortunately, they were not Su Yong, and could not represent her thoughts. At this moment, Su Kankian flew up again. She was extremely fast, and even the solitary mountain's ghost queen might not be able to catch up. Catch me. When Su Kankian saw a few eerie chasing after her, she actually played a game of police catching thieves with them. It was nothing more than chasing after each other. Seeing Su Kankian's speed, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was relieved, and could focus to deal with these ghost envoys. Because she had to consider Su Kankian's safety just now, she could not have shown off her abilities. Things were different now. Whoosh! The surrounding aura was incomparably red, and the scorching aura spread hundreds of meters away. As for the blood-red eyes of the solitary mountain's ghost queen, they emitted a cold, killing intent. However, the 6 eerie ones that were chasing Su Kankian were actually panting from exhaustion, so even the eerie could get tired. Moreover, they were tired from chasing a human girl. However, Su Kankian was not affected at all. She still looked full of vitality. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream realized again how terrifying the augmentation of the power of mental power from opening eyes was. The 6 eerie slowed down for more than 10 seconds before chasing after Su Kankian again. Meanwhile, Su Kankian flew around a house. In less than 2 minutes, the 6 eerie could no longer chase after her. Su Kankian looked at the 6 exhausted ghost envoys and said, "Hee hee. 1-1. As soon as Su Kankian finished speaking, 6 balls of flames shot out and hit the 6 panting ghost envoys. Bang! When the flames bombarded the 6 ghost envoys, they really exploded like fireworks, blooming with brilliant fireworks. It was a fire curse cast by the solitary mountain's ghost queen. She had just gotten rid of 32 ghost envoys when she immediately chased after and killed the 6 ghost envoys that were chasing after Su Kankian. Small master, I've made you worry. It's all Xiaoqian's fault for not being strong enough." The solitary mountain's ghost queen actually blamed herself. Although Su Kankian did not understand, she knew that the solitary mountain's ghost queen treated her very well. Sister Eerie is so powerful. Bang bang bang. Fireworks exploded, Su Kankian said, and continued, "Sister Eerie, can you teach me how to blow up fireworks?" Was this an explosion of fireworks? It was clearly a ghost Dao fire spell. Since it's small master, there's naturally no problem. The solitary mountain's ghost queen believed that since Su Kankian was her master's daughter, cultivating the ghost Dao's fire curse technique was a piece of cake. Actually, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew that Su Kankian was not ordinary from the moment she started the dungeon trial in the island of wild beastmen in the otherworldly beast world. Perhaps it was because Su Kankian had a father with the strength of a human emperor. Therefore, even if Su Kankian could cultivate the great Dao of 5 alternate worlds, it would be very normal. Reality proved that Su Kankian knew spells and magic, even though Su Kankian wanted to learn the ghost Dao fire spell because she felt that it was as beautiful as exploding fireworks. It also proved that Su Kankian had the potential. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could not believe it. If Su Kankian really mastered the great Dao of the 5 alternate worlds, demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts, how monstrous would she be? Chapter 274 Chapter 274 Your romantic luck is still exuberant. Chapter 274 Your romantic luck is still exuberant. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream believed that Su Kankian would definitely be able to grasp the great Dao of the 5 alternate worlds, demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. It had to be known that just Yu Foxu, who had mastered the Devil Dao, was already a legendary trump card of Dragon Country. If she grasped the great Dao of 5 alternate worlds, it would at least be unprecedented. Right. Even if Su Kankian was only 5 years old now. At this moment, Su Kankian did not go to the gates of hell of Feng City. Instead, she asked the solitary mountain's ghost queen to teach her the fire curse of the ghost Dao. As for how long it would take for Su Kankian to master the ghost Dao's ghost curse technique, actually, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream had already had an answer to this question. It did not take long for Su Kankian to learn the magic of the Divihuman world, the most basic magic bullet. This time, it would not be an exception. As for why Su Kankian was so different, how could the netizens not know? With a father with the strength of a human emperor, she had been subtly taught all kinds of strange methods since she was young. It allowed Su Kankian to have a different potential. The netizens believed that eating delicacies from the otherworld was also a factor in Su Yong stimulating Su Kankian's potential. The netizens were very clear that Su Kankian's monster compatibility was 100. In other words, Su Kankian had the elemental power of the monster world. However, this power had always been hidden in Su Kankian's body. Therefore, the netizens did not find it strange at all that Su Kankian could master the great Dao of the 5 alternate worlds of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. Outside Feng City, the 12 chosen ones were all gathered together. After all, the destination of the second trial was in Feng City. The same for everyone. They also learned about the situation in Feng City from Lai Xingyuan. Old brother Lai, do you mind letting me follow you? The effect of teaming up for the trial is obvious. That's right. If we're too scattered, we'll suffer. Lai Xingyuan, you're an elder of the Shenzhou Institute. You passed the 5-star Otherworld instance dungeon 23 years ago. So you're the most suitable to take the lead. We all believe in you. In fact, another reason why the other chosen ones believed in Lai Xingyuan was that he was an elder of the Shenzhou Institute. The Shenzhou Institute had always been the most credible company in Dragon Country. After all, they were different from those so-called capitalist companies. Not only would the latter leave people in the lurch, but they would also betray their teammates. No one had any objections. However, Lai Xingyuan also agreed to form a team to complete the trial mission. At this moment, a young man with a pot head said, "Do you really plan to wait here?" The person who said this was the elegant Deng Yugang. Seeing this, everyone's gazes turned to Deng Yugang. What do you mean by that? Now that Feng City has been in chaos because of Su Kankian, if we enter now, we will also be treated as Su Kankian's accomplices. Don't tell me you think Su Kankian can protect us. Even if Su Kankian has her own trump card, she's only 5 years old after all. How can she know how to take care of others around her? The other chosen ones did not intend to take this risk. Their words were indeed very reasonable. Even Lai Xingyuan thought so. Deng Yugang smiled and said, 8 of you are even older than me. But why do one feel that you haven't eaten as much as me? Do you actually need me to explain such a simple logic? Deng Yugang exhaled and continued, I won't beat around the bush with you. What's the second trial? That's to obtain the qualification to enter the gates of hell in Feng City. Isn't this qualification clearly obtained by force? At this moment, a woman who agreed with Deng Yugang stood up. It was Mrs. Pig Gao Kualan. Brother Deng Yugang is quite right. Although money can make ghosts work in the eerie world, is money enough? Perhaps it's not even enough for Brother Lai Xing, let alone us. Gao Kualan continued, do you want us to work for them in Feng City? There are only 7 days left. No. There are only over 6 days. As soon as these words were spoken, even Lai Xingyuan started to think. After all, what Deng Yugang said with Gao Kualan made sense. Martial strength was the most direct method. They had to take the risk. Use force to deal with the city lord of Feng City and force him to give us the right to enter the gates of hell. Now that Su Kankian has caused chaos in Feng City, we can take advantage of the chaos. Deng Yugang analyzed it logically. Lai Yugang, you're the leader. Deng Yugang looked at Lai Xingyuan. Lai Xingyuan was still thinking. The three submissive female Eri beside Lai Xingyuan actually agreed with Deng Yugang and Gao Kuolin. Uncle, what they said makes sense. If you want to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of hell in Feng City, you have to obtain the seal certificate. Moreover, it is personally authorized by the city lord. If you don't have money, you can only obtain it by force. Uncle, although the consequences are very serious, this is the only way. The three Eri in blue, white, and red did not intend to accompany Lai Xingyuan into the gates of hell. They had agreed to help Lai Xingyuan find a female Eri. Now, they knew that she was in the kingdoming pass of the netherworld hell. Naturally, the three women were also here to say goodbye to Lai Xingyuan. Lai Xingyuan would not force the three female Eri to follow him. He had already learned the exact situation of the netherworld hell from the three women. Lai Xingyuan nodded and said to Deng Yugang and the others, "Looks like we can only go all out. Everyone understands. So I won't say anything else." Deng Yugang and the others naturally knew that if they forced it, it would definitely bring about an even greater crisis. The strength of Lai Xingyuan and the others could definitely sweep through the entire Feng City, but the consequences would be very serious. After all, the 9 ghost cities were controlled by the netherworld hell. If the local authority had already been swept clean by the chosen ones, how could the netherworld hell let Lai Xingyuan and the others off? However, if they did not do so, it was almost impossible for Lai Xingyuan and the others to obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of hell. Each trial was dangerous. Moreover, each trial was more dangerous than the previous one, and the danger factor gradually increased. "Uncle, good luck from us three sisters." With that, the three female Eri in blue, white, and red bade farewell to Lai Xingyuan. They were grateful to Lai Xingyuan from the bottom of their hearts for bringing them out of Avasai hell. They also had some other thoughts. At the side, Deng Yugang teased Lai Xingyuan, "As expected of you." In fact, Deng Yugang and the others could tell that the three female Eri were not only grateful to Lai Xingyuan, but also admired him. It was clearly a different path for humans and ghosts. However, Deng Yugang's luck with women in the Eri world was as exuberant as ever. Lai Xingyuan coughed and said, "Ahem, let's go into Feng City." Chapter 275 Chapter 275 She surrounded all the Eri alone. Chapter 275 She surrounded all the Eri alone. Lai Xingyuan and the others entered Feng City. However, Su Kankian was still learning the Ghost Dao fire spell from the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. Su Kankian extended her index finger, and a red flame appeared on her fingertip. Whoosh! A ball of red flames floated out like a wave. Bang! The flames exploded. It took Su Kankian more than 10 minutes to master the Ghost Dao fire spell. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was not surprised at all. She could also sense a powerful ghostly aura hidden in Su Kankian's body. After all, ghost curses used mental power to control ghost aura to form all kinds of unbelievable abilities. And ghost aura was used as a medium. Su Kankian did not lack a medium. In addition, Su Kankian's potential was rather terrifying. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream knew very well. "Sister Eri, let's blow up the fireworks together." Su Kankian had already learned this move, exploding fireworks, so she naturally had to play until she was satisfied. "Alright, small master." Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen immediately nodded. But then, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's expression became stern again as she immediately felt a sharp ghost aura. "The subordinates of the City Lord of Feng City are here again," the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen said to Su Kankian, and continued, "It's just nice to let small master blow up fireworks." This time, it was not a group of ghost envoys, but ghost officials. This was already the third batch of the Eri who had come to deal with Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. In the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's opinion, as long as it was not the Feng cities ordering all the troops to move out, there was not much to worry about. After all, with Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's strength, she could completely deal with the ghost officials. As for ghost envoys, she would just let Su Kankian blow up fireworks. The solitary mountain's ghost queen also knew that Su Qianqian's strength was not inferior to that of the Eerie below LV 20. Moreover, as her potential was gradually stimulated, her strength could reach a level unimaginable even for the solitary mountain's ghost queen. As expected, in less than 3 minutes, the Eerie floated towards Su Qianqian one after another. They were really floating over, not running over. After all, the Eerie's physique was special. If 99 of a human's physique was made of flesh and blood, then the Eerie physique was made of soul. Therefore, the Eerie could pass through walls and float. The solitary mountain's ghost queen only took a glance at her surroundings, and already knew how many Eerie there were. 50 ghost envoys and 5 ghost officials. For the Eerie, this wasn't a lot. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew very well that if they were all killed, the Lord of Feng City would order all his subordinate Eerie to besiege her and Su Qianqian. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not think too much about it. Because Su Qianqian was going to the inner city, she would definitely fight all the subordinate forces in Feng City anyway. Small master, they are coming. 111 protect you by your side. Of course, the solitary mountain's ghost queen would not think of leaving Su Qianqian's side. However, just as the solitary mountain's ghost queen finished speaking, Su Qianqian actually flew up. With the support of Su Qianqian's ghost dress, her flying speed was rather high. Small master, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not have time to think, and immediately caught up to Su Qianqian. However, Su Qianqian actually activated a fire spell. Bang! The places where she cast the fire spell seemed to be exploding with fireworks. However, they exploded along with the Eerie. The body structure of the Eerie was different compared to humans to begin with. However, what humans had, the Eerie would usually have as well. Just like how humans had little brothers, the Eerie also had little brothers. The Eerie would also enjoy the happiness shared by a man and a woman. The ghost Kai in Small Master's body has increased again. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was somewhat surprised. After all, Ghost Dao Ghost Curse techniques could not be cast indefinitely, because Ghost Kai would also be consumed. And, if the Eerie consumed the ghost aura too much, they would become very weak. However, the ghostly aura released from Su Qianqian's body did not decrease. Instead, it became even stronger. The solitary mountain's ghost queen should know that the reason why Su Qianqian could accumulate so much ghost Kai was not only because her physique was different from ordinary people, but also because of food. How could the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream not know that Su Yong had given his daughter, Su Qianqian, a lot of food to nourish her yin, especially ghost ink pastry? However, the netizens could not figure out why a human girl could accumulate so much ghost Kai in her body. Could it be that she would not suffer a backlash like with the devil Kai of the devil Dao? It was only natural that the netizens could not understand. They had not touched these areas. Perhaps this was one of the trump cards Su Yong had left for her. At this moment, the solitary mountain's ghost queen felt a little weak. Only then did she realize that she could no longer keep up with Su Qianqian's speed. Su Qianqian was chasing after those troops of Fang City to blow them up. Those Eerie were clearly here to surround and kill Su Qianqian. But now it was the other way around. It was Su Qianqian who surrounded them all. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream side. Have you guys noticed that Su Qianqian's body contains powerful magic power and a powerful ghost aura? I reckon that she also has a very strong demonic aura in her body. Do you still remember back then? Su Qianqian asked her father what snake meat she ate, and Su Yong replied that it was flood dragon meat. I reckon that Su Qianqian also has the beast origin Kai of the otherworldly beast world in her body. Is there a possibility that Su Qianqian still has the elemental matter of the monster world in her? Isn't this FC King crazy? The netizens were referring to how crazy Su Yong was. They did not know when he had started to nurture Su Qianqian into a heaven-defying little girl. However, at the start, the netizens had treated Su Yong as a scumbag father who fed his biological daughter all kinds of disgusting food, and even instilled some terrifying thoughts in her, such as how blood was the most primitive taste. Now that they thought about it, Su Qian was able to dominate the Otherworld Instance dungeon because of Su Yong's good intentions. If he could make the netizens stronger, they were willing to turn into monsters. In less than 4 minutes, only 3 of the 50 ghost envoys were left. Although the 5 ghost officials were still alive, they had already succumbed to fear. Why was a human little girl so terrifying? What happened to the encirclement? In the end, they were surrounded by Su Qian alone and exploded with fireworks. In Su Qian's eyes, what exactly were these eerie things? Toys. They might just be toys for single use. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were still sighing. Actually, we should have guessed it from the beginning. Actually, when we think about it, we initially thought that everything Su Yong said was untrue. To think that we even mocked him for being a scum. But who would have thought that a 5-year-old girl would have such terrifying strength? It was only after Su Qian had gone through 6 Otherworld Instance dungeon trials that the netizens had gradually learned that Su Qian contained the power of 5 other worlds. This also made the netizens understand one thing. Chapter 276 Chapter 276 Possessing the Strength of a Ghost Emperor at the Age of 5. Chapter 276 Possessing the Strength of a Ghost Emperor at the Age of 5. That was why Su Qian didn't receive a special reward similar to the power of devil devouring like Yu Fuxu. The reason was that Su Qian already had it. Otherwise, Su Qian would not have been able to immediately master the Devil Dao's magic bullet. Was it so easy to grasp the great Dao of the 5 alternate worlds? Obviously, it wasn't. For example, Long Linfang, who had obtained a Ghost Dao pill, needed Qiao Lu's personal guidance to cultivate Ghost Dao. Prior to that, she was exploring the Ghost Dao herself like a headless fly. Suddenly, a netizen posed a question in the Heavenly Dao's livestream. Su Qian also knows spells. These words immediately shocked the netizens. That's right. How could I have forgotten about this? Does the fact that Su Qian knows spells mean that her body contains true Kai? Of course. Although the netizens were not cultivators, they knew one thing. That was, Spirit Kai was the source of everything in the world. However, cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth and transform it into their own true Kai. However, the prerequisite for everything was that one had to be enlightened. In other words, Su Qian was also enlightened. In an office of the Shenzhou Institute in Dragon Country, Kao Lu and Mu Beihuan started discussing Su Yong and Su Qian. Bei Heng, how did Su Yong make his daughter possess 6 types of great Dao power? What shocked Kao Lu was not how strong Su Qian was, but how Su Qian could contain 6 types of great Dao power at the same time. Mu Beihuan took a deep breath and shook his head. I can't answer that, either. Kao Lu said, I can master the demon Dao, but I can't master your monster Dao. Mu Beihuan said, perhaps a person's physique can't harmonize them. Mu Beihuan continued, for Su Qian to be an exception, it's most likely because Su Yong has found some secret that allowed Su Qian to have the power of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts, as well as the power of cultivation. Kao Lu felt that Su Yong was becoming more and more mysterious. Bei Heng, I have a bold guess. Mu Beihuan knew what Kao Lu was going to say. Mu Beihuan nodded. I think the same as you. Su Yong's strength might not just be at the human emperor level. An extraordinary existence above the human emperor. How could Kao Lu not know what an extraordinary was? It was an existence that had transcended the mortal body. Those who were originally at the top could already escape the control of the country. The limit of human strength was to return to simplicity. But what about transcendence? It was no longer the level of a mortal. In theory, he could no longer be called a mortal. The lifespan of mortals was below 200 years at most. After becoming a transcendent, his lifespan had already exceeded 200 years. It was not only lifespan, but also power that a human emperor could not compare to. As he reached this domain of transcendence, the Kao Lu was referring to was not Su Yong, but the founder of the Shenzhou Institute. At the mention of this person, Mu Beihuan took another deep breath. How would I know? It might be a domain that we can't reach in this lifetime. In the eerie world, the netherworld hell, Fang City. All the ghost envoys were blown up by Su Qianqian's fire spell. Now, only 5 ghost officials were left, trembling in panic. Ghost officials with strength above LV 25. However, the strength displayed by Su Qianqian's consecutive fireworks was no longer just LV 25. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to Su Qianqian, "Small master, let Xiaoqian deal with them." Su Qianqian suddenly stopped in midair. After gently landing on the ground, she retracted the wings given by her ghost dress. Then let Sister Eerie blow fireworks. Su Qianqian felt that she had had enough fun. She had used a fire spell to blow up 50 fireworks in a row. The strength of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already exceeded true level, which meant that it was above LV 25. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen naturally knew that she could become so powerful because of Su Yang. Even her life was given to her by Su Yang. Otherwise, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would have long become a nightmare. At this moment, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already started fighting the 5 ghost officials. Although the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was stronger than the ghost officials, these 5 ghost officials were not weak either. They would not be killed by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen in a few moves. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream kept talking. I never expected that Su Qianqian's strength would actually reach heaven rank. Damn. She's only 5 years old. A 5-year-old heaven rank lowly. This is the true horror. To be able to nurture a 5-year-old girl with such monstrous strength. Why do I feel that Su Yang? He's not just the strongest human emperor. Right. The netizens began to guess at a higher level. Strength above the human emperor realm. What level is it? Nothing is certain. I've never heard of it. We only found out about the human emperor's strength not long after the 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon descended. The netizens had no idea what level of strength was above the human emperor level. However, the fact that Su Qianqian, who was only 5 years old, had surpassed LV 25, which was heaven rank, had already shocked them profoundly. Bang bang. Back to Su Qianqian's live broadcast. When the netizens looked at the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she had already killed 2 ghost officials with a ghost curse. The remaining 3 ghost officials were definitely not the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's match. But those 3 ghost officials actually turned to Su Qianqian when the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen killed another ghost official. As the 3 ghost officials floated, they released an even stronger ghost aura. And the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not expect these 3 ghost officials to do this. Small master, quickly dodge. As the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen floated over, she saw Su Qianqian wave her hand, and the ghostly aura released from her body actually enveloped the surroundings. She seemed to have unconsciously activated the Ghost Dao fire spell. The ball of flames exploded on the 3 ghost officials. Bang! In an instant, dazzling fireworks bloomed in front of her. Instant kill. Su Qianqian had actually killed 3 ghost officials in an instant. One had to know that the strength of those 3 ghost officials was not below LV 27. Even the heaven-rank Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could not do this. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was also in a tight spot because the ghost aura contained in Su Qianqian's body was several times stronger than before. Small master's strength. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said the words Ghost Emperor level again. These words immediately caused an uproar among the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream. What? The strength at the Ghost Emperor level. Su Qianqian has the strength of a Ghost Emperor. She's only 5 years old. How can she be so heaven-defying? Chapter 277. Chapter 277. His daughter exposed his transcendent strength. Chapter 277. His daughter exposed his transcendent strength. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could almost confirm one thing. Su Yang's strength was definitely above the human emperor realm. Since Su Yang could let Su Qianqian have the strength of a ghost empress, Su Yang's strength was definitely not at the human emperor realm. He was definitely above the human emperor realm. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, someone said, above emperor level. There's transcendent level above LV 40. Transcendent level. I heard that the strength of a human emperor like Lai Xingyuan is already the limit of mortals. It's indeed right to say that those above the human emperor level are transcendent. In that case, Su Yong's strength is at the transcendental level. If Su Yong's strength isn't transcendental, one definitely wouldn't believe that he could nurture his daughter to a human emperor's level. I'm already completely shocked. The netizens were all amazed. Although they had never seen Su Yong with their own eyes, Su Kaiqian had exposed that Su Yong's strength was at the transcendent level. Su Yong has never shown his face in public. I'm certain that he's from the Dragon Clan. In the Dragon Country, only the Dragon Clan is the most mysterious. The Dragon Clan is the guardian of our Dragon Country. There's no need to guess. Su Yong must be from the Dragon Clan. Many netizens thought that the Shenzhou Institute was established by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had always been at the forefront of the Otherworld instance dungeon trials. The Dragon Clan's faith in the Dragon Clan had long been deeply rooted in their bones. Fang City, Lai Xingyuan and the others looked around, as it was too quiet, and there wasn't even a single eerie one on the streets. It was more like a ghost city. How big of a commotion is it to actually make Fang City like this? Shouldn't chaos be chaotic? It's hard to understand. Even Lai Xingyuan found it unbelievable. There seems to be another wall ahead. This Fang City actually has an inner city. It's a little far. Everyone looked up and saw that the distance was more than 2,000 meters. If not for the fact that the inner city wall was more than 100 meters tall, they might not have been able to see the inner city wall from the outer city entrance. The area of Fang City was definitely several times larger compared to the cities in the Dragon Country. This place is still so quiet. Could Su Kaiqian have gone to the inner city of Fang City? Most likely. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so quiet here. Looks like the gates of hell of Fang City are also in the inner city. It's not just the gates of hell. There are also the troops of Fang City and the Ghost Emperor level city lord. Lai Xingyuan and the others did not plan to stay in the outer city. They also went straight to the inner city of Fang City. They could also guess that since Su Kaiqian had caused such a huge commotion in Fang City, Fang City's lord would definitely not let the matter rest. Furthermore, Su Kaiqian was deep in the tiger's den, and would definitely be surrounded. As for whether Su Kaiqian could deal with the lord of Fang City, Lai Xingyuan and the others were not sure. After all, they had decided while anticipating powerful trump cards Su Kaiqian's father had left for her, it would be best if Su Kaiqian could deal with Fang City's lord. This was because Lai Xingyuan and the others could take advantage of the situation and complete the second trial. What if Su Kaiqian couldn't deal with the city lord of Fang City? Then they'd have to make a move. Currently, they could only complete the trial by force. It was impossible not to offend the city lord of Fang City. They all had a very strong sense of pending danger. The upcoming trial would definitely be a narrow escape. Lai Xingyuan and the others quickened their pace. Actually, Su Kaiqian was still in the outer city of Fang City. However, she was only a few hundred meters away from the inner city. Even if she walked, she could reach the inner city in 10 minutes. Because Su Kaiqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had just dealt with a group of troops of Fang City. If there was still no news in half an hour, then the city lord of Fang City would not send dozens of ghost envoys to deal with Su Kaiqian anymore. It was very likely that he would personally lead all his subordinates to surround Su Kaiqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen didn't look too good. Perhaps it was because she thought of her strength, and that she could not deal with Fang City's lord. This way, she would not be able to protect Su Kaiqian. She was wondering if she could at least take the city lord down with her. If she could, she would not hesitate. At this moment, Su Kaiqian was fiddling with her universe pouch again. Su Kaiqian fiddled with it for a while before taking out a small bottle from her universe pouch. Su Kaiqian had always remembered that she was going to the gates of hell to catch the Eerie. But did she confuse the purpose of the trial with the purpose of catching the Eerie to brew wine? Small master. Someone is coming. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen looked behind her. She was naturally referring to Lai Xingyuan and the others, not the Eerie. However, Su Kaiqian looked like she didn't care at all. Previously, Su Kainqian had met Lai Xingyuan outside in the wilderness, but she did not leave with him. To Su Kainqian, Lai Xingyuan and the others were just strangers. If the chosen ones wanted to play with her, she might be willing. But if Su Kainqian was asked to do other things, they could forget about it. She would not listen to anyone's orders. Lai Xingyuan and the others could not order Su Kainqian around either. Su Kainqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen continued to walk towards the inner city area of Feng City. However, Su Kainqian did not move too quickly. She was just walking normally. After a while, Lai Xingyuan and the others caught up with Su Kainqian. At this moment, Su Kainqian turned around to look at Lai Xingyuan and the others. Lai Xingyuan and the others continued to walk towards Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian has yet to enter the inner city of Feng City. The eerie one beside her. It's the solitary mountain's ghost queen that appeared in the Yellow Spring Station dungeon. It's her. Now that I see her with my own eyes, I didn't realize that she was actually so stunning. It had to be said that to the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream, only the solitary mountain's ghost queen was beautiful. Could it be that there was no woman more beautiful than the solitary mountain's ghost queen in the eerie world? There had to be, but they hadn't seen one yet. However, the beauty of the solitary mountain's ghost queen was definitely one of the few in the eerie world. Regarding why the solitary mountain's ghost queen appeared in Feng City, Lai Xingyuan and the others were not surprised at all. The eerie world was interconnected. The timeline of Yellow Spring Station and the Netherworld Hell was definitely the same. However, the current Netherworld Hell had descended on the blue planet in the form of a dungeon. Immediately, the solitary mountain's ghost queen's expression changed. Her white clothes were dyed red by the scorching ghost aura. Under the contrast of the red clothes, the solitary mountain's ghost queen looked even more stunning. On the city wall in front of him, a ghost aura that filled the sky made the entire Feng City fall silent. Russell. Chapter 278 Chapter 278 The Chosen Ones Fight the Eerie Troops of Feng City. Chapter 278 The Chosen Ones Fight the Eerie Troops of Feng City. Swish swish. Ghost shadows appeared on the inner city wall of Feng City. They are here. Lai Xingyuan had already understood the situation in Feng City. Lai Xingyuan saw a dog-like black-clothed male Eerie appear in his sight. He recognized this Eerie at a glance. It was the Ghost Emperor of Feng City. Originally, when the Ghost Emperor of Feng City had personally brought his subordinates out, he did not expect Su Kainqian and the others to already be under the inner city of Feng City. In the beginning, the Ghost Emperor of Feng City did not understand why a human girl, coupled with a heaven-rank Eerie, could actually destroy 3 batches of his ghost subordinates. Only now did he realize that it wasn't just the human and the Eerie one. Instead, there were 12 humans and the Eerie one. On the left and right sides of the Ghost Emperor of Feng City, there were 10 Eerie holding mourning rods and life-threatening hooks. They were the 10 great ghost judges of Feng City. Clearly, all the subordinate forces in Feng City had already told him everything. Their goal was very clear. They wanted to kill Su Kainqian and the others who had caused the chaos in Feng City. Not only the ghost judges, but also the ghost officials and ghost envoys. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream could not help but sigh deeply when they saw this scene. I wonder when the chosen ones of our Dragon Kingdom will be able to deal with the troops of Feng City. There's no need to say anything about Lai Xingyuan. He can completely kill the Ghost Emperor of Feng City. I'm looking forward to it. Kill. I can't wait. The netizens wanted to see the ending very much. After all, the 12 chosen ones who had survived might not all have the strength of the human emperor realm, but at least half of them did. Lai Xingyuan, Su Kainqian, Jiang Jing, Sidu Jinghao, Liu Tangwang, Gao Kualan, and even Deng Yuging and Zhang Dabao, 2 chosen ones who had yet to show their true strength, might have the strength of the human emperor. However, in Feng City, only the Feng City's lord was at the Ghost Emperor level. The Eerie of Feng City were not considered powerful in the eyes of Lai Xingyuan and the others. The powerful thing was the Netherworld Hell that controlled the 9 ghost cities. In the Netherworld Hell, there were the 18 courts, Great Yama halls, and 5 underworld palaces. It was no exaggeration to say the troops of one court were comparable to 10 Fang cities. Those 18 courts could not compare to a Yama Hall. 10 Yama Halls were not comparable to one underworld palace. The Earthstore Bodhisattva who controlled the netherworld hell was the true terror. Gao Kuolan and the others looked at Lai Xingyuan. Now that Lai Xingyuan was the leader, they naturally had to hear what he had to say. Lai Xingyuan said to everyone, "There's nothing much to say. Let's just do it." Previously, Lai Xingyuan had not entered Fang City when Su Qian had caused chaos. Instead, he had wanted to wait for the chaos to stop before entering Fang City. Actually, it was not because he had been afraid of the eerie of Fang City, but because he had been afraid of the netherworld hell. However, this trial could only be completed with martial strength. Could it be that he should act like a pacifist, or beg the Ghost Emperor of Fang City to give him the seal certificate to enter the gates of hell? That was obviously impossible. Meanwhile, Su Qian looked up at the ghosts that appeared on the city wall, and actually became excited. Wow, so many eerie. She thought that she could fill up a bottle of wine. Would she be afraid? Ever since Su Yong had told Su Qian that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was a playground, Su Qian had never felt afraid. Then, Su Qian personally experienced that the Otherworld Instance Dungeon was really a novel and fun place. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had always been by Su Qian's side. Her only goal was to protect Su Qian to the death. Although Su Qian had the strength of a ghost emperor, she was still a 5-year-old girl. It was impossible to rule out that some eerie would fight without observing any rules. On the city wall, the Ghost Emperor of Fang City had no intention of negotiating. After all, he thought that Su Qian and the others were already provoking his position as the Ghost Emperor of Fang City. If he did not kill Su Qian and the others, he would lose all his face. How could he raise his head in front of the other Ghost City lords in the future? How could he protect Fang City? Therefore, the Ghost Emperor of Fang City would not negotiate with Su Qian and the others. There was no room for negotiation at all. However, the Ghost Emperor of Fang City was also sizing up Su Qian and the others. The Ghost Emperor discovered that Su Qian was the only one among these humans whose body contained a powerful ghost aura, but she was still a 5-year-old girl. However, other than Su Qian, Lai Xingyuan and the others were not ghost cultivators. There was no ghost aura in their bodies. But it did not rule out that Lai Xingyuan and the others were powerless. After all, Lai Xingyuan and the others were humans, and definitely not the eerie ones. The Ghost Emperor of Fang City did not believe that weak humans could resist his Fang City's troops. There are 2 or 3 female eerie who are not bad-looking. What a pity. Dang Yugang was also looking at the city whale. He realized that a few female eerie were as beautiful as flowers. The tense situation was also activated with the order of the Ghost Emperor of Fang City. Little ones, kill for me. The Ghost Emperor. Upon hearing the Ghost Emperor of Fang City's order, the eerie floated down from the city wall. Lai Xingyuan took the lead. He threw out a yellow talisman, and golden light constantly shot out from it. That was a soul-chasing talisman that specialized in dealing with the eerie. One had to know that 90 of the physique of the eerie was soul. If an attack that struck the soul only dealt 100 points of damage to humans, then the eerie would take 1 points of damage, or even more. With the soul-chasing talisman, Lai Xingyuan actually killed 10 ghost envoys in 5 seconds. One had to know that ghost envoys were existences above LE 20. Gao Kuolan launched a lightning palm attack, and an eerie one that was still floating in the air was immediately reduced to ashes. Of course, these eerie creatures were not to be trifled with. When they floated over, they also activated their ghost curses. There were ghost curses like thunderstorms, bullets, and so on. At this moment, the Chosen Ones and the eerie subordinates of Fang City fought all out. Even though the eerie subordinate to Fang City had an absolute advantage in numbers, Lai Xingyuan and the others were too ferocious. Facing hundreds of the eerie, Lai Xingyuan and the others were not at a disadvantage. Moreover, the situation was gradually becoming clearer. This was the first time the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream had seen such a grand scene. After all, This was the first time they had seen the Chosen Ones enter Feng City to fight. Even the onlookers were unwilling to see the Chosen One being tortured and killed. They were even more unwilling to see the Chosen One's life subserviently while they carried out an otherworld instance dungeon trial. Of course, they wanted to see the Chosen One sweep through the otherworld instance dungeon. That would be satisfying. The solitary mountain's ghost queen stood rooted to the ground because Su Kainqian did not move either. But she gasped. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. You actually turned the ghost emperor of Feng City into wine. Chapter 279. You actually turned the ghost emperor of Feng City into wine. The solitary mountain's ghost queen discovered something. Be it ghost envoys, ghost officials, or ghost judges. 1/5 of the eerie troops in Feng City had been killed by Lai Xingyuan and the others. How long had it been? Less than 10 minutes. However, none of the 12 chosen ones had died. The chosen ones who could leave the Avasai Hell were definitely not weak. They were at least heaven rank. On the city wall, when the ghost emperor of Feng City saw the change in the situation, he actually panicked. It was impossible for him to escape, because he could not escape either. Even if he escaped, he would be completely finished. If the ghost emperor of Feng City did not want to die, there was only one way. It was none other but to surrender. However, if he surrendered to humans, the ghost emperor of Feng City would be finished. He would die either way, unless Feng City could turn the situation around. But how could he turn the situation around? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also excited. In the past 28 years, it could be said that there were very few scenes where the chosen ones were tough on demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the alternate worlds. What did the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts take the chosen ones for? Ant Clown Bug. In the Otherworld instance dungeon trial, lowly, powerless, humiliated, tragically killed, tortured, and so on became labels of the chosen ones. As bystanders, they felt angry and uncomfortable. Only a powerful chosen one could counterattack. However, chosen ones without strength could only wait for death in the end. However, in this netherworld hell dungeon that had reached the difficulty level of 6 stars, the chosen ones that had passed the first trial were naturally not weak. Of course, they could resist the eerie troops of Feng City. Minutes ticked by. The ghost emperor of Feng City watched helplessly as his eerie subordinates were killed by Lai Xingyuan and the others one by one. He actually didn't want to go. However, could he turn the situation around? At least 5 chosen ones were stronger than the ghost emperor of Feng City. The ghost emperor of Feng City had already guessed the outcome. The current ghost emperor of Feng City could neither surrender nor seek peace. Could it be that he could let Lai Xingyuan and the others die obediently? Even a fool would die like this. Although surrendering was death, and dying in battle was death, the nature of the two was different. At the very least, if he died in battle, the netherworld hell would not pursue the relatives of the ghost emperor Feng City. They could even enjoy the treatment of a martyr's relatives. However, if he surrendered, the netherworld hell would definitely pursue the matter to the end. They would definitely deal with the relatives of the ghost emperor of Feng City. The ghost emperor of Feng City was a little regretful. If he had known that Lai Xingyuan and the others were so powerful, he would have given them a chance to negotiate. It was too late now. There was no way out. The ghost emperor of Feng City could only wait for death. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw the eerie subordinates of Feng City through the livestream images of Lai Xingyuan and the others. There were only about half of them left. The ghost emperor of Feng City is also doomed. He's scared now. Right. Of course. He can only wait to be killed. If Lai Xingyuan and the others weren't strong enough, Lai Xingyuan and the others would have to wait for death. The Otherworld instance dungeon trial is ultimately a human purgatory trial. While the netizens were discussing, they realized that Su Kainqian had flown up. Su Kainqian flew up the city wall. The solitary mountain's ghost queen followed closely behind Su Kainqian. Sister Eerie. The fire this Eerie is emitting is so big. Su Kainqian actually targeted the ghost emperor Feng City. As soon as these words were spoken, the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that Su Kankian was going to brew the ghost emperor of Feng City into wine. On the city wall, although the ghost emperor of Feng City was alone, he was LV 31, and was not weak. Even if it was Lai Xingyuan, if he fought the ghost emperor of Feng City, he might not be able to kill him with 100% certainty. He might even be killed by the ghost emperor of Feng City. It was just that Lai Xingyuan had a higher chance of winning. Lai Xingyuan and the others also saw Su Kankian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen flying up the city wall. Dang Yugen glanced at the ghost emperor of Feng City. He seemed to know very well that if Su Kankian killed the ghost emperor of Feng City, Su Kankian would be listed as the first target of the netherworld hell. On the city wall, without another word, Su Kankian opened the small bottle in her hand. A strange and sinister ghost aura spread out, as if forming a chain that wanted to suck the ghost emperor of Feng City in. There was no doubt that the small bottle in Su Kankian's hand was an extremely powerful treasure. Otherwise, how could it absorb the eerie and turn them into wine? As for the ghost emperor of Feng City, he was shocked. His body immediately released a shocking ghost aura. Under the entanglement of a chaotic ghost aura, the body of the ghost emperor of Feng City was completely out of control. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not expect the bottle in Su Kankian's hand to be so powerful that even the ghost emperor of Feng City was helpless. The ghost emperor of Feng City's face turned even paler. Originally, his eerie physique was a soul body, so his face was very pale. However, this ghost emperor of Feng City's face was so pale that it seemed to be covered in more than 10 layers of powder now. In the following moment, the ghost emperor of Feng City was sucked into the small bottle. The dignified ghost emperor of Feng City actually could not withstand a treasure used to collect ghosts. Lai Xingyuan and the others also saw this shocking scene. As for the eerie subordinates of Feng City, they were completely terrified. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also very shocked. Su Kankian actually turned the ghost emperor of Feng City into wine. FCK. What an awesome bottle. Even the ghost emperor of Feng City can't withstand it. Are you sure this is really just a bottle to hold wine? A transcendent big shot. My admiration for you is like the endless surging river or the overflowing yellow river. It's unstoppable. These netizens wanted to have something to do with Su Yang. They were even very willing to clean Su Yang's shoes. However, how could these netizens not know that Su Yang, who had transcendental strength, was no longer an ordinary existence? To Su Yang, beauty, money, power, and so on that mortals coveted became insignificant. If the netizens wanted to find a breakthrough, they could only look for it from Su Kankian. Even if she had the strength of a ghost emperor, she was still a 5-year-old girl. Hence, Su Kankian definitely offered the breakthrough they wanted. The netizens thought of someone. Wang Wangking. She's very familiar with Su Kankian. Yes. In the past 2 months, Su Kankian often asked Wang Wangking to play with her. Moreover, Wang Wangking is such a kind university student. She must be very naive. Right. I get it. Haha. The netizens knew that they could not marry Su Kankian. After all, she was only 5 years old. However, Wang Wangking was different. If someone could become Wang Wangking's husband, and Wang Wangking was as good as Su Kankian, through layers of connections, he would at least be able to live without worry for the rest of his life. He might even have a chance to soar into the sky. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. If you treat me well, I'll bring you to play. Chapter 280. If you treat me well, I'll bring you to play. It was indeed not difficult to conquer a female university student who had yet to experience the world, as long as you had money. However, Wang Wangking was different. She did not seem to be a greedy girl. At least she wasn't now. Even if she was greedy in the future, Wang Wangking, who had already become a cultivator, had ridiculously high standards. Unless she was blind, she really would not fancy a man who did not have the strength to fight demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. About half an hour later, because the ghost emperor of Feng City had been turned into wine by Su Kankian, those eerie subordinates of Feng Du had long become a pile of loose sand. They were either dead or fleeing. Therefore, this battle only took about 40 minutes. A moment later, Deng Yuging came to Lai Xingyuan's side and said, "One just interrogated him. We need the seal certificate of the ghost Emperor of Feng City to successfully enter the gates of hell." Gao Kuolan said, "You say that, but the ghost Emperor of Feng City has already been cleaned up by Su Kainqian with that bottle. How can we obtain the seal certificate of the ghost Emperor of Feng City?" Deng Yuging smiled and said, "We need the seal certificate of the ghost Emperor of Feng City, and we don't need the ghost Emperor of Feng City. His seal certificate is in the mansion in the inner city. Moreover, if we casually engrave it on our hands, we can directly obtain the qualifications to enter the gates of hell and complete the second trial." Lai Xingyuan sighed and said, "Then let's go over directly." He lamented because martial strength was indeed the most direct method. Otherwise, he would not know how to obtain the seal certificate of the ghost Emperor of Feng City, work for the ghost Emperor of Feng City, or do manual labor. There was only a 7-day deadline. It was impossible to obtain the seal certificate of the ghost Emperor of Feng City through any methods other than martial strength. Next, Lai Xingyuan and the others immediately walked into the inner city. However, they did not realize that when Su Kainqian brewed the ghost Emperor of Feng City into wine, she had already headed to the inner city under the instructions of the solitary mountain's ghost queen. In other words, Su Kainqian had gone to the inner city more than 10 minutes earlier than them, in a mansion called Feng City Manor in the inner city. Of course, there were other Eri in the mansion. However, they were all hiding. How could they not know that the ghost Emperor of Feng City was already dead? Moreover, the other members of the Eri race had either or died. Therefore, there would not be any other Eri coming out to stop them in the mansion. Even if there were, the solitary mountain's ghost queen would kill them. "Small master, this is the seal." The solitary mountain's ghost queen held the seal in her hand and imprinted it on her hand. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said, "The expiry of this seal voucher is in 14 days. After 14 days, you won't be able to enter and exit the gates of hell with the seal voucher." Su Kainqian did not care about this. She stretched out her right hand and said, "Sister Eri, imprint it on the back of my hand." Su Kainqian did not reject the seal. After all, the little red flower rewards she usually received when she was in kindergarten were also pasted on the back of her hand. The solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately did as she was told. The moment the back of Su Kainqian's hand was engraved with the seal of Feng City, the wind chimes rang. Then, the heavenly Tao system's voice sounded like a broadcast. "Congratulations, Chosen One No. 20, for obtaining the qualifications to enter the gates of hell of Feng City and successfully completing the second trial. Congratulations to Chosen One No. 20 for obtaining 20 heavenly Tao coins as a reward." Lai Xingyuan and the others had also heard the voice of the heavenly Tao system. They were still on their way, so fast, because Su Kainqian has the power to automatically find a path. Right, there's still the solitary mountain's ghost queen beside her. Let's hurry over too. Lai Xingyuan and the others were afraid that if they were slow, there would be another unforeseen event. After all, they had caused such a huge trouble in Feng City. The news would definitely spread to the Netherworld Hell soon. However, in Lai Xingyuan's opinion, the Netherworld Hell would definitely send other Eri to Feng City to investigate what had happened. If it was such a coincidence that he happened to encounter the investigating Eri, wouldn't he be finished? It was much safer to obtain the seal certificate and enter the gates of hell as soon as possible. Trial 3 Chosen One No. 20. Please obtain the qualification to enter the 18 courts within 7 days. After completing Trial 3, you will obtain a heavenly Tao reward. Warm reminder: those who are overdue will be killed. Good luck. Su Kainqian heard the voice of the heavenly Tao system, but she was thinking about other things. Sister Eri, let's enter the gates of hell. Su Kainqian was already excited. She seemed to have a feeling that there might be more fun and novel things in the gates of hell. She could even get the pastry she had been looking forward to all this time. She had always remembered this part. Bring a bottle of wine for her father and some sweet ghost ink pastry. Small master, do you know where the gates of hell or the solitary mountains? Ghost Queen asked curiously when she saw that Su Kainkian had already walked out of the residence and was walking in a certain direction. Su Kainkian pointed at the arrow above her head and said, "Everywhere one want to go, an arrow will appear above my head." Arrow. The solitary mountains Ghost Queen did not notice any arrows above Su Kainkian's head. Of course, that was an arrow that only Su Kainkian could see. The solitary mountains Ghost Queen did not ask any more questions. She followed closely behind Su Kainkian. The solitary mountains Ghost Queen looked at Su Kainkian's petite back, but for some reason, she felt a sense of familiarity. Perhaps the solitary mountains Ghost Queen had also followed behind Su Yon back then, which was why she had the same feeling. What made the solitary mountains Ghost Queen feel strange was that she also felt an inexplicable sense of security from Su Kainkian. Su Kainkian was clearly just a human little girl, but she could make the solitary mountains Ghost Queen feel so at ease. However, she had never let down her guard, because her determination to protect Su Kainkian had never wavered. The solitary mountains Ghost Queen hated herself for not being strong enough to help Su Kainkian share everything. But sharing everything, could it still be called sharing? Wouldn't that be taking on everything? If the solitary mountains Ghost Queen was strong enough, she would really do this. However, her current Ghost Dao strength had yet to reach the level of the Ghost Emperor. To put it bluntly, the solitary mountains Ghost Queen's strength was inferior to Su Kainkian's. Su Kainkian had asked the solitary mountains Ghost Queen to come over to play with her, not to send her to her death. After all, a child's intuition was very accurate. Even if Su Kainkian did not know anything about the ways of the world, she knew that the solitary mountains Ghost Queen treated her very well. This was the real reason why Su Kainkian asked the solitary mountains Ghost Queen to play with her. Su Kainkian's thoughts were that simple. She would bring along anyone who was genuinely good to her. However, the solitary mountains Ghost Queen had taken all the responsibility on herself, so her heart became extremely heavy. Found it. Chapter 281. Chapter 281. Not human, not ghost, not life, not death. Chapter 281. Not human, not ghost, not life, not death. There was a secluded forest to the left of the mansion. In the middle of the forest, a black door appeared. Clearly, this was the gates of hell that led directly to the netherworld hell. When Su Kainkian approached the door, it sensed something from the seal in Su Kainkian's hand, and the door slowly opened. A pitch-black passageway entered Su Kainkian's sight. Su Kainkian didn't think too much about it and walked in. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen naturally followed closely behind. Perhaps because the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was used to the pitch-black environment, she could tell the direction based on her intuition. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen also held Su Kainkian's small hand. Su Kainkian did not resist. "Sister Eerie, your hands are so warm." Su Kainkian could feel a sense of warmth from Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's hands. One had to know that the Eerie were all living beings with extremely heavy yin energy, and they were all souls. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen seemed different. Could it be because the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was a fire Eerie? Little did she know that a fire Eerie's flames would not warm one's heart. It could only be said that the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had passed her affection to Su Kainkian. At the same time, Lai Xingyuan and the others also arrived at a mansion in Feng City. Lai Xingyuan obtained the seal, and imprinted Feng City's seal on everyone. This was the proof necessary for entering the gates of hell. Ring ring ring. Then, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations to Chosen One No. 1. Chosen One No. 4. Chosen One No. 6. Chosen One No. 7. Chosen One No. 8. Chosen One No. 10. Chosen One No. 11. Chosen One No. 14. Chosen One No. 16. Chosen One No. 17. Chosen One No. 18. And Chosen One No. 19. You have obtained the right to enter the gates of hell of Feng City. You have successfully completed the second trial and obtained 20 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Lai Xingyuan and the others were not overjoyed because they had obtained 20 heavenly Dao coins as a reward. One had to know that with such strength, they were really not interested in money. Money was a piece of cake. Moreover, they had only completed the second trial. It was too early to be happy. Immediately after, the voice of the heavenly Dao system continued to spread. Trial 3 chosen 1 no. 1. Chosen 1 no. 4. Chosen 1 no. 6. Chosen 1 no. 7. Chosen 1 no. 8. Chosen 1 no. 10. Chosen 1 no. 11. Chosen 1 no. 14. Chosen 1 no. 16. Chosen 1 no. 17. Chosen 1 no. 18. And chosen 1 no. 19 must obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts within 7 days. After completing Trial 3, you will obtain a heavenly Dao reward. Warm reminder: those who are overdue will be killed. Good luck to everyone. At this moment, Deng Yuging took the lead to talk about the third trial. Leader, let's talk about how to obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts while looking for the gates of hell in Feng City. Right, Deng Yuging said. In everyone's impression, Deng Yuging was a very gentle person. He was clearly already 32 years old, but he did not give off a mature and steady feeling. However, they had to admit that what Deng Yuging said was right to the point. Lai Xingyuan said, the 18 courts are much more dangerous than the 9 ghost cities. One learned from the 3 female Eri that the Lord of the 18 courts was personally appointed by the Earth Store Bodhisattva. However, I have a piece of news to tell everyone. Gao Kuilan asked, Brother Lai, don't tell me that the Eri who had an ill-fated relationship with you 23 years ago is a gatekeeper of the 18 courts. Lai Xingyuan glanced at Gao Kuilan. Gao Kuilan gave off a mysterious feeling, but it was undeniable that she was very strong and ruthless. Lai Xingyuan nodded and said, yes, the matter between us is no longer a secret. She is now the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass. 1. Plan to obtain the qualifications to enter Qingming Pass. Lai Xingyuan said, I might be 70 to 80 selfish. However, I'm sure that if I obtain the qualifications to enter Qingming Pass, the danger factor will not be greater than that of other trials. The reason why Lai Xingyuan was so certain was that he and the Eri woman at Qingming Pass were truly in love. Actually, what obstructed them was not the fact that humans and ghosts had different paths, nor was it that they were separated by life and death. It was because they were from different worlds that they had no choice but to be separated. Deng Yuging teased, just because Brother Lai is a sentimental person, one have no objections. What about you? The last question was directed at the other chosen ones. As for the other chosen ones, they chose to believe Lai Xingyuan. Deng Yuging said, since we've all obtained the qualifications to enter the gates of hell, the next step is to find them. Deng Yuging asked Lai Xingyuan, Leader, how do you think we can pass through the gates of hell? Lai Xingyuan said, I've also learned before that there's a Yellow Springs Road in the gates of hell. I reckon that you obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts there. I see. Deng Yuging took a deep breath. He seemed to have thought of something, but he could not pinpoint it. Gao Kuilan said, we came out of the Avasai Hell, went to Feng City, then entered the gates of hell, which lead to the Yellow Springs, and will finally enter the 18 courts. One guessed that the Otherworld instance dungeon of the Netherworld Hell is guiding us to hell. Deng Yuging also thought of this problem, but he did not know why. In any case, these trials were undoubtedly interconnected. Of course, if one could not pass the first trial, they could not carry out the second and third trials. Lai Xingyuan said, let's not think about these questions later. For now, let's find the gates of hell. Everyone nodded and sought the gates of hell in the inner city of Feng City. Everyone thought of catching the Eri and asking where the gates of hell were. This was not difficult. Moreover, they all had seal certificates now that could open the gates of hell. In the gates of hell, Su Kainqian saw a ray of light ahead. At this moment, The solitary mountain's ghost queen still did not let go of Su Kinkian's small hand. She said, "Small master, the Yellow Springs Road is ahead." "What kind of road is the Yellow Springs Road?" Su Kinkian asked curiously. Solitary mountain's ghost queen said bluntly, "That's a path you can't turn back on." The solitary mountain's ghost queen then added, "Only by walking through the Yellow Springs, crossing the river of forgetfulness, crossing the bridge of helplessness, seeing the 3 live stone, and finally finding the spider lily can you enter the 18 courts of the netherworld hell." Su Kinkian nodded seriously, and her big eyes actually flickered with a lively expression. The reason why she listened so seriously was because she felt that it was so novel. In fact, this was also the first time Solitary Mountain's ghost queen had entered the gates of hell. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen had not entered the netherworld hell either. After all, not everyone could go down to the netherworld hell. The ghost emperors of the 9 ghost cities were basically giving authorization to the other Eerie to enter the gates of hell. Chapter 282 Chapter 282 If you have money, you can travel the world. But if you don't, you can't move. Chapter 282 If you have money, you can travel the world. But if you don't, you can't move. Translator Henny Translations. On the Yellow Springs Road, the aura was very deep. Looking back, became darker and darker, as if one could nor find north at all. This was what it meant by there was no turning back. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen was extremely vigilant. This was because the danger-shed encounter in the netherworld hell was no longer something she could easily resolve. In addition, Solitary Mountain's ghost queen cared a lot about Su Kinkian's safety. "Small master, there's a situation." The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen looked ahead. The moment a cold wind blew, a black-clothed Eerie's figure appeared. After squatting for a few days, one finally met someone. The black-clothed male Eerie said, "Robbery. Hand over all the money." In the Eerie world, there were actually Eerie blocking the way and robbing. When the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen looked at the black-robed male Eerie in front of her, her expression turned extremely sharp. Su Kinkian asked, "Sister Eerie, is he delicious?" The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen said, "He is an earth Eerie, but he is not a ghost ink pastry." Upon hearing this, Su Kinkian completely ignored the black-clothed male Eerie. Su Kinkian ignored him, but that did not mean that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen would let him off. Furthermore, the black-clothed Eerie was here to rob them, so it was impossible for it to let Su Kinkian and the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen leave. However, it was only a true level Eerie. The Solitary Mountain 1's ghost queen could completely deal with it. Of course, there were other levels of the Eerie in the netherworld hell. Moreover, it was on the road to hell. How stupid. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen thought that he only had the strength of LV 22 Ghost Dao. He actually dared to rob Su Kinkian and her. It was indeed too silly. Bang. In an instant, it was as if a firework had bloomed in front of them. In fact, it was the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen who had activated the fire spell that had blown up the black-clothed bandit Eerie. Under the burning of the fire spell, the soul of Eerie would really release brilliant fireworks. A moment later, after walking through a quiet bamboo forest path, they arrived at a desolate path. However, there were lights flickering in front of them. There was actually a stall in such a desolate place. However, the things sold at the stall were not snacks, but kai. Of course it wasn't gas, natural gas, or anything like that. It was yin kai. It was yin kai that could increase the strength of Ghost Dao. 10 hell coins for a bottle of yin kai. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen looked at the dazzling array of bottles on the stall. The owner of the stall was an old but sinister-looking Eerie. She looked like an old granny buried in the ground. "This is the yin kai that I've spent 20 years collecting. One guarantee that it will satisfy you," said old Granny Eerie sincerely. Upon hearing this, Su Kinkian asked, "Sister Eerie, what is yin kai?" The yin kai in these bottles is a kind of energy derived from the heaven and earth spiritual aura. It can make us Eerie stronger. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen could explain in more detail, But she was afraid that Su Kaienkian would not understand. Su Kaienkian nodded and asked, "Then, Sister Eerie, how much is 10 Tklahel coins?" Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen said honestly, 500 Tklahla Heavenly Dao coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were shocked. You can even sell Yin Kai. Moreover, a bottle of Yin Kai actually costs 500 Tklahla Heavenly Dao coins. Is it the old Yin Kai from 1982? Haha. Su Kaienkian has at least 50 Yin Yo Tklahla Heavenly Dao coins. The netizens seemed to understand that Yin Kai was equivalent to cultivation resources of the Ghost Dao. After all, the Eerie's physique was very special, completely different from the human physique. The Eerie's physique was a soul. Su Kaienkian then asked, "Is Yin Kai delicious?" The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen said bluntly, "Not only can you become stronger by absorbing enough Yin Kai, but there are also many benefits. You can stay young and energetic forever." The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen believed that a bottle of Yin Kai was not worth this money at all. She did not think too much about it. After all, this was the netherworld hell. It was very reasonable for prices to be more than 10 times the usual. The Ghost Queen took out a stack of hell coins. She bought a bottle of Yin Kai. Then, she handed it to Su Kaienkian. "Small master, just take a breath of Yin Kai and you'll know." The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen didn't know how to describe Yin Kai and whether it was delicious or not. Humans would become weak after inhaling Yin Kai, and might even lose their lifespan. Some might even die on the spot. However, Su Kaienkian had a powerful ghost aura, and could cultivate the Ghost Dao, so she did not have to worry about her life. On the contrary, Su Kaienkian could also increase her Ghost Dao strength. The moment Su Kaienkian opened the bottle, a wave of Yin Kai was sucked into her nose. "It smells like pastry." Su Kaienkian remembered very clearly that it was the taste of the ghost ink pastry she had eaten previously. There was a sweet and delicious feeling. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen said, "When Yin Kai is absorbed into the body, it will transform into one's own Ghost Kai and increase the strength of the Ghost Dao. However, 1 or 2 bottles of Yin Kai can't even satisfy true level Eerie." Su Kaienkian nodded and fiddled with Re-Universe pouch. Soon, she took out a box from his universe pouch. "Granny, I want to buy 10 bottles." Su Kaienkian directly transferred 5 Yin Heavenly Dao coins over. Su Kaienkian didn't buy it for herself. She bought it for her father. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen said, "Since Small Master is so sensible, Master must be very pleased." How could the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen not know that her master looked down on this kind of Yin Kai? However, Su Kaienkian's intentions were worth more than 10 bottles of Yin Kai. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen glanced at the old Granny Eerie and said, "Old lady, aren't you afraid of robbery by setting up a stall in such a desolate place?" The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen knew that this old granny's Ghost Dao strength was only LV 13. "Little girl, this is your first time in the netherworld hell, right?" the Granny Eerie asked, and then said, "On this Yellow Springs road, without my guidance, it's impossible to reach the end. Take 7 steps back from this position, and you'll be able to cross this Yellow Springs road." The Granny Eerie pointed at her feet. Upon hearing this, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen was very surprised. One actually needed guidance to walk through the Yellow Springs. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen thanked. "Thank you, Granny. You're welcome. You've already left a toll." The old Granny Eerie said bluntly. Only then did the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen understand. Wouldn't that mean that if they didn't do her business, she wouldn't give it out? Then, the old Granny Eerie said, "After walking through the Yellow Springs road, if you want to cross the River of Forgetfulness, you need Demon Child's guidance." The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen immediately nodded. She seemed to know how to obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts. On the way, they needed guidance. To put it bluntly, it should be about money. Only now did she understand that the robbery just now was strange. Even if his strength was inferior to hers, he still came to block the road to rob. In fact, he wanted to obtain enough money to leave a roll for Granny Erie and walk through the Yellow Springs. Otherwise, they would never be able to walk out of here. The greed in the Erie world was even greater than that of humans. With money, you could do whatever you wanted in the Erie world. And if there was no money, it might be difficult to take a single step. However, the Erie were all rich. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream also sighed. Isn't this equivalent to collecting tolls from people driving on the highway? Chapter 283 Chapter 283 The third trial is simply a free-point question. Chapter 283 The third trial is simply a free-point question. You have to be rich in the Erie world. In the third trial, it's not enough to have strength. You have to have money. However, the chosen ones have already obtained 30 Inyanyo to fly Heavenly Dao coins in the first and second trials. The third trial is simply a free-point question. How could the netizens not know the importance of money? There was a multiple-choice question not long ago. Which should one choose between 700 dragon coins and 700 points for the college entrance examination? Almost all of them chose 700 dragon coins. It turned out that there were less than 1 in 100 people in Dragon Country. Hence, it was difficult for a hero not to have money. Money could make ghosts push millstones. Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen walked through the Yellow Springs. However, they arrived at a riverbank. The river water was bloody yellow in color, and the river water was filled with all kinds of filth. Even the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen felt very terrified. Not only was it horrifying, but if one fell into the river, only bones would be left. However, there was a lone boat in the middle of the river, which was especially eye-catching. On the boat, there was a person with white eyes, a patch of red grass on his head, and blood stains on his legs. Customers, do you want to cross the river? Devil Boy piloted the boat and arrived in front of Su Kankian. Seeing this, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen asked, "How much for one person?" Devil Boy smiled sinisterly. "Hey, as much as you want." As soon as these words were spoken, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew that this was a trap. He said that they could pay him as they pleased. If he was not satisfied, they would definitely have a share of the white bones in the river. Could it be that they had to kill Devil Boy? In fact, this Devil Boy was even weaker than the old Granny Erie. He was only at LV 8. She only needed to wave her hand to kill this Devil Boy. If she killed him, how could he cross the river? She knew very well that be it the Grandma Erie on the Yellow Springs Road or the Devil Boy in the River of Forgetfulness, they were only working for the Netherworld Hell. Although the old Granny Erie and Devil Boy were weak, they both had special abilities. One could guide them on the Yellow Springs Road, and the other could bring people across the River of Forgetfulness. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen gave this Devil Boy 20 ghost coins. The human and the Erie would each pay 10 coins to cross the river. After the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Su Kankian boarded the ship, Devil Boy began to steer the ship. As he did so, the filth in the river actually purposely moved away. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen also sensed that this Devil Boy was filth himself. When Devil Boy steered the boat and reached the center of the river, he actually stopped. What was he trying to do? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream seemed to know the answer. Not enough money? We're going to fail miserably. This is 2FC King Bad. Who said that the third trial is a free-point question? In fact, 10 hell coins was not a small sum. According to the current ratio of dragon coins to Heavenly Dao coins, it was equivalent to 75 Inyanyo dragon coins. Crossing the River of Forgetfulness was actually not possible even for 75 Inyanyo dragon coins. But that was true. On the road to hell, Su Kankian gave away 5 Inyanyo Heavenly Dao coins. 10 Netherworld coins were equivalent to 500 Heavenly Dao coins. After Devil Boy in the middle of the River of Forgetfulness let out a terrifying laugh, he actually jumped into the River of Forgetfulness with a plop. The filthy things in the river were nibbling at the boat. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew very well that it would be useless even if she killed Devil Boy. Small master. I miscalculated. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kaonkian picked up a bamboo pole. They were already in danger of death. Yet Su Kaonkian still had the mood to play. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was naturally anxious. This might be just like the saying that the emperor was not anxious. But the eunuch was. Sister Eerie. It's so fun to steer the boat. Su Kaonkian completely ignored the filthy things that were nibbling the boat in the river of forgetfulness. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had no time to respond. She released a cold ghost aura, and released a fire curse in an attempt to remove the filth around the boat. However, her ghost techniques were actually useless against these filthy things. Not only were they useless, but it also sped up the devouring of the filth in the river of forgetfulness. It would probably eat the boat up in less than a minute. As for the power of the ghost owl, the reason why it was not effective against the filth was actually very simple. Filth was originally of extreme yin. Ghost techniques were like adding fuel to fire. Only extreme yang energy could restrain this filth. When these filthy things approached the boat, they actually retreated. Only then did Solitary Mountain's ghost queen come to a realization. Small Master is originally a human. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen knew the humans had 3 yang flames on their heads and shoulders. Coincidentally, the yang fire could dispel the filth. In a moment, the boat was steered by Su Kaonkian. It's fun. This was Su Kaonkian's first time experiencing the joy of steering a ship. Wherever she went, the filth was dispersed. Devil Boy, who was in the river of forgetfulness, popped out his bloody head and watched helplessly as Su Kaonkian pushed the boat to the other side of the river. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were enlightened. Who objected to me saying that the third trial was not a free question? Doesn't that mean that human chosen ones can easily cross the river of forgetfulness? But to the Eerie, this is an extremely terrifying river of forgetfulness. When the netizens saw Su Kaonkian, she continued walking after reaching the other side. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen blamed herself. Small Master, Taokian has frightened you. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen lowered her head slightly and said, Small Master, Ziokian is short of money now. I'm afraid I can't help you clear the level. Upon hearing this, Su Kaonkian tilted her head and asked, Sister Eerie, why aren't you happy? The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen sighed and said, Small Master, Ziokian has no money now. Su Kaonkian said, I have a lot of money. I'll treat Sister Eerie to play. Su Kaonkian still had more than 51 Inyanyo Heavenly Dao coins. That was equivalent to more than 1 Inyanyo ghost coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen immediately felt very ashamed. But there was nothing she could do. When the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen heard that Su Kaonkian had come to the Eerie world, she was overjoyed. She had thought that she could protect Su Kaonkian. She'd have helped Su Kaonkian shoulder everything. However, things did not go as planned. Not to mention that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen's ghost cultivation was inferior to Su Kaonkian's, and she could not protect her. Dutifully, the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen's neck was already tightly held when it came to money. The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen knew very well that they still had to cross the bridge of helplessness and see the 3 lives stone. In the end, there was also the guide fee to find the spider lily. All of this required money, and she was already powerless. Not only was she unable to pay, but she also had to get Su Kaonkian to pay for her. That was why the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen felt so ashamed. However, Su Kaonkian's motive in making the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen come was very simple. Because the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen treated her very well, Su Kaonkian wanted to bring her along to play. Su Kaonkian had never thought of letting the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen protect her. It was just that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen had undertaken the responsibility of protecting Su Kaonkian on her own. Sister Eerie, it's so lively ahead. Chapter 284 Chapter 284 Mengpa Soup is a shocking scam. Chapter 284 Mengpa Soup is a shocking scam. Many eerie appeared on the edge of an endless bridge. The solitary mountain's ghost queen naturally noticed it. Just as the solitary mountain's ghost queen was about to say something, she realized that Su Kainqian had already jogged towards the side of the bridge. The solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately followed Su Kainqian. Tens of seconds later, there was actually a stall by the bridge. However, the stall seemed to be brewing something. These eerie surrounded the stall. When the solitary mountain's ghost queen saw the words on the stall, she knew that the price of Meng Pa soup had been greatly reduced. A bowl of Meng Pa soup cost 79,999 hell coins. It'll also give you a bowl of nourishing noodles. The solitary mountain's ghost queen raised her thin eyebrows. She was at a loss. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were all surprised. What, the price of Meng Pa soup has been greatly reduced? What the hell is this? Let's not talk about Granny Meng's soup. This promotional method is so familiar. The supermarkets here often have such activities. For example, buying electrical appliances and delivering laundry detergent. There's actually such a trick in the eerie world, but it's much better than those evening price cuts. Everyone slashes once and doesn't lose any health even after watching tens of thousands of slashes. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream stopped chatting and watched Su Kainqian's livestream. They wanted to find out what was going on. At this moment, Su Kainqian pointed at the pot and asked, "Sister Eerie, what is this old Granny Eerie doing?" Su Kainqian only saw the old Granny Eerie in front of the pot stirring with a spoon. Moreover, during the stirring process, some strange materials were added. "She's making soup," the solitary mountain's ghost queen said concisely. Su Kainqian then asked curiously, "Making soup to drink?" The solitary mountain's ghost queen nodded and said, "Yes, making soup to drink. Does it taste good?" Su Kainqian also wanted a bowl. The solitary mountain's ghost queen pondered for a moment and said, "Small master, Zhaoqian has never drunk this Meng Pa soup either. It's said that only by drinking Meng Pa soup can one cross the bridge of helplessness." The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not explain in detail to Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian could not understand what she was trying to say. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was an eerie of the eerie world. She naturally had some understanding of the Meng Pa soup in the netherworld hell. Although she had never drunk Meng Pa soup, she knew that after drinking Meng Pa soup, she would not be confused and wander on the bridge of helplessness. However, a bowl of Granny Meng's soup was too expensive. It actually cost 79,999 hell coins. That was nearly 4 Heavenly Dao coins. Wasn't this bridge fee ridiculously expensive? The group of eerie surrounding the stall naturally also discovered Su Kainqian, this human little girl. However, they did not seem to have any intention of attacking Su Kainqian. Why is a human girl going to the netherworld hell? Who cares? That's right. One look and you can tell that she's from a poor family. Granny Meng, hurry up. My wife is about to give birth. Granny Meng, is the soup not ready yet? These eerie began to rush Meng Po, as if they couldn't wait. Although this was the eerie world, there was no lack of humans. It was just that in the eerie world, the eerie dominated this world, just like how the blue planet was dominated by humans. In the eyes of the eerie, humans were just weak and humble existences. It was just like how humans on the blue planet thought that everything in the world existed for people's sake. At this moment, Meng Pa soup was finally ready. These eerie fought to buy Granny Meng's soup. "Is there any free Granny Meng's soup?" An eerie one with branches all over its head asked in a trembling voice. "There's no free Meng Pa soup in this world, let alone a pie falling from the sky." Meng Po replied in an ancient voice. "Poor bastard. Get lost. Don't waste everyone's time. You're really a F-seeking poor guy. Why are you lining up if you don't have money? Get lost." The eerie in the line behind all spoke ill of the eerie one that wanted the soup for free. The eerie with branches all over its head actually went crazy and began to snatch Meng Pa's soup. He really managed to snatch a bowl of Granny Meng's soup. Was it that simple? Why didn't these eerie people snatch it? Then, This eerie one with branches all over its head finished a bowl of mengpa soup in one gulp, and quickly fled to the bridge. However, once on the bridge of helplessness, this eerie one was swaying as if it was bewitched. No matter how it walked, it looked like a pitiful worm wandering in loneliness, fear, and confusion. Mengpa soup has to contain a drop of raw tears, 2 kind of old tears q, 3 portions of bitter tears, 4 cups of tears wept in regret, 5 inches of tears shed in lovesickness, 6 goblets of tears from illness, 7 sheng of farewell tears, and also my mengpas 8 tears. Only the soup that I mengpo can scoop is called the mengpa soup. Mengpo had just finished speaking when Su Kaienqian actually walked away. She suddenly lost interest in Granny Meng's soup. The solitary mountain's ghost queen could not understand why Su Kaienqian did not want to drink anymore. Small master, what's wrong? The solitary mountain's ghost queen asked. Su Kaienqian said, Daddy said that tears are bitter. I'm not drinking anymore. Only then did she understand that Su Kaienqian had treated Granny Meng's soup as tears. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that the mengpa soup was made from tears, but she knew that it was not bitter. Because of the various forms in the world, mengpa soup tasted different every time the Eerie drank it. It might be sour, bitter, or spicy. Small master. Just as the solitary mountain's ghost queen was about to explain, she saw Su Kaienqian walking towards the bridge of helplessness. Su Kaienqian stood on the bridge of helplessness and called out to the solitary mountain's ghost queen, Sister Eerie, let's go somewhere else. This scene shocked the Eerie who were lining up to buy mengpa soup. Even Granny Meng found it unbelievable. Su Kaienqian stood on the bridge of helplessness, but she did not linger on the bridge like a lonely ghost. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream discussed it. Just now, we saw the Eerie on the bridge of helplessness. It was like it had lost its soul and was floating back and forth. Why is Su Kaienqian fine? Do you think there's a possibility that Su Kaienqian is still young and doesn't have any complicated feelings, so she doesn't have any distracting thoughts? Is that possible? Granny Meng's soup is fake. What do you mean? Do you think you can just believe it if you don't believe it? So be it. It's up to you to believe it or not. Most of the netizens felt that there was something strange about the mengpa soup, but they could not explain it. However, the Eerie believed it without a doubt, and they had seen it with his own eyes. If someone did not drink mengpa soup, it was impossible for him to cross the bridge of helplessness. When the solitary mountain's ghost queen heard Su Kaienqian shout, she actually stepped onto the bridge of helplessness without hesitation. However, the moment solitary mountain's ghost queen stepped into the bridge of helplessness, she actually stayed on the spot without moving. It was as if she had lost his soul. It was exactly the same as the Eerie with withered branches on its head. Sister Eerie. Chapter 285. Chapter 285. The road is under my foot. Chapter 285. The road is under my foot. Su Kaienqian took the initiative to hold the solitary mountain's ghost queen's hand and walked across the bridge of helplessness. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen still looked like she had lost her soul. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream talked again. Perhaps there's a mysterious power in this foggy bridge of helplessness that won't let someone who hasn't drunk mengpa soup pass through the bridge of helplessness. I think so too. It might be a mysterious power that can make the Eerie lose their souls the moment they step onto the bridge of helplessness. As for Su Kaienqian, she's a human, so she's immune to this mysterious power of the bridge of helplessness. As expected, the third trial is a free-point question for the chosen ones. From Su Kaienqian's situation, the netizens knew that after entering the gates of hell and coming to the Yellow Springs Road, they only needed to buy a few bottles of yin kai as a toll. As for crossing the river of forgetfulness, there was no need to pay. Anyone could cross it. On the bridge of helplessness, Su Kaienqian held solitary mountain's ghost queen's hand and walked halfway. The solitary mountain's ghost queen seemed to have woken up from a dream. She no longer lost her soul. As a result, the solitary mountain's ghost queen understood the secret of the bridge of helplessness. When she lost her soul, she thought that she was in reality, but when she woke up, she realized that she was still in a dream. The solitary mountain's ghost queen's consciousness completely separated and became a lonely soul. If not for the warmth from Su Kaienkian's palm, she would never have been able to walk out of the bewitched state. However, it also allowed the solitary mountain's ghost queen to learn the secret of the bridge of helplessness. What she could not let go of was only the recurrence of her dreams, which could only be placed in the depths of her consciousness. If you think it's real, it's real. If you think it's fake, it's real. From the beginning, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was already confused. If she had never understood it, how could there be truth and falsehood? As for doubting the authenticity, it was an insurmountable hurdle. The truth was that this was just an ordinary bridge. Granny Meng's soup was only a medicinal catalyst. It also made the dream more realistic, making reality more realistic. If the solitary mountain's ghost queen and Su Kaienkian had not thought of the bridge of helplessness from the beginning, she would not have fallen into a trap. After walking down the bridge of helplessness, there was a three-way intersection. At the intersection, the road signs indicating the previous life, this life, and the next life appeared. The solitary mountain's ghost queen also knew that this was a multiple-choice question at the crossroads. Which path should one choose to see the 3 lives stone on the 3 lives path? Someone appeared at the triple fork in the 3 lifetime road. 3 eerie ones, red, blue, and green appeared. Do you need a guide? All 3 of the eerie waved at Su Kaienkian. She knew that only by seeing the 3 lives stone could she walk the 3 lives path. If one had money, it would be easy for them to reach the 18 courts of the netherworld hell. After all, from the moment they entered the gates of hell, they needed money to clear the level. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said to Su Kaienkian, "Small master, if we pay them, they can bring us to sightsee the 3 lives stone." After the solitary mountain's ghost queen said this, she immediately felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. After all, she wanted her small master to pay for it. Sister Eerie, what is the 3 lives stone? Su Kaienkian asked curiously. Zhaoqian isn't very sure either. One only heard that after seeing the 3 lives stone, one can walk the 3 lives path. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said honestly. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream became curious. Speaking of which, can you really know your previous life, this life, and the next life after seeing the 3 lives stone? The path of 3 lifetimes is like a passing horse. In the end, it's just a dream. Brother, are you an expert? I'm a participant in the mortal world. Why do you care so much? Just pay up. If the fickle netizens had to choose, they would just pay and walk the path of 3 lifetimes. The netizens saw that Su Kaienkian had chosen the leftmost path. They saw Su Kaienkian picking flowers by the roadside, so she directly ignored the eerie of the 3 lives stone. There's more over there. Su Kaienkian was still a girl when the solitary mountain's ghost queen stepped forward and followed behind Su Kaienkian. She realized that the 3 paths had disappeared. The solitary mountain's ghost queen found it very strange. There was clearly a path. So why was it gone? Could it be an illusion? But it didn't look like an illusion. After stepping on a few flowers, Su Kaienkian handed them to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Sister Eerie, here you go. Su Kaienkian handed all the flowers she had gathered to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. As for the solitary mountain's ghost queen, she was still thinking about how the 3 lives path had disappeared. She guessed that it would be the same as the bridge of helplessness. They had fallen into a trap from the beginning. 10 minutes later, a new path appeared beneath Su Kaienkian and solitary mountain's ghost queen's feet. The solitary mountain's ghost queen asked in surprise, "Small master, how do you know that the path has always been under your feet?" Su Kaienkian actually asked, "Hasn't the road always been under our feet?" The solitary mountain's ghost queen seemed to have woken up from a dream. So the road has always been under my feet. It's just that Zhaoqian is looking into the distance. It was also because of this that she knew that the 3 lives path was just a show. The real path had always been under her feet. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, is that elder brother who is a participant in the mortal world here? You're really FC King awesome. You're right. The path of 3 lifetimes is just a dream. The true path is under my feet. Expert. Please accept my bow. As the netizens lamented, they looked at Su Kainkian's live broadcast. At this moment, Su Kainkian had actually walked into a vast and boundless grassland. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was still shocked. The solitary mountain's ghost queen thought back to the gates of hell, to the yellow springs, then to the river of forgetfulness, the bridge of helplessness, and the 3 lifetimes path. When she found out the truth, she realized that the truth was so simple. However, such a simple truth made the eerie fall into it and unable to extricate themselves. Small master, the spider lily might be in this grassland. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that as long as they found the spider lily, they could obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts. The solitary mountain's ghost queen looked around again. A dignified female Eerie entered the eyes of the solitary mountain's ghost queen. The female Eerie pointed to the left, as if she was indicating something. The solitary mountain's ghost queen looked in the direction that the Eerie woman was pointing, and saw a blooming flower. Resurrection lily. The solitary mountain's ghost queen began to feel suspicious. It had to be that the female Eerie deliberately set up a trap. That was because they had yet to pay. How could she guide them to the spider lily there? As expected, the solitary mountain's ghost queen discovered that the female Eerie was setting up a trap. This was because when the solitary mountain's ghost queen walked up, she realized that the spider lily was only identical to the flower in her hand. Her understanding of the spider lily was that it could not be touched. The solitary mountain's ghost queen looked back at Su Kainkian. Chapter 286. Chapter 286. She felt like she was going to fly. Chapter 286. She felt like she was going to fly. The solitary mountain's ghost queen saw Su Kainkian fiddle with the universe pouch. After a while, Su Kainkian took out a bottle of milk. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's live stream were all thinking of a problem. How many bottles of milk did Su Kainkian bring? That's not the point. Didn't you notice? Notice what? Ever since she entered the Otherworld Instance dungeon, she hasn't stopped. She's always busy with something. One wonder what she's busy with. The netizens recalled Su Kainkian. It was the same in the previous Otherworld Instance dungeon. It was clearly a trial, but they saw that Su Kainkian had been playing. The most unbelievable thing was that Su Kainkian had actually passed the Otherworld Instance dungeon trial. It was as if everything had been predestined. But it was unexpected. It was just like how Su Kainkian did not drink Mengpa's soup and walked across the bridge of helplessness. Instead of choosing the path of 3 lifetimes, she had walked a true path. Small master. In the grassland, the solitary mountain's ghost queen walked to Su Kainkian's side. Sister Eerie, this is for you. Su Kainkian actually took out a bottle of milk and handed it to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Even if the Eerie had a soul for body, they could naturally drink milk. Keep it for yourself. Small master. Ziokian can't take it. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not dare to take it. Alright. Su Kainkian put the milk back into her universe pouch. She continued to fiddle with her universe pouch. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were very curious. How many things did Su Kainkian bring in her universe pouch? Every time they saw Su Kainkian fiddle around for a while before she could get what she wanted. Small master. After we find the spider lily, we can obtain the qualifications to enter the 18 courts. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said to Su Kainkian. However, Su Kainkian only nodded slightly. Su Kainkian took out a box. Sister Eerie, if you don't drink milk, eat pastries. Su Kainkian's box of pastries was from the restaurant in Feng City. Even though Su Kainkian did not feel hungry, she ate with relish. Moreover, it was given to the solitary mountain's ghost queen. The solitary mountain's ghost queen could not guess Su Kainkian's thoughts at all. At this moment, Su Kainkian dialed a number on the pink turtle child smartwatch. Beep beep. The phone rang. In less than 5 seconds, it was picked up. Although Su Kainkian had 1000 live voice transmission, she could only reach her father through the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Hey, hey, Daddy. Su Kainkian greeted the pink turtle child's smartwatch. Kainkian, what are you doing now? The voice on the other end of the phone was still calm, and carried concern. Daddy, I'm eating pastries, Su Kainkian said. On the other end of the phone, Su Yong's voice sounded again. Kainkian, did you encounter something you don't understand? MMHMM. Su Kainkian nodded, and said, Daddy, Sister Eerie isn't happy. As soon as these words were spoken, the solitary mountain's ghost queen trembled. Her nerves were already very tense. Now that she heard Su Kainkian's words, she felt that her mind was in a mess, and did not know how to explain. The solitary mountain's ghost queen explained in a panic. Master, Xiaoqian is not unhappy. It's just that I can't share your worries. I feel very guilty. I've let you down for treating me so well. There was no response on the other end of the phone. After an unknown period of time, Su Yong's voice sounded again. Kaimkian has grown up again. Daddy is so happy. Upon hearing this, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was stunned. However, in the next moment, she revealed a disappointed expression. As for why the solitary mountain's ghost queen was disappointed, of course, the reason was that Su Yong did not respond to her. Even if he scolded the solitary mountain's ghost queen, she would still be happy. Kainkian, are you playing with Sister Eerie? Su Yong asked. Su Kainkian immediately nodded. Yes. Sister Eerie is very good to me, but she's not happy. On the other end of the phone, Su Yong's voice immediately sounded. She'll be happy after you hug her. Dad, won't understand. Su Kainkian nodded. Then I'll hang up first. Su Yong's words were still so calm. Okay, Dad. Bye. Su Kainkian responded again and hung up. Su Kainkian really did as Su Yong said over the phone. Su Kainkian spread her arms and said to the solitary mountain's ghost queen, Sister Eerie, Daddy said that you would be happy after a hug. The solitary mountain's ghost queen hugged Su Kainkian in relief. Swish swish. Suddenly, the surrounding aura gathered on the solitary mountain's ghost queen's body like a vortex. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were immediately dumbfounded. What happened? I only saw Su Kainkian hug the solitary mountain's ghost queen. How strange. It was not only the netizens who were surprised. Even the solitary mountain's ghost queen was very surprised. Why did Su Kainkian's hug make her feel like she was about to fly? It was as if her ghost Kai was constantly surging out. Could it be? At this moment, the solitary mountain's ghost queen finally understood. It was Su Kainkian who had activated the ghost slave curse. Just like how Su Yong had activated the ghost slave curse on her back then. It was as if she had been reborn. Although the solitary mountain's ghost queen had always addressed Su Kainkian as her small master, Su Kainkian did not use the ghost slave curse on her. As for the ghost slave curse, it was a master-servant ghost curse between the Eerie. It had the same effect as the familiar contract in the Divihuman world. However, activating the ghost slave curse required a huge amount of yin kai to activate the effect of the master-servant ghost curse. In other words, the power obtained by the solitary mountain's ghost queen came from the master-servant ghost curse. Whoosh! Immediately, the solitary mountain's ghost queen's body underwent a subtle change. Not only was her figure even more charming, but the ghost ore released by her body had also become dark red. Moreover, the ghost fire in her heart had become even more exuberant. The solitary mountain's ghost queen clearly felt that her strength had already reached the level of a ghost empress. At this moment, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was overjoyed. Because her strength had reached the level of the ghost empress, she could protect Su Kainkian well. Not far away, a shiny door suddenly appeared. That was the door to the 18 courts. Su Kainkian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen obtained the qualifications to enter the 18 courts. At that moment, the solitary mountain's ghost queen understood that the spider lily was not in the distance. Nor was it in front of her. It was in her heart. Su Kainkian could clearly use money to clear the level. But it was as if she was the real guide. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream also felt that it was very unbelievable and shocking. Was it a coincidence? Or was it predestined? However, there were no coincidences in this world. All coincidences were just premeditated results. However, how could a 5-year-old girl plan so far ahead? Perhaps Su Kyun simply wanted to play happily with the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Chapter 287 Chapter 287 Money in the eerie world is really omnipotent. Chapter 287 Money in the eerie world is really omnipotent. Ring ring ring. The wind chimes rang. Then, the voice of the heavenly Tao system spread like a broadcast. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 20. For successfully completing the third trial and obtaining the qualification to enter the 18 courts. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 20. For obtaining 30. Inyo. Heavenly Tao coins as a reward. I have a lot of money again. Su Kyun shook her head, her young face revealing an innocent smile. Perhaps Su Kyun did not know how important the heavenly Tao coins were, but Su Yong had told Su Kyun that the heavenly Tao coins could bring about a better experience. Actually, Su Kyun would not be stingy with the heavenly Tao coins she obtained. As it turned out, that was indeed the case. Su Kyun spent millions of heavenly Tao coins at once. It could be said to be insane. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan and the others also entered the gates of hell. They had just arrived at the Yellow Springs Road. Su Kyun completed the third trial so quickly. It's amazing. Perhaps it's because the third trial is not as difficult as the second trial. In short, we have to work together to complete trial 3. If Lai Xingyuan and the others joined forces, he would definitely be able to complete the third trial. That's strange. Gao Kuolan was the first to notice something amiss. What's strange? Dang Yugang asked. Gao Kuolan said to Lai Xingyuan, Leader, did you notice that we're walking on the Yellow Springs Road as if we're going back? Lai Xingyuan immediately fell into deep thought. Lai Xingyuan looked around. It was still very quiet and desolate, but he did not realize that there was no turning back. However, when they saw the lights in front of them, they immediately understood. It was really as Gao Kuolan had said. They had been walking straight ahead. So how could they have turned back? There's something else that's very strange. Why is there a small stall on such a desolate Yellow Springs Road? Moreover, it's an old Granny Erie selling yin kai in bottles. Deng Yugang said. Could it be that there's something strange about the old Granny Erie? Are we in a maze? Don't tell me I have to kill the old Granny Erie to walk out of the maze like Yellow Springs Road. It's hard to say. Anyway, let's ask the old Granny Erie first. Lai Xingyuan and the others were not stupid. They had only walked the Yellow Springs Road once, but they had already discovered something was amiss. They also knew that there was something wrong with the old Granny Erie selling yin kai in bottles. The voice of the heavenly Tao system sounded again. Trial 4 Chosen 1 No. 20. Please obtain 20. Inyo. Declare hell coins in the netherworld hell within 7 days. After completing the 4th trial, you will obtain a heavenly Tao reward and a special heavenly Tao reward. Warm reminder: if you are late, you will be erased. Good luck. Hearing this, Su Kyun asked the solitary mountain's ghost queen beside her. Sister Erie, how much is 20? Inyo. Declare hell coins. Su Kyun knew that hell coins were the currency of the Erie world, but she didn't know how many heavenly Tao coins 20. Inyo. Hell coins were equal to. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said bluntly. Small master. 20. Inyo. Zivniflia ghost coins is equivalent to 1 billion heavenly Tao coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen's previous net worth was only 20. Declare hell coins. 20. Inyo. Declare hell coins was her previous net worth. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream saw the voice of the Heavenly Tao system through Su Kyun's livestream. It turned into words and appeared on the screen. They were very shocked. I can't believe they have to earn 20. Inyo. Declare hell coins in 7 days for the 4th trial. How much dragon coins is that? It's just 150 billion. Anyway, it's an unreachable number for me. How do you get so many hell coins? Moreover, it's within 7 days. Could it be that they'll be robbing in the netherworld hell? Robbing 3. Inyo. Declare hell coins a day. The dungeon trials in the Erie world are really related to money. The netizens completely realized that be it this 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon, or the Eerie Worlds dungeon that had descended previously, they were basically related to money. Moreover, with money, one could directly clear the level. However, the problem was that there was no money. The netizens started discussing the situation again. Speaking of which, if they actually need to obtain 20 coins in the 4th trial, what do they need so much money for? The trials are always interconnected, so it must be in preparation for the 5th trial. Do I need you to tell me? I'm asking what kind of thing in the netherworld hell needs you to have so many hell coins? None of the netizens could guess why 20 hell coins were required in the 4th trial. However, the netizens could guess that the 4th trial was simply as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even in Dragon Country, it was wishful thinking to earn 150 billion dragon coins in 7 days. However, it was equivalent to earning more than 20 billion dragon coins a day. Furthermore, it was in this eerie world. Although strength was not related to money, there was hope with strength, even if the hope was very slim. On the Yellow Springs Road, Lai Xingyuan and the others had already gathered at the stall. However, they were thinking about something else now. The 4th trial is actually to obtain 20 hell coins. That's equivalent to 1 billion heavenly Dao coins. The number of heavenly Dao coins we have so far is only 60. The difference is more than 10 times. The key is that we only have 7 days. Although Lai Xingyuan and the others had yet to complete the 3rd trial, since they knew that the 4th trial was to obtain 20 hell coins, they should consider it in advance. Right. Moreover, they might be able to earn some ghost coins during the 7 days of the 3rd trial. However, they did not know if that would count when the time came. If it was only hell coins earned during the 4th trial counted, it would be difficult. If not, they would at least have a few more days to obtain ghost coins. We have to obtain hell coins in the netherworld hell. We are still on the road to hell. It seems that only by stepping into the 18 courts will we truly begin the 4th trial. The person who said this was not Deng Yugang, Gao Kualan, or Lai Xingyuan. Instead, it was a chosen one No. 7 whose appearance did not match her age. Tan Qin was clearly 38 years old, but she actually looked like a sweet girl of 11 or 12 years old. This was a real legal lowly aunt. Right, Lai Xingyuan said. In that case, we can only focus on completing the 3rd trial. As for the problem of obtaining hell coins, well, wait for the 4th trial to begin before taking action. Lai Xingyuan shifted his gaze to the old Granny Eerie in the stall. I'll give you 100 heavenly Dao coins. Tell me how to walk out of this Yellow Springs Road. Little did he know that 100 heavenly Dao coins could not buy a bottle of Nkai at the stall. Gao Kualan picked up a bottle of Yin Kai and said, I'll buy a bottle. She seemed to have guessed how to walk out of this Yellow Springs Road. Actually, it was not difficult to explain. Just selling things on the desolate Yellow Springs Road was already very strange. In addition, it was a LV 10 or so old Granny Eerie. Therefore, Gao Kualan speculated that if she helped the old Granny Eerie with her business, she might be able to walk out of the Yellow Springs. After all, the love for money in the Eerie world was far beyond humankind. At the same time, on Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's side, they were choosing which court to enter. Chapter 288 Chapter 288 Beauty of the Eerie. It's simply not enough. Chapter 288 Beauty of the Eerie. It's simply not enough. Although it was said that they were choosing, it was actually the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's choice. Small Master. Among the 18 courts of the Netherworld Hell, she is the master of Kingming Pass. She has been in power for the past 3 years. The forces under her are relatively weak and not very stable. Even though the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew that Su Kankian would not completely listen, she would still say what she needed to say. Su Kankian pointed at the large door in the middle and said, Sister Eerie, the black door. Su Kankian did not like black. She liked pink. It was just that she felt that there would be ghost ink pastry behind the black door. The solitary mountain's ghost queen accompanied Su Kankian towards the black door in the middle. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were still talking in full swing. How will Su Kankian get 20 hell coin in 7 days? Will she let the solitary mountain's ghost queen carry out an indescribable transaction? How is that possible? You don't say? It's really possible. If the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that Su Kankian needed to obtain 20 hell coins in 7 days, she would carry out an indescribable transaction without hesitation. That's right. What's wrong with letting an eerie one who would rather give her life to Su Kankian make a deal? If I had the money. Many netizens coveted the solitary mountain's ghost queen. After all, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was really too beautiful. So what if she was an eerie one? At the same time that Su Kankian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen entered the court, Lai Xingyuan and the others had actually walked out of the Yellow Springs Road. It was because Gao Qiulan had guessed that there would be a toll on the Yellow Springs Road. So Lai Xingyuan and the others paid the toll and walked out of the Yellow Springs Road under the guidance of the old Granny Eerie. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan and the others could not help but sigh. I know that the Eerie world is very greedy, and I also know that money can make ghosts work. But I didn't expect money to be omnipotent in the Eerie world. Hee hee. It seems that if we have enough money, we can successfully pass all the trials in this 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon. However, the key is that we don't have much money. The 2 trials we completed also netted us a total of 30 coins, but exchanged for hell coins, we only obtained 600 When you mentioned hell coins, I thought of the 4th trial. I actually have to obtain 20 hell coins in 7 days to pass the 4th trial. Although Lai Xingyuan and the others were not interested in money, money was omnipotent in this eerie world. Lai Xingyuan and the others did not have any special ways to earn money for the time being. However, some chosen ones thought of manual work service. Although Lai Xingyuan and the others were not weak, they had to bow to 20 hell coins. Therefore, among them, there could really be chosen ones who would provide manual work services to the eerie. However, they did not think too much about the 4th trial now. This was because they were still in the midst of the 3rd trial. Lai Xingyuan and the others arrived at a bloody yellow shore. The river was filled with terrifying filth. They also saw Devil Boy in the River of Forgetfulness. When Devil Boy approached the river with the boat, Lai Xingyuan immediately asked, "How much is it to cross this River of Forgetfulness?" Now, everyone understood that there was nothing that money could not solve in the eerie world. If there was, it would mean that you had not given enough money. You can just give me whatever you want. When Devil Boy said this, he let out a terrifying laugh. Lai Xingyuan and the others started conversing again. I can tell it's a trap at a glance. That's right. If we don't pay enough, we might get on the boat to the middle of the river before he throws us down. This river must be very terrifying. One wonder what that is. On the Yellow Springs Road, we each bought a bottle of Yin Kai and spent 500 Heavenly Dao coins. To be safe, let's each give this eerie 500 Heavenly Dao coins. Right, that makes sense. We can't be stingy, or well suffer a huge loss. Leader, what do you think? Deng Yugang and the others looked at Lai Xingyuan. The latter was the leader, so they had to listen to him. Lai Xingyuan also nodded, and said, "Yes, then each of you will give this Devil Boy 500 Heavenly Dao coins as a river crossing fee." When they paid, Lai Xingyuan and the others did not feel any heartache. Although 500 Heavenly Dao coins were equivalent to more than 70 dragon coins. With their strength, it was easy for them to obtain more than 70 Heavenly Dao coins in Dragon Country. Moreover, the chosen one who passed the 2 trials of the Netherworld Hell had 30 Heavenly Dao coins. They had only used 1 Heavenly Dao coins on the Yellow Springs Road and the River of Forgetfulness. In a few minutes, Li Xingyuan and the others actually successfully crossed the river of forgetfulness. They sighed again. Money is really useful in the eerie world. It looks like you can buy anything. When I have time, one want to buy 2 female eerie servants. Is he a bad person? Must they be eerie? There's a strange beauty in the eerie. You haven't experienced it before. So of course you don't know. When Dang Yugang said this, he actually looks like he had not had enough. However, Li Xingyuan and the others did not talk to Dang Yugang about this topic. In fact, they knew very well that even if they passed the 3rd trial, they would not have to spend money in the 4th trial. Instead, they would have to earn money. It was just that they'd be earning hell coins. As for how to earn them, perhaps they had their own thoughts. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, there were also many netizens watching the live broadcast of Li Xingyuan and the others. Of course, there were also many discussions about them on the screen. Li Xingyuan and the others passed the 3rd trial faster than Su Kanqian. Li Xingyuan and the rest used money to clear the trials. But Su Kanqian spent money on the road to hell and took the rest for free. Her trial was definitely much harder. Was it difficult? Didn't we see that Su Kanqian was unimpeded along the way? The netizens could not continue the conversation. The difficulty that the netizens saw was that the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was comparing herself to Su Kanqian. However, in reality, Su Kanqian had really walked through the Yellow Springs Road smoothly, crossed the river of forgetfulness, crossed the bridge of helplessness, walked out of the road of 3 lifetimes, and found the spider lily. In the end, she completed the 3rd trial of the Otherworld Instance Dungeon Netherworld Hell, Netherworld Night Court Pass. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen held Su Kanqian's hand. After entering through the black door, it was as if they had entered a pitch-black tunnel. After walking for a few minutes, the light ahead became stronger. At this moment, Su Kanqian and Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen appeared on a path. The scene in front of them was immediately reflected in the eyes of Su Kanqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. Sister Eerie. It's so big. Chapter 289. Chapter 289. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is really too fragrant. Chapter 289. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is really too fragrant. Meanwhile, in front, a building in the shape of a mountain tomb whose top couldn't be seen appeared in front of Su Kanqian. How big was it exactly? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could not say because from here, it seemed to be in front of her. However, the trees in front of them were like grass in front of this tomb-like building. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said, "Small Master, there are 6 Ghost Emperor cities in each court pass. 5 of them are led by the 5 Ghost Emperors of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, respectively." Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen continued, "Be it the Golden Ghost Imperial City or the Wood Ghost Imperial City, they are directly governed by the Silent Night Ghost Imperial City and listen to the Ghost Emperor of Serene Moon Pass." Su Kanqian nodded, not fully understanding. She understood a little, but she didn't quite understand. Sister Eerie, do they have ghost ink pastries? Su Kanqian asked. She really remembered the ghost ink pastry at all times. This time, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not gloss over it, and said bluntly, "Yes, there are ghost ink pastries in Earth Ghost Imperial City." Although ghost ink pastry was prohibited from being sold, this was the eerie world. Money could make the world go round. Only money could make everything happen. There was nothing money could not solve. In fact, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen also loved money. However, she was willing to do anything for Su Kanqian. "Small Master, let's go to the Earth Ghost Imperial City of the Netherworld Night Court Pass." The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen naturally knew that the area of the Netherworld Night Court Pass was more than 10 times that of Fang City. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen floated up with Su Kanqian. Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen continued, "Small Master, in the eerie world, money can do anything." Su Kanqian nodded. About 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Netherworld Night Court Pass, there were a few ghost soldiers guarding it. A human girl, Ghost Empress level eerie, What a strong ghost aura. These ghost soldiers guarding the door did not mean that the ghost aura of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was very strong, but that the ghost aura in Su Kankian's body was very strong. Furthermore, they also discovered an extremely special smell on Su Kankian's body. It was a fragrance that could make them drool. Sister Eerie, how much is the ticket? Su Kankian asked the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. Su Kankian treated the court as an amusement park. She needed to buy tickets to enter. In truth, entering Netherworld Night Court Pass really required money. Before the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could answer Su Kankian's question, one of the ghost soldiers in a consortium suit answered, "Kid, half price." Ghost Emperor. "EO. How much is that?" the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen asked. 600 hell coins. The ghost soldier in the robe answered candidly, "Only 600 hell coins. If it was the full price toll, it would only be 2 hell coins." However, it was not cheap. However, no matter how poor the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was, she still had 600 hell coins. After the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen paid, she entered the Netherworld Night Court Pass with Su Kankian. There were actually 5 more paths in the Serene Moon Court Pass. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen brought Su Kankian to the left and right paths, because Earth Ghost Imperial City was over there. At the same time, on the side of the Bridge of Helplessness, 100 hell coins for a bowl of Granny Meng's soup. 5 heavenly Dao coins. Tisk, tisk. Lai Xingyuan and the others were stunned when they saw the price of the Mengpa soup. "Leader, I have a bold idea," Liu Tangwang said. Everyone knew what Liu Tangwang's bold idea was. However, Gao Kuolan immediately refuted it. "It won't work. If it had been right, these Eerie who had bought Mengpa soup would have killed Mengpo long ago. But why didn't they?" Hearing Gao Kuolan's words, Deng Yugang actually analyzed 2 reasons. It seems that only Mengpo can scoop Mengpa's soup. Also, if we kill Mengpo, there might be another Mengpo coming to replace her. We won't be able to cross the Bridge of Helplessness either, Deng Yugang said. Lai Xingyuan felt that Deng Yugang's words made sense. "Everyone, just obediently buy Granny Meng's soup and drink it. Then, you can successfully cross the Bridge of Helplessness." Lai Xingyuan finally decided to use money to clear the level. Although 5 heavenly Dao coins was not a small sum, everyone still had 29 heavenly Dao coins on them. And Lai Xingyuan had tens of millions of heavenly Dao coins. After a while, Lai Xingyuan and the others spent 5 heavenly Dao coins to buy a bowl of Mengpa's soup to drink. "It's bitter. My bowl of Granny Meng's soup is sour. Why do one feel like him drinking malatang? Stinky, did you put stinky tofu in it?" "I don't think so. The Mengpa soup one drank has a sweet taste." Lai Xingyuan and the others drank Mengpa soup, and it tasted different for everyone. However, they did not care too much. After drinking Mengpa soup, they walked onto the Bridge of Helplessness. Perhaps it was the effect of Mengpa soup. They had really successfully crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. Little did they know that Mengpa soup was a shocking scam. However, Lai Xingyuan and the others were completely clueless. They had already fallen into the trap when they heard that it was a Bridge of Helplessness. Because if you think it's real, it's real. If you think it's fake, it's also real. Unless you have forgotten yourself. After crossing the Bridge of Helplessness, Lai Xingyuan and the others looked back and sighed in their hearts. "It's so convenient to have money. It's hard to move without money. I've changed my mind a lot about money." Of course, on the blue planet, money can do very little. But in the Eerie world, money is omnipotent. Lai Xingyuan and the others knew very well that as long as they had enough money, they could even buy the Netherworld Hell. Let alone pass the trial of the Netherworld Hell. How many hell coins did it cost to buy a Netherworld Hell? They would probably not be able to buy a Netherworld Hell even if they earned 10 years worth of money. At the same time, on Su Kankian's side, she and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen arrived at Earth Ghost Imperial City. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen paid the entrance fee again. It was still half price for children. while a ghost emperor got a discount. However, the total cost was only 300 hell coins. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could not help but complain. FCK. There's a fee. There's a fee. It's darker than the national era. Although in the eerie world, money is everything. But money is worse than a dog. Right. Let's see how Su Kainqian obtains 20 hell coins in 7 days. The netizens were naturally curious. In fact, they were curious if the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would carry out indescribable services. After all, money would come quickly. Moreover, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was already at the level of the Empress. And she was beautiful. If she carried out indescribable services, then even if it was expensive, there would be many eerie who would pay for the indescribable services of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. After all, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was really too fragrant. The netizens saw the appearance of Earth Ghost Imperial City through Su Kainqian's live broadcast. Well, this is really a hellish place. Chapter 290. Chapter 290. Are you sure this is Earth Ghost Imperial City? Chapter 290. Are you sure this is Earth Ghost Imperial City? As far as the eye could see, the buildings of Earth Ghost Imperial City were actually a large number of mud houses. Moreover, the houses built were extremely similar to mud tombs. So many graves. Su Kainqian was dazzled. She looked at the eerie walking past her. There was a patch of yellow soil or black soil on their heads and soil all over their bodies. However, there were also some who were completely clean, but they emitted a strange lime smell. Small master. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen darted into the eerie group without any fear. She was clearly in the eerie world, but she appeared calm and composed. She even walked around completely. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen originally wanted to remind Su Kainqian not to kill the eerie everywhere in the court. After all, this was the Netherworld Night Court Pass. They would get into big trouble. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was only Su Kainqian's ghost servant. However, Su Kainqian did not attack the eerie in the surroundings for the time being. However, the surrounding eerie cast Su Kainqian strange looks and started talking. A human girl. She actually went down to the Netherworld hell alone. She is quite bold. It smells so good. But the ghost aura on her is so strong. These eerie discussing the situation seemed to know that Su Kainqian was most likely a human little girl who knew the ghost Dao. However, the ghostly aura on Su Kainqian's body was too ferocious, making the eerie not dare to act rashly against her. However, there would always be a few pairs of evil eyes staring at Su Kainqian. At this moment, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen immediately came to Su Kainqian's side, and released a terrifying ghost aura, causing the surrounding earth eerie to tremble in fear. The current Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already reached the level of a LV 30 Ghost Empress in the Ghost Dao. Although she was only a LV 30 Ghost Empress, it was enough to make Ghost Emperors not dare to act rashly. In addition, Su Kainqian also had a powerful ghost aura, under the intimidation of 2 layers of strong ghostly aura. Not only did the surrounding eerie not dare to act rashly, they even distanced themselves from Su Kainqian. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan and the others were still in the 3rd trial. After crossing the bridge of helplessness, they arrived at a 3-way fork. At this moment, Deng Yuging frowned, feeling as if he had been slaughtered like a fish. Deng Yuging did not say it out loud, but he was thinking about Granny Meng's soup. He understood that Meng Pa soup was fake. He had not realized it before, because he had followed his consciousness. Deng Yuging took out a cigarette and lit it with his finger. Then, he blew out a mouthful of smoke and muttered to himself, "I'm not smoking cigarettes, but loneliness." Lai Xingyuan and the others only treated Deng Yuging's words as nonsense. However, when Gao Kuolen heard these words, she seemed to have suddenly come to a realization. She recalled that after drinking Meng Pa's soup, there was no reaction in her body. She said mysteriously, "I also spent money to buy a bowl of loneliness." At this moment, Deng Yuging and Gao Kuolen looked at each other without saying a word. The other chosen ones treated it as if they were talking nonsense, and did not catch what they were thinking. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream heard it clearly. Gao Kuolan and Dang Yugang seem to have hidden very well. I keep feeling that both of them are very powerful. Maybe someone saw through it. But they didn't say anything. That taciturn Fan Jian didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. Is it possible that he's mute? Haha. I'm joking. The netizens felt that Lai Xingyuan and the others were not simple. Not only were they not simple, but they might not even have revealed half of their strength. While the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were talking, Lai Xingyuan and the others saw 3 Eerie waving at them from the 3 forks. Of course, they would pay again. Lai Xingyuan walked to the path of this life and asked the Eerie, "How much does it cost to bring us to the 3 lives stone?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Eerie creature immediately said, "The money of 3 lifetimes." Another riddle. How much is 3 lives? I know. In my previous life, it was double. In this life, it's twice. In my next life, it's 3 times. Just give it according to this multiplier. How much is that? Someone has calculated that an average person's life is 5. Dragon coins. That's considered a lifetime's worth of money. Lai Xingyuan began to calculate. That was 333 Heavenly Dao coins. There were only 150 Heavenly Dao coins in total. Seeing this, Lai Xingyuan took the lead and gave the 3 Eerie 150 Heavenly Dao coins, and these 3 Eerie creatures really led the way. Little did he know that the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream had become armchair strategists. You gave it to them for nothing. The road is right under your feet. Can't they tell? After Lai Xingyuan and the others are brought to see the flowers, they'll realize that the road was under their feet. Right. If the netizens hadn't seen Su Kinqian walk the 3 lives path and see the 3 lives stone, they wouldn't have known that the path was under her feet. However, it was only 150 Heavenly Dao coins. To Lai Xingyuan and the others, it was nothing. A few minutes later, under the guidance of the 3 Eerie, they walked through the 3 lifetime path, saw the so-called 3 lifetime stone, and walked out of there. Dang Yugang only understood after the incident. It was a wasted trip. If he had not made this trip, Dang Yugang would not have discovered it. In any case, he just had to pay. On Su Kanqian's side, in the Earth Ghost Imperial City, under the lead of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, Su Kanqian entered a tea house. Rather than calling it a tea house, it was more like a mountain grave. In room A2 of the tea house, a female Eerie in white was holding a pot of tea. Then, she asked the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, "Dear customer, I'll pour tea for you." The female Eerie even stole a glance at Su Kanqian, who was beside her. It seemed to be the first time she had seen a human girl, and she was so cute. The key was that the fragrance emanating from Su Kanqian's body made this female Eerie lose her composure. The tea is about to overflow. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knocked on the table. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's expression was very cold, scaring the Eerie server so much that she trembled. "I'm sorry, dear customer." The female Eerie server hurriedly apologized. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was not angry. She wasn't afraid of causing trouble, but she couldn't be bothered to argue with a server. "Dear customer, what snacks do you want?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Kanqian immediately said, "I want ghost ink pastry." When the words ghost ink pastry entered the Eerie server's ears, she trembled again. "In that case, please wait for a moment. I'll go invite the boss over now." As for why the female Eerie had to call the boss, it was because the ghost ink pastry was a huge deal. She was just a server, and could not make the decision at all. "I want 5 portions," Su Kanqian said. Chapter 291 Chapter 291 Food made on the spot. Fresh and Eerie ingredients. Guaranteed. Chapter 291 Food made on the spot. Fresh and Eerie ingredients guaranteed. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not know why Su Kanqian wanted 5 portions of ghost ink pastry. After all, 1 portion of ghost ink pastry could fill the stomach of an Eerie. Su Kanqian did some calculations. 1 for Dad, 1 for Sister Eerie, 1 for Sister Gongshuang. and one for big sister. Yeah, I made a mistake. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said. There's no mistake. Small master forgot to count herself in. The solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately paid attention. What she cared about were the other two sisters that Su Kaienqian mentioned. One was Sister Gongchuang, and the other was some big sister. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not know who they were, but she could guess that they were girls from Su Kaienqian's world. However, to be able to get Su Kaienqian to bring them ghost ink pastry, they had to be girls who had a good relationship with Su Kaienqian. That would definitely be good. One was Lin Gongchuang, who took care of Su Kaienqian's daily life meticulously. The other was Wang Wangqing, who was genuinely good to Su Kaienqian, and had accompanied her many times. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was different. She was a ghost servant who was willing to give up her life for Su Kaienqian. A moment later, an Eerie with a piece of green soil on its head came to room A2. Dear customers, I'm the owner of this popular tea house. Do you really need 5 portions of ghost ink pastry? The tea house owner was not afraid of selling prohibited food, because if he was found out, he could deal with it with some money. The reason why the boss Eerie confirmed it again was because Su Kaienqian wanted a lot. That's right. One want 5 portions of ghost ink pastry. Su Kaienqian stretched out 5 fingers and waved them in front of the boss Eerie. Then, let me invite you, dear customers, to the back kitchen to make it on the spot. I guarantee that it will be fresh Eerie. The boss Eerie said bluntly. Small master. 111 go over. Wait for me here. The solitary mountain's ghost queen could not let Su Kaienqian see an overly bloody scene. Yes. Yes, Su Kaienqian nodded. Actually, Su Kaienqian was not afraid of seeing a bloody scene. The boss Eerie awkwardly said to Su Kaienqian, Dear customer, because it's a special case, you need to pay first before getting the goods. This boss Eerie was very good at reading people's expressions. Earlier, the solitary mountain's ghost queen had called Su Kaienqian a small master, and he knew that Su Kaienqian was the true master. That was why he told Su Kaienqian about the money. How much is it? Su Kaienqian asked. 1 portion of ghost ink pastry costs 10 ghost coins. 5 portions will be 50 ghost coins. As it's made on the spot, we still have to charge Lu ghost coins for freshness. A total of 100 ghost coins. This boss Eerie actually refused to cut down the 100 ghost coins at the back. It was not that he did not know how to do business, but this boss Eerie did not intend to give them a good deal. In the end, he was just greedy. Sister Eerie, how much is that? Su Kaienqian asked. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said honestly, 500 heavenly Dao coins. Su Kaienqian simply transferred the heavenly Dao coins to the boss Eerie. The netizens in the heavenly Dao livestream realized that Su Kaienqian would pay for everything. Of course, she would also take free things. The solitary mountain's ghost queen followed the boss Eerie to the back kitchen. The ghost ink pastry was made from earth Eerie, the kind that grew on the black soil. Therefore, the fresher earth Eerie it was, the better ghost ink pastry made of it would taste. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were quite shocked when they heard for the first time that the Eerie could be brewed into wine and made into food. However, now that they thought about it, she could eat the Eerie, otherworldly beasts, and even anything that could be eaten. Eating was also a university question. Suddenly, a series of words appeared on Lai Xingyuan and the others' live broadcast. In a grassland, Lai Xingyuan and the others obtained the qualifications to enter the 18 courts. Thus, they completed the 3rd trial. Congratulations to Chosen One No. 1. Chosen One No. 4. Chosen One No. 6. Chosen One No. 7. Chosen One No. 8. Chosen One No. 10. Chosen One No. 11. Chosen One No. 14. Chosen One No. 16. Chosen One No. 17. Chosen One No. 18. And Chosen One No. 19. You have obtained the qualifications to enter the 18 courts, and successfully completed the 3rd trial. You have obtained 30 Inyenyo Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. Seeing this, Lai Xingyuan and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although the third trial was very simple, and could be passed directly as long as one paid, it still cost more than 8. Heavenly Dao coins. Trial 3 Chosen 1 No. 1. Chosen 1 No. 4. Chosen 1 No. 6. Chosen 1 No. 7. Chosen 1 No. 8. Chosen 1 No. 10. Chosen 1 No. 11. Chosen 1 No. 14. Chosen 1 No. 16. Chosen 1 No. 17. Chosen 1 No. 18. And Chosen 1 No. 19. Please obtain 20. Hell coins each in the netherworld hell in 7 days. After completing trial 3, you will receive a Heavenly Dao reward and a special Heavenly Dao reward. Warm reminder: those who are late will be killed. Good luck to the chosen ones. Lai Xingyuan and the others did not think about what the special Heavenly Dao reward was. Instead, they were thinking about how to obtain 20 hell coins in the netherworld hell. However, at the moment, they had to consider entering the 18 courts. Lai Xingyuan and the others looked at the 18 doors that led to the 18 courts. Deng Yugang asked Lai Xingyuan, "We're definitely going to enter Qingming Court Pass, right?" Actually, Deng Yugang and the others knew very well. The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass was Lai Xingyuan's old flame. In the Otherworld forum, there was still a video of Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass. Moreover, Deng Yugang and the others also knew that after entering Qingming Court Pass, they would be taken care of by the Ghost Empress, unless the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass had a change of heart. However, 23 years ago, Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass loved each other so deeply. If not for the fact that they were in different worlds, they would have been together long ago. However, they could not rule out the possibility that the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass had changed her mind. But it was better than entering other trials. Right? Lai Xingyuan said to everyone, "You know about me and the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass. No matter what, I will enter Qingming Court Pass. If you are unwilling, I won't force you." Deng Yugang smiled and said, "Haha, one have no objections." The other chosen ones also nodded. The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass was Lai Xingyuan's old lover. When Deng Yugang entered Qingming Court Pass with Lai Xingyuan, the danger would decrease a lot, and maybe she'd take care of them. Deng Yugang actually teased Lai Xingyuan. "Leader, why don't you draw your skin, make yourself look like 23 years ago?" They all knew that Lai Xingyuan had obtained a special power, which was painted skin. It could draw various faces on his face. That was much stronger than disguise techniques. Deng Yugang was indirectly saying that Lai Xingyuan looked like an old man now. What if the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass immediately fell out of love when she saw Lai Xingyuan, who had already experienced the vicissitudes of life? After 23 years, wanna give the story try one. Chapter 292 Chapter 292 How to Make a Rich Female Eerie Love Me. Chapter 292 How to Make a Rich Female Eerie Love Me. Lai Xingyuan pondered for a moment. He really started to use his painted skin. Lai Xingyuan had obtained the special power enhancement, so it would be a waste not to use it. Moreover, it had been 23 years since he met his sweetheart. He started to care. After Lai Xingyuan painted skin, he instantly became 30 years younger. He seemed to have returned to the elegant and mature young man he used to be. "Leader, you're really handsome." "Haha," Deng Yugang said with a smile. Although Deng Yugang's words were frivolous, he had to admit that the young Lai Xingyuan was definitely a handsome man. Gao Kuolan and the others also agreed with Deng Yugang. Leader is also very devoted. He wasted a good time. Gao Kuolan felt that it was clearly not worth it for Lai Xingyuan to waste half his life for the sake of a female eerie of the eerie world. Tan Qin, who looked like a young girl, said, "Is 50 years old enough?" Sister Gao is also a cultivator. She should know what cultivation is. "For," Gao Kuolan replied, "for a stinky man more like you. You're clearly 38 years old, 2 years older than me." But you cultivate for the sake of cultivation. Tang Qian retorted. It's a woman's nature to love beauty. Perhaps you're an exception. Although Tang Qian was 2 years older than Gao Kuolan, they were like a mother and daughter when compared to older-looking Gao Kuolan. It was not difficult to tell that Tang Qian was also a cultivator. In terms of strength, Tang Qian was naturally not as powerful as Gao Kuolan. The chosen ones here were either descendants of ancient clans or cultivators. Otherwise, how could they have the strength to pass 3 trials? At this moment, Lai Xingyuan said, let's talk about other topics in the future. We'll immediately enter the 18 courts. Hearing this, everyone stopped dawdling. After all, they had to obtain 20 hell coins each in 7 days. Of course, they could use any method, as long as they could obtain 20 hell coins in the netherworld hell within 7 days. They could pass the 4th trial. To them, it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult trial. One had to know that 20 ghost coins was equivalent to 1 billion heavenly Dao coins. Lai Xingyuan looked at a red door with the word Qingming on it. Obviously, the door led to Qingming Court Pass. When Lai Xingyuan walked over, the door to Qingming Court Pass was slowly opening. Lai Xingyuan did not hesitate at all. In fact, he was a little excited as he walked through the door. However, just as Lai Xingyuan entered, the door closed and disappeared. Deng Yugang and the others were first stunned, then shocked. What's going on? Why is the door of Qingming Court Pass missing? The leader went in. What about us? This is going to be difficult. 2 doors are missing. The remaining 10 chosen ones stood rooted to the ground. Looking surprised and slightly flustered, Deng Yugang immediately understood. Everyone must enter the court passes separately. Instead of entering the court passes together, there are different court passes for everyone. Gao Kuolan and the others immediately understood what Deng Yugang meant. From the 3rd trial onwards, it was decided that the chosen ones would obtain the qualifications to enter different trials. Deng Yugang shook his head and said, since the leader is no longer around, we can only enter different trials and obtain 20 hell coins. Deng Yugang then added, you guys choose first. I'll do whatever I want. There were also 16 doors leading to 16 court passes. Therefore, Deng Yugang was not worried that he would not be able to enter the 18 courts. Seeing this, Gao Kuolan and the others entered different courts. Although the Eerie of the Eerie world would also kill humans without a word, it could be resolved with money. How could this not be a way out? As long as they had money, they could do whatever they wanted in the Eerie world. Without money, they could only wait for death or resist until they died. Now, Deng Yugang was the only one left with no choice which court to enter. Perhaps to him, it did not matter which court he entered. Every time I guess, I'm a step slower. This time, I should be a step faster. Deng Yugang seemed to have already guessed what the role of the 4th trial was. What he guessed was that obtaining 20 hell coins was just a filter of ability. He had yet to guess what the final goal was. However, he believed that the 5th trial would definitely shock him. In a tea house in Earth Ghost Imperial City of the Netherworld Night Court Pass, the solitary mountain's ghost queen looked like she was watching a horror movie. The scene of flaying alive lasted for a few minutes. Perhaps it was because she was used to it. But the solitary mountain's ghost queen actually had a calm expression. Su Kainqian, who was in room A2, sat quietly. To the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream, it was the greatest shock that Su Kainqian could sit quietly. In the impression of the netizens, Su Kainqian had never stopped during the Otherworld Instance Dungeon trial. Su Kainqian was shaking her head, her delicate little face filled with an innocent and cute smile. As for why Su Kainqian was sitting so quietly and obediently, how could the netizens not know? 10 minutes passed. Su Kainqian was still sitting obediently. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen had entered. Small master, just wait another half an hour or so. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said. Yes. Yes. Su Kainqian nodded slightly, her expectant expression written all over her face. The solitary mountain's ghost queen asked, Small master, may I ask why you came to the netherworld hell? Of course. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that Su Kankian was a human from another world, and she also knew that Su Kankian was a chosen one. Ever since the appearance of the heavenly Tao system, the fact that 5 alternate worlds had descended on the blue planet in the form of dungeons was not only known to the humans on the blue planet, but also to the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the other 5 alternate worlds. However, to the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 alternate worlds, the heavenly Tao system was doing nothing more than sending a few people from the blue planet to their worlds to die. Most of the chosen ones had indeed died in the 5 alternate worlds. Upon hearing this, Su Kankian thought for a moment. She had forgotten what the heavenly Tao system had said, but she had learned to get to the point. I have to get a lot of money, Su Kankian said. Money? Could it be that small master wants to obtain hell coins in the netherworld? Hell solitary mountain's ghost queen asked. When Su Kankian heard the word hell coin, she immediately remembered how much it was. That's right. 20. Inyenyo. Declahla hell coins. Su Kankian still could not understand how rare 2 hell coins were. The solitary mountain's ghost queen took a deep breath. It looks like there's only one way to let small master obtain 20 Inyenyo. Declahla hell coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew very well that no matter how big the business was, it was almost impossible to earn 20 Inyenyo. Declahla hell coins. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao's livestream were curious. What method is the solitary mountain's ghost queen talking about to obtain 20 Inyenyo? Declahla hell coins. Haha, how can I make a rich lady Eerie fall in love with me? Chapter 293. Chapter 293. You want to revolt in the netherworld hell. Chapter 293. You want to revolt in the netherworld hell. A rich lady Eerie. In the netherworld hell, there are very few rich Eerie ladies with 20 Inyenyo. Declahla hell coins. Right. Unless it's to make 100 rich female Eerie fall in love with him. The netizens thought that the Eerie having 20 Inyenyo hell coins were probably counted on 1 or 2 hands in the netherworld hell. Of course, the method that the solitary mountain's ghost queen meant was definitely not to find a rich woman. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said to Su Kankian, you can become the gatekeeper of the netherworld night court pass. Small master. Before Su Kankian could answer, the solitary mountain's ghost queen denied it herself. No, this method is too dangerous. The solitary mountain's ghost queen felt that even if Su Kankian's ghost Tao strength reached the ghost emperor level, she was still no match for the ghost emperor of Serene Moon Court Pass. To be able to be the master of the netherworld night court pass, his strength was not only at the level of the ghost emperor, but also above LV 35. It was not something that ordinary ghost emperors could compare to. Even if Su Kankian could really deal with the master of the netherworld night court pass, this method was no different from making an enemy of the entire netherworld hell. Previously, Su Kankian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen had caused chaos in Feng City. Even if they killed the ghost emperor of Feng City, it was only them ignoring the laws of the netherworld hell. However, becoming enemies with the netherworld hell and ignoring the laws were 2 different concepts. To put it bluntly, making an enemy of the netherworld hell was rebellion. After all, it was killing the lord of the netherworld night court pass and seizing power. Rebellion was rebellion. The solitary mountain's ghost queen muttered to herself, is this really the only way? She seemed to treat Su Kankian's trial as her own test. After all, the solitary mountain's ghost queen valued Su Kankian's life countless times more than her own. Sister Eerie, let's rebel. Now that Su Kankian learned from the solitary mountain's ghost queen that she could get 20 Inyenyo hell coins by rebelling, she would definitely rebel. However, Su Kankian had no idea what rebellion was. Therefore, she did not know the consequences of rebellion. Zhaoqian was just saying it casually. Small master, you must not rebel. The solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately became terrified. Rebellion was equivalent to courting death. This was definitely not enough to deal with the master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass. Once they rebelled, it would mean becoming enemies with the entire Netherworld hell. There was still room for redemption if they just killed the master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass. As long as they paid enough, they could turn a big issue into a small one. However, while the regime of the Netherworld hell could allow corruption, it definitely could not allow rebellion. This was about overthrowing the rule of the Netherworld hell. How could they allow a rebellion? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen also knew that she could buy an official position, but it would cost a lot of money to buy it. At the very least, Su Qianqian's money was far from enough to buy the position of the Master of Netherworld Night Court Pass. Sister Eerie, how are we going to rebel? Su Qianqian was about to rebel, but she didn't know how. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen wanted to cry. She was just saying it casually. Su Qianqian really took her words to heart. She was panicking. If anything happened to Su Qianqian, how would she explain it to Su Yang? Not to mention 10 Inyanya deaths. Even if she died 100 Inyanya times, it would not make up for it. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream also felt that the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's words were shocking. One thought that the method Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen mentioned was to do business or rob, but in the end, she actually said that she wanted to rebel. But can Su Qianqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen rebel in the Netherworld Hell? How is that possible? The forces of the 18 courts of the Netherworld Hell are too much to deal with for them, and they still want to overthrow the forces of the Yama Hall and the 5 underworld palaces. However, rebellion is indeed the most direct way. As long as they take down the Netherworld Night Court Pass, they can definitely obtain 20 Inyanya hell coins. The netizens thought that it was impossible for Su Qianqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen to take down the Netherworld Night Court Pass, unless they had enough money, more than 20 hell coins. However, with so many hell coins, what was there to rebel for? It was because they did not have 20 hell coin that they chose to rebel and obtained 20 hell coins. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could not dissuade Su Qianqian at all. She regretted saying that she wanted to rebel. However, regret was useless. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of blazing ghost aura. She decided to go all out. Small master. Then let's start the rebellion from this Earth Ghost Imperial City. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen already had a plan. Okay. Su Qianqian nodded. She was already excited. To Su Qianqian, rebelling was like a very fun game. However, it was not wrong to treat the rebellion as a game. However, if they lost this game of rebellion, they would be finished. Su Qianqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen were waiting for the ghost ink pastry. After it was done, they would leave this tea house and start a rebellion. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were very curious about how the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was going to rebel. Is it so easy to rebel in the Netherworld Hell? I reckon that the rebellion will die before it causes any ripples. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen seems very confident. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so decisive. Right. Then what's her plan to rebel in the Netherworld Hell? The netizens could not guess how the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was going to rebel. Many netizens' gazes shifted to the live broadcast of Chosen One No. 1. Lai Xingyuan. They were also very curious about Lai Xingyuan. After entering Qingming Court Pass, would he meet the Ghost Empress? Would they continue their ill-fated relationship? Or had the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass changed her mind? After all, it had been 23 years. The so-called oath was actually just nonsense to fool people. There was no love that would last until death. Love could change one's heart. Nothing in the world could withstand the ravages of time. Even if someone did not change his mind for 10 years, 20 years, or even 50 years, he could not guarantee that he would not change his mind after 100 years. Even if his heart did not change for 100 years, it did not mean that it would not change for the rest of his life. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan entered Qingming Court Pass Ghost Imperial City alone. Lai Xingyuan was extremely excited. After all, she that Lai Xingyuan had been thinking about day and night was in this Qingming Ghost Imperial City. Lai Xingyuan kept walking into the Qingming Ghost Imperial City. The Eerie in the city all looked at Lai Xingyuan strangely. After all, Lai Xingyuan was a human. There was no rule that humans could not go to the netherworld hell. It was just that there were very few. As expected, Lai Xingyuan did not enter so smoothly. 3 heaven-rank Eerie attacked Lai Xingyuan. As for the reason why they attacked, they just wanted to kill Lai Xingyuan. Humans in the Eerie world had no human rights to speak of. It was fine to kill them. However, Lai Xingyuan was not weak. Crack. Chapter 294 Chapter 294 A sequel to a human ghost love story. Chapter 294 A sequel to a human ghost love story. Lai Xingyuan slapped them, sending them flying more than 10 meters away. The other Eerie were just watching the show. They did not go forward to deal with Lai Xingyuan. Perhaps they had discovered that Lai Xingyuan was very strong. In addition, there was nothing for them to gain by attacking Lai Xingyuan. The 3 Eerie only wanted to kill Lai Xingyuan. They were like local hooligans. If they didn't like him, he would definitely be beaten up. How could there be more to it? This was not the first time Lai Xingyuan had entered the Eerie world. More than 20 years ago, he had been a frequent visitor to the Eerie world. Therefore, he had seen all kinds of Eerie, and the one he loved was also an Eerie one. Therefore, Lai Xingyuan's feelings in the Eerie world were completely different from the feelings of the other chosen ones in the Eerie world. Perhaps to Lai Xingyuan, entering the Eerie world was simply like going to an unfamiliar city. Lai Xingyuan walked on the streets of Qingming Court as if nothing had happened. Even though he was surrounded by the Eerie and their gazes, he did not seem to care. A few minutes later, Lai Xingyuan walked to the entrance of a mansion. The 18 courts were like provincial capitals. This mansion was the residence and office of the Ghost Empress. The Eerie world had the characteristics of ancient times, but the residents were the Eerie, not humankind. The monster world was a world that leaned towards modern technology. The devilkind world belonged to an ancient and modern setting combined. As for the otherworldly beast world, it was more like the setting of a primitive society. The setting of the demon world was somewhat similar to that of the Eerie world. At the entrance of the residence stood 4 Eerie in purple clothes. Although they were guards, they were also ghost envoys. Lai Xingyuan had just walked up when he was stopped. Before the 4 Eerie could fly into a rage, Lai Xingyuan opened the Heavenly Dao coin account and began to transfer money to them. Please inform the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass that a human called Lai Xingyuan is here. As soon as Lai Xingyuan finished speaking, he gave the 4 Eerie Heavenly Dao coins 100 in each. Actually, Lai Xingyuan could have barged into the residence. At most, he would have fought, if not for the fact that he felt that this was the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass, the mansion of the female Eerie he loved. Lai Xingyuan would really have done this. Only 100 Heavenly Dao coins, that's too little. At least 1 Heavenly Dao coins. These 4 Eerie were clearly asking for an exorbitant price. 100 Heavenly Dao coins was not a small sum for these 4 ghost envoys. After all, these ghost envoys were only LV 25. After all, the stronger one was, the more money they would obtain. 100 Heavenly Dao coins was probably equivalent to their monthly income. Right. However, these 4 Eerie knew that Lai Xingyuan was a human, so they naturally had to take advantage of him. Lai Xingyuan said, "Don't force me." "So what if we force you?" As soon as the guard finished speaking, Lai Xingyuan actually attacked. He grabbed the 4 Eerie with one hand and crumpled them into a ball. "He'll give you a chance." Lai Xingyuan released the 4 Eerie. Although the 4 of them were crumpled into a ball, they were still the Eerie. Even if they were crumpled into a ball, it would not be a big deal. After all, the Eerie were souls. If it had been a human, he would have died long ago. The 4 of them stared at Lai Xingyuan angrily, but they didn't dare to attack. They knew that they could not defeat Lai Xingyuan, but how could they just let it go? "Come quickly. There's a human trying to break into the mansion." Immediately, a large group of the Eerie appeared in the mansion. Lai Xingyuan sighed and muttered to himself, "You just have to force me to teach you a lesson." Lai Xingyuan did not stand on ceremony anymore. Lai Xingyuan took out a yellow talisman. When he threw out the yellow talisman, countless golden lights shot out. In just an instant, the group of Eerie fell to the ground and could not get up. However, Lai Xingyuan did not kill this group of Eerie. It was not that Lai Xingyuan was kind-hearted, which was why he was lenient to this group of Eerie people. It was because of the ghost Empress at Qingming Pass. Because the commotion in the mansion was huge, it attracted even more of the Eerie, which came attacking. Lai Xingyuan took a deep breath. He reckoned that it would be difficult for him to fight his way up. After all, there were many ghost emperor-level Eerie in Qingming Court Pass. "Stop. All of you. Retreat." Immediately, a very gentle voice came from ahead. Following the voice, a female Eerie in a yellow dress appeared. She looked like a fat auntie in her 40s or 50s. "Husband, it's really you." This female Eerie was actually floating in the air. Originally, an Eerie was a soul, so it was normal for it to float. However, it seemed a little abrupt that she could still float when she was 200 kilograms fat. As soon as these words were spoken, Lai Xingyuan's expression froze. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also shocked. What the FCK is this? The female Eerie who had an ill-fated relationship with Lai Xingyuan 23 years ago. I saw her appearance on the Otherworld forum. She's the Eerie girl from humble family. Right. 23 years and you're already so fat. And you're even old. Is it so easy for the Eerie to age? The aging of their souls is more than 100 times slower than humans. Right. I don't understand either. Why is the ghost Empress at Qingming Pass aged like an ordinary human? Could it be because she absorbed Kumankai? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream still looked shocked. You men are so practical. Sisters, remember, don't despise your wife. Lai Xingyuan wouldn't do that. Right. Besides, Lai Xingyuan's young appearance is also painted skin. The netizens knew about the strange love story between Lai Xingyuan and the woman at Qingming Pass. It could be said to be earth-shattering. They loved each other to death. However, the beautiful woman from back then had become the female Eerie they saw. The ghost Empress of Qingming Pass floated in front of Lai Xingyuan and hugged him. Lai Xingyuan knew that the appearance of the ghost Empress at Qingming Pass had changed 180 degrees. However, that familiar smell evoked his memories that had been dormant for more than 20 years. Lai Xingyuan also hugged the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass in public. Wife, one missed you so much. Lai Xingyuan did not mind that the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass had a different figure. Perhaps it was because Lai Xingyuan already looks like an old uncle. Their figures and looks could not withstand the ravages of time, but their love had withstood the test of time. The screen of the Heavenly Dao livestream flew everywhere. Lai Xingyuan's wife is too f-seeking greasy. It gives me goosebumps. Haha. This is a sequel to the ghost love story between an old uncle and an old aunt. Alright, I'll eat this dog food Q. Chapter 2 in 95. Chapter 2 in 95. Technical exchange between him and the Eerie. Chapter 2 in 95. Technical exchange between him and the Eerie. The netizens gave Lai Xingyuan and the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass a very high evaluation of this love story that transcended time and space. Actually, there were already netizens who knew why the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass had aged so quickly and why her figure had deformed. 23 years ago, Lai Xingyuan had entered an Otherworld instance dungeon in the Eerie world to undergo a trial. He had almost died. It was the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass who had activated a ghost curse that would reduce her yin and lifespan and treated Lai Xingyuan. Lai Xingyuan was a loyal man. How could he despise the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass, who had changed drastically? Moreover, Lai Xingyuan was also an old uncle, but he had worn the painting skin. 10 minutes later, in a dim garden, Lai Xingyuan and the ghost Empress of Qingming Pass were extremely intimate. They were just short of going in to communicate. Husband, it's been 23 years. I missed you every day and looked forward to seeing you. The ghost Empress at Qingming Pass had long known that Lai Xingyuan was a human from another time. She also knew very well that Lai Xingyuan had come to the Eerie world this time because of the trial. Although the time was short, the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass would treasure every minute and second. Me too, Lai Xingyuan said truthfully. If not, Lai Xingyuan would have gotten married long ago. In Dragon Country, he was a male idol in the past. Moreover, he did not lack money, status, or reputation. Hence, at that time, it was easy for him to find a top beauty to marry. However, Lai Xingyuan had not gotten married for 23 years, because he could not let go of the ghost lady in the Eerie world. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were sick of Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass. They are an old uncle and aunt, but they can still be so greasy. Haha. I'm not envious or jealous. Lai Xingyuan is a chosen one. He can't come to the Eerie world through other means. Unfortunately, Lai Xingyuan can only interact with his Eerie wife for at most 10 to 20 days. He has to experience the pain of separation. The netizens knew very well that even if Lai Xingyuan could pass this otherworld instance dungeons trial, they had to separate. Lai Xingyuan had been hugging the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass. However, Lai Xingyuan had the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass. It was not difficult for him to complete the fourth trial. Was he living off a woman? Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass walked into a house. Needless to say, Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass were going to have a romantic exchange. As long as the blanket covered them, the poker game would begin. Lai Xingyuan did not care if the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream could see the exchange. After all, this era was so open, it did not matter even if it was a live broadcast. Deng Yugang had already fought with the 3 female Eerie a few days ago. He did not care about the gazes of netizens at all. Indeed, Lai Xingyuan was communicating with the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass in the house. How was Lai Xingyuan's hardening engineering skill? Could the savings that he had hoarded for 23 years be settled in a few minutes? It was definitely impossible. If there was no intertwined relationship, it would not last long. Husband, wait a moment. The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass suddenly stopped. It was not that she was unwilling, but she was more proactive. It was as if the Ghost Queen of Qingming Pass was the hungry beast, and Lai Xingyuan seemed even more passive. No matter who took the initiative or who was passive, this technical exchange would definitely last until they were exhausted before giving up. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream started an intense discussion. Speaking of which, what do the Eerie taste like? The Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass is an earthy Eerie. The earthy smell on her is very strong. Right, could it be the smell of soil? I'm not sure. But looking at Lai Xingyuan's expression, it seems different. I want to give it a try too. I heard that the old house behind my house is haunted. I wonder if it's male or female. If it's male Eerie, yeah, I'll be dead. That might not be the case. Perhaps male Eerie like males. Haha. The netizens' hearts were itching. As for what the Eerie felt like, apart from Lai Xingyuan, Deng Yugang also had the qualifications to answer this question. Deng Yugang? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at Deng Yugang's livestream. Deng Yugang had just entered the Evernight Court Pass, and he was in Fire Ghost Imperial City. He actually swaggered into Fire Ghost Imperial City. The aura of this Fire Ghost Imperial City was very hot. After all, this was a city where Fire Eerie lived. It's so hot. Looks like I have to find a place to cool down. Deng Yugang saw Wind Moon Tower. How could Deng Yugang not know that it was the Wind Moon Tower? Deng Yugang was clearly the chosen one who had been teleported to the Netherworld Hell instance of the Eerie world to undergo the trial. But he seemed to be enjoying it. This kind of enjoyment, it was a little different. When Deng Yugang walked into the Wind Moon Tower, a female Eerie received him. Human sir, please come in. The female Eerie did not despise Deng Yugang for being a human. In the Wind Moon Tower, a rich man was the boss. Even a pig could be served very well. Deng Yugang was brought to a room by the female Eerie. The female Eerie said, Human sir, wait a moment. With that, the female Eerie walked out of the room. Sisters, there's a human sir. Upon hearing this, a group of women in gorgeous clothes and heavy makeup walked into the room. Deng Yugang had just begun his concubine selection segment. However, the female Eerie began to introduce them. Deng Yugang waved his hand and said, "Don't go through so much trouble. I've been a little hot recently. Let's use these two female Eerie to cool down." Deng Yugang's practiced movements and lines showed that he was a regular patron. Deng Yugang was very strong and had already reached the human emperor realm. In Dragon Country, there was no lack of money, but he was interested in women. Women might be Deng Yugang's only interest. Deng Yugang would probably change them every day without repetition. The main scene had begun. Deng Yugang could completely handle the service of the two female Eerie, one in front, one behind, in less than 3 minutes. One was up and the other was down. It could only be said that Deng Yugang really knew how to play. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at Deng Yugang's livestream with envy. Isn't Deng Yugang too fierce? Awesome. Even the best should stay careful. The netizens watched Lai Xingyuan's live broadcast and Deng Yugang's live broadcast. They just did not know how long this technical exchange would last. Chapter 296 Chapter 296 Su Kangqian is going to play a rebellion game. Chapter 296 Su Kangqian is going to play a rebellion game. At this moment, the other chosen ones also entered different 18 courts. However, Gao Kuolan and the others were not as carefree as Deng Yugang. They were all looking for a way to earn 20 coins in 7 days. Actually, Deng Yugang could not find a way yet either. However, since Deng Yugang was so carefree, he was probably confident in completing the 4th trial, Netherworld Night Court Pass. Earth Ghost Imperial City. Su Kangqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen obtained 5 portions of ghost ink pastry. Su Kangqian placed 3 portions in her universe pouch. The remaining 2 portions of ghost ink pastry were for the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. After walking out of the tea house, Su Kangqian was still as excited as ever, because the game of rebellion was about to begin. The rebellion plan of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was to do bad things first. As for doing bad things, it was naturally doing bad things to earn money. Even if they rebelled, they needed money, and it was very expensive. However, if the rebellion was successful, they would be able to obtain more money. The first step of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's plan was to snatch the Eerie's money by playing Landlord Q. It was faster to earn money by playing Landlord, and those rich people. That would definitely cause chaos. However, how could a rebellion not cause chaos? However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could not delay for too long. As long as she had money, she could recruit more Eerie and carry out bigger plans. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Su Kangqian walked out of the suburbs of Earth Ghost Imperial City. I found it. Let's start with this house. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen targeted an especially gorgeous and exquisite house. No matter how exquisite it was, it looked like a tomb. Small master. Wait here for a while. 111 Be back soon. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen left a remark, and immediately flew over. She was already at the level of a ghost empress. In Earth Ghost Imperial City, her strength was definitely ranked at the top. Moreover, her target this time was only a landlord on the outskirts of Earth Ghost Imperial City. No matter how powerful the landlord was, it was impossible for him to have a ghost emperor as his guard. However, would Su Kangqian really be so obedient? It was obviously impossible. The moment the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen left, Su Kangqian followed behind. Bang! The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen barged into a landlord's house. She used a fire spell to kill the guards in the guardhouse in no time. There was no chance for them to react. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen stared at an eerie one with purple soil on its head. This country bumpkin was dressed very gorgeously. It was obvious that it was a rich person. Hand over all your money, and I can spare your life, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said in a cold tone. She knew the consequences of a robbery. However, she had to go all out and rebel with Su Kangqian. It was like a person who had already been sentenced to death. Why would she care about killing another person? Not giving it. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen directly tore the Earth Eerie apart. She originally thought that if this country bumpkin Earth Eerie handed over all the money, she would really let him off. Now, she could only kill him, and could not obtain the heavenly Dao coins. After all, heavenly Dao coins could only be obtained through account transactions. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not plan to ask for the heavenly Dao coins anymore. She could just take this Eerie's hell coins. A moment later, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had obtained 90 hell coins from this Earth Eerie and its house. Although it was not much, it could be considered a small landowner's wealth. At this moment, Su Kangqian walked in. Sister Eerie, I want to play a game of rebellion too. Su Kangqian pouted. She looked at the corpses of Eerie around her, and her heart did not waver at all. To Su Kangqian, the Eerie were not human. They were just another creature that could be brewed into wine and eaten as snacks. Only the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was special in Su Kangqian's eyes. Small master, it will be very dangerous. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not want Su Kangqian to take the risk, so she would not bring Su Kangqian to rob a house. I'm not afraid. I want to play a game of rebellion too, Su Kangqian said firmly. Unable to dissuade Su Kangqian, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen actually nodded in agreement. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said honestly, then wait for Xiaoqian to get about 1. Inyo. Hell coins first. Why? Su Kangqian asked. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said bluntly. With about 1. Inyo. Hell coins. We can recruit many Eerie. Only then can the game of rebellion officially begin. There was no need to say how much the Eerie world's Eerie liked money. After all, as long as one had money, there was no need to worry about not being able to attract the Eerie to join the rebellion. If they couldn't recruit them, it meant that they hadn't given them enough. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew very well that she and Su Kangqian alone could not cause any waves in the rebellion. However, after recruiting a batch of stronger Eerie, they could rebel. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen planned to obtain about 1 hell coins in a day by playing landlord and snatching wealth. If it dragged on for too long, the Earth Ghost Emperor would definitely send his subordinate forces to sweep through them. Okay. Su Kangqian nodded in agreement. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was right. As long as one had money, they could recruit a batch of stronger Eerie and truly start a rebellion. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was searching for her next target. As for who had money or not, it was really easy to tell. If the Eerie had money, they also had strength. They were unlike the people of the Dragon Kingdom on the Blue Planet, with whom you couldn't always tell if they were rich or not. Some people were clearly worth more than 100 but they wore slippers and dressed very casually. They were no different from ordinary people. After all, the Blue Planet was completely different from the Eerie world, and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was different from the other Eerie. Although the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was also very greedy, she placed Su Kangqian's life first. As for the other Eerie, as long as they were given money, they could do anything. In the Eerie world, there was no such thing as everything losing significance when people died. The Eerie wanted money even if they died. Sister Eerie, I have money, Su Kangqian said. Actually, Su Kangqian really had 1 hell coins. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said, that's your private money. I can't use your money casually. As long as you give Xiaoqian a day, I can make you start a rebellion game, small master. Okay. I'll wait. Su Kangqian looked at the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen expectantly. As for Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Su Kangqian, they began to search for their next target. Who knew which unlucky person would be their next target? At this moment, in a mansion at Kingming Court Pass, outside the room, it was as silent as cicadas in winter. The room was filled with warmth. Lai Xingyuan had just finished exchanging techniques with the Ghost Empress of Kingming Pass. Husband, you're even more powerful than 23 years ago. The Ghost Empress of Kingming Pass leaned against Lai Xingyuan in satisfaction. If Lai Xingyuan was not powerful, how could he last for more than 2 hours without rest? That's because my wife is too awesome. Lai Xingyuan looked at the shy ghost empress at Qingming Pass, and knew that she was really satisfied now. Chapter 297 Chapter 297 Why Work Hard If You Can Live Off a Woman. Chapter 297 Why Work Hard If You Can Live Off a Woman. Wife, do you have 20? Yin Hell coins Lai Xingyuan asked. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass asked. Husband, why do you need so many ghost coins? Even if she was the ghost empress of Qingming Pass, she could not fork out 20. Hell coins. After all, Qingming Court Pass was not hers. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass only took office here and received a salary from the netherworld hell. Lai Xingyuan said honestly, I need to obtain 20. Hell coined in 7 days. Lai Xingyuan did not want to live off a woman, but this way, he could complete the 4th trial faster. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass said, Husband, one only have 300 ghost coins now. Give me 3 days. One just need to wait for my salary to be distributed. Could it be that the salary of the ghost empress at Qingming Pass was more than 10 ghost coins? Obviously, that was impossible. The yearly salary of the ghost empress at Qingming Pass would probably not even reach 100 ghost coins. If the ghost empress of Qingming Pass relied on her salary, she would only be able to save less than 10 ghost coins in 100 years. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass had been in office for more than 3 years. She had to have been greedy for a lot of money. The amount of money she was greedy for might be 10 times or even 100 times her salary. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass planned to deduct the salary of her subordinates. Lai Xingyuan shook his head and said, Wife, you can't do that yet. What did it mean to withhold the salary? In this eerie world, deducting one's salary was even more heinous than killing one's parents. Furthermore, it would immediately cause the subordinate Eerie to be angry. They might join forces and kill the ghost empress of Qingming Pass. Although the ghost empress of Qingming Pass was the strongest in the ghost Dao, she did not have the ability to deal with all the subordinates. Then, husband, do you have any other methods? How could the ghost empress at Qingming Pass not know that this was a bad idea? However, she had no other way to let Lai Xingyuan obtain 20 hell coins in 7 days. Although it's not good, we can only use your authority to seek benefits. Lai Xingyuan planned to use the authority of the ghost empress at Qingming Pass to collect other taxes from the Eerie at Qingming Court Pass. Husband, tell me in detail, the ghost empress of Qingming Pass asked. Lai Xingyuan said honestly, take out 10 positions. As long as the Eerie at Qingming Court Pass submit to you, every LV 20 Eerie can participate for only 1 ghost coins. It's equivalent to a lottery. What position? The ghost empress of Qingming Pass asked. Lai Xingyuan said bluntly, just 1 ghost judge, 3 ghost officials, and 5 ghost envoy positions will do. Where's the last one? The ghost empress of Qingming Pass asked. Lai Xingyuan said, there's also a new position. A position where you can receive a salary for nothing. This is the most tempting position. It's a job where you can receive a monthly salary and name. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass suddenly came to a realization and praised Lai Xingyuan repeatedly. Husband, you're really amazing. You can even think of this. The ghost empress of Qingming Pass felt that this method was not only feasible, but also could make a huge profit. One had to know that Qingming Court Pass was equivalent to a provincial capital, and the number of the Eerie above LV 20 would definitely exceed 100. Not only would they get 20 hell coins, but they might also get tens of millions of hell coins. As long as they had money, they could strengthen themselves. While Lai Xingyuan was seeking benefits for himself, he was also gaining more wealth for the ghost empress at Qingming Pass. I'm not powerful. Actually, these are all snippets from our dragon country. Lai Xingyuan chuckled. There it was again. Lai Xingyuan and the ghost empress of Qingming Pass were entangled again. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were not paying attention to this. It's really different to have a wife at the level of the ghost empress in the eerie world. That's right. Li Xingyuan could easily pass the 4th trial. I think it's not just the 4th trial. Even if it's the 5th trial, there's still the last trial. With the help of the ghost empress at Qingming Pass, Li Xingyuan will be able to complete the trial with half the effort. Li Xingyuan's freeloading is really awesome. Indeed, no one can escape the law of awesomeness. However, the netizens felt that if a person could really live off a woman, why would he work hard? In a Wind Moon Tower and Evernight Court Pass, Deng Yugang had completely calmed down. After a round of technical exchanges, how could the fire not dissipate? Moreover, the 2 women serving Deng Yugang looked like they had not had enough. Deng Yugang did not leave the Wind Moon Tower. He called the lady boss of the Wind Moon Tower over. Deng Yugang also had his money-making plan. That was to start from the Wind Moon Tower. Of course, he wouldn't be working here. Deng Yugang promoted his money-making methods to the lady boss of the Wind Moon Tower. The netizens were also very curious. How could Deng Yu earn 20 hell coin in 7 days? Deng Yugang actually wants to earn money through the Wind Moon Tower. Why would the lady boss of the Wind Moon Tower trust a human? Perhaps it's because Deng Yugang has real skills. One look and you can tell that he's a playboy. No matter how big the Wind Moon Tower is, can they still earn 20 hell coins in 7 days? Although the netizens were curious, they did not believe that Deng Yugang had the ability. At this moment, in the other courtyards, Gao Kuilan and Tan Qin, these 2 chosen ones, actually chose to become ghost officials. They had the strength of a human emperor. Even as humans, it was not difficult for them to choose to become ghost officials. However, the annual salary of a ghost official was only a few thousand ghost coins a month. Their real motive for joining was definitely not for this bit of money. Otherwise, they would not be able to obtain 20 hell coin in 7 days. The netizens speculated again. Gao Kuilan and Tan Qin seemed to have chosen to become ghost officials at the same time. What are they doing? Could it be that they want to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the various court passes and steal money? This can't be ruled out. All the netizens knew that the other chosen ones already had their own plans. They knew how Su Kangqian, Li Xingyuan, and Deng Yugang planned to earn money. Su Kangqian wanted to obtain 20 hell coins by rebelling. Li Xingyuan, on the other hand, would earn 20 hell coins by living off his wife. As for Deng Yugang, they did not know his exact plan for the time being. They only knew that Deng Yugang would be earning money from the Wind Moon Tower. Through the Heavenly Dao's live broadcast, the netizens realized that Liu Tangguang, Jiang Jing, and Kang Xiaoqiu were actually robbing the Eerie, Sidu Jinghao, Miao Miao, and Zhan Tingting. These 3 chosen ones were still exploring the various trials. The netizens guessed that these 3 girls wouldn't be serving the Eerie, right? However, their bodies were not inlaid with gold. How much money could they earn at a time? It was probably at most 10 hell coins. Could it be that they could provide manual work service to 1 or 2 Eerie a day? There were many ways to earn money, but the fastest way to earn money was to live off women. Look at Zhang Dabao. Chapter 298. No matter who it is, they won't go against money. Chapter 298. No matter who it is, they won't go against money. Why did Zhang Dabao walk into the bookstore? Why are there books in the Eerie world? Who said that the Eerie can't read books? That's right. Then it's fine. The netizens continued to watch what Zhang Dabao was doing. When the shopkeeper of the bookstore saw a young man in his 30s with a buzz cut walk into the bookstore, he actually came to greet him. You must be Celestial Master Zhang. I've long heard of your reputation. The shopkeeper Eerie at the bookstore was actually so respectful to Zhang Dabao. Zhang Dabao waved his hand and said, "You flatter me. I'm here to help you survive this calamity." The bookstore's owner said respectfully, "I hope Celestial Master Zhang can save me." When the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream saw the conversation between the shopkeeper Eerie and Zhang Dabao, they immediately fell into deep confusion. Is Zhang Dabao that famous? When did he enter the Eerie world? I don't think so. You still remember when he was in the Avasai hell? Right, he had been fooling those Eerie. It was probably from then on that rumors about Zhang Dabao spread everywhere. And then they spread to the netherworld hell. In the end, Zhang Dabao is still awesome. He has the ability to fool others. Next, in the bookstore, Zhang Dabao took out a piece of paper and handed it to the shopkeeper. Then, he said, in less than an hour, not only will you be able to empty the bookstore, but you will also make a huge profit. Raise the price. These words were written on the note. Zhang Dabao sat at the door and said, "Are you ready?" As soon as Zhang Dabao finished speaking, a large group of Eerie rushed into the bookstore like a group of ferocious beasts. They were all holding a note in their hands. I want bookcase 3, 5th compartment, 3rd row. How much? I want bookcase 4, 5th compartment, 3rd row of books. How much? Instantly, the hundreds of books in the bookstore were emptied in less than 5 minutes. As for the shopkeeper of the bookstore, he actually raised the price according to Zhang Dabao's instructions. The inventory of the bookstore was the main point. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were even more confused. What methods did Zhang Dabao use? He's hustling customers for the bookstore, even if he will give Zhang Dabao a commission after selling the books. You won't be able to earn tens of thousands of hell coins. Right. The netizens still did not know what Zhang Dabao was doing. A moment later, another group of Eerie walked into the bookstore. This batch of Eerie was dressed with care. There were even ghost envoys and ghost officials. Shopkeeper, I'll buy all the books about the ghost curses here. Is 10 ghost coins enough? I want all the books on the fire ghost curse. Is 30 ghost coins enough? I'll pay 50 hell coins for all the books on the golden ghost curse. As for the shopkeeper of the bookstore, his eyes widened when he heard that it was tens of thousands of hell coins. The viewers in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also confused. What kind of marketing methods did Zhang Dabao use? It seems like Zhang Dabao had been planning it from the start. Did he know about the 4th trial already during trial 1? Could it be that Zhang Dabao can predict the future? Fortunately, that's possible. Otherwise, why would the shopkeeper of the bookstore know Zhang Dabao and respectfully call him Celestial Master Zhang? The netizens thought of Zhang Dabao. He should be able to predict the future. Otherwise, how could it be so magical? This was already beyond expectations. After all, even marketing geniuses were not so terrifying. In an hour or so, the books in the bookstore, including the books in the library, were all cleared. At this moment, the Eerie who was the shopkeeper of the bookstore could not stop smiling. Celestial Master Zhang, you're a true god. Just as the shopkeeper was about to repay Zhang Dabao, he saw Zhang Dabao wave his hand. Keep your little money. With that, Zhang Dabao looked outside the bookstore. It should be here by now. Just as Zhang Dabao finished speaking, a sinister and dense yin aura appeared outside the bookstore. The Eerie people who had surrounded the bookstore all made way. Then, a pale-faced creature with 6 hands appeared. He was the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass. The Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass had actually come for Zhang Dabao. Meanwhile, Zhang Dabao followed the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass to a mansion. The netizens were even more confused. Who exactly is Zhang Dabao? Even the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass personally welcomed him. DMN. This is too showy. Can someone tell me why? In the Heavenly Dao livestream, no netizen knew why Zhang Dabao could be so outstanding. The netizens knew that Zhang Dabao was a very confident person. Could he show off so much just based on his confidence? In a mansion, the Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass let Zhang Dabao take a seat. Celestial Master Zhang, please take a seat. When the Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass saw Zhang Dabao sit down, he began to sigh with emotion. Celestial Master Zhang is really unfathomable. Hearing this, Zhang Dabao smiled and said, it's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning to the Ghost Emperor at Kingming Pass. Celestial Master Zhang, you're too humble. The Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass continued. You were able to sell all the books in the bookstore with just a word and a note. It really shocked me. Zhang Dabao said bluntly. No, it's nothing. Haha. The Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass asked humbly. Can you tell me how you did it? Zhang Dabao nodded and said, It's actually very simple. One took advantage of the Erie's greed for money. Although I said that there was a golden house in a book, the main point was really a treasure in that note. It's just that I hid this treasure. The Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass was enlightened. How magical. At this moment, the netizens watching the Heavenly Dao live broadcast immediately understood. This routine is so familiar. Isn't it just scamming? That's right. It's a scam. Look at those streamers winning a prize. They are actually fooling people. I didn't expect Zhang Dabao to use this method in the Erie world. Evening price cut is the king of tricks, Jay. Not only did the netizens understand, but they had also learned something. The degree of greed the Erie possessed far exceeded that of humans. Therefore, Zhang Dabao's trick could be magnified infinitely in the Erie world. The Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass had summoned Zhang Dabao for a very simple reason. It was because he had taken a fancy to Zhang Dabao's way of making money. He wanted to use Zhang Dabao's ability to accumulate a huge amount of wealth. Now, Zhang Dabao's reputation had completely spread in the Clear Spring Court Pass. Every word he said was about money in the Clear Spring Court Pass. Actually, Zhang Dabao's tricks were really leftovers from Dragon Country decades ago. However, they did work every time. Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass. Take all the most worthless land. The more, the better. Zhang Dabao was like a business partner. He could actually talk freely with the Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass. Be it the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass or the Yama Ghost Emperor. They would not go against money. Could it be that Celestial Master Zhan wants to bury treasures in the cheapest land and make the other Erie to buy the land? The Clear Spring Pass Ghost Emperor asked. Zhang Dabao only said 2 words. Secret. Chapter 299 Chapter 299 Hire 100 Erie and start a rebellion. Chapter 299 Hire 100 Erie and start a rebellion. Zhang Dabao definitely wouldn't tell the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass so quickly. The reason was simple. He would lose the initiative. Without the initiative, Zhang Dabao was a money-making tool for the Ghost Emperor at the Clear Spring Pass. The Ghost Emperor no longer asked. As long as there was money to be earned, he would treat Zhang Dabao well. The other chosen ones had their own plans, and had already begun to implement them. Only Lai Xingyuan was the best at living off a woman. Next day, there were only 5 days and 20 hours left in the 4th trial. Only Su Kainqian was trying to obtain 20 Hell coins through the riskiest method. Actually, it was the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen who was taking the risk. Su Kainqian had yet to officially start her game of rebellion. The Netherworld Night Court Pass. Earth Ghost Imperial City. The Erie were like a cat on hot bricks. The Erie and Earth Ghost Imperial City were all discussing what had happened yesterday. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had been robbing houses all day. Moreover, she had been specially targeting the landlords and rich men. It couldn't be helped. They had a lot of money. Because of this, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen obtained about 1.2 million hell coins. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew very well that in at most 2 to 3 days, the City Lord of Earth Ghost Imperial City would be able to find out that it was the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. However, at that time, the City Lord of Earth Ghost Imperial City might not be able to live. Now, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already begun to recruit the Erie. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen brought Su Kainqian to a cave in Earth Ghost Imperial City. The Erie here were all outlaws. If you paid, they would work hard. Moreover, you had to pay daily. In other words, 1 day's money bought 1 lifetime. In a room in the cave, Su Kainqian sat on a muddy chair. She took out a box of ghost ink pastry. This was the ghost ink pastry that she had not finished yesterday. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was also in the room. Sister Erie, here's one for you. Su Kainqian handed a ghost ink pastry to the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen very carefully took the ghost ink pastry. She wasn't greedy. It was just that Su Kainqian had given her pastries, so there was no reason for her not to eat them. Moreover, The ghost ink pastry was sweet and delicious. And it could recover ghost aura. The Solitary Mountains ghost queen had just finished eating a ghost ink pastry when an eerie one walked in. This eerie one looked very strange. It did not have a pile of soil on its head, but its entire body was covered in yellow soil. This eerie was the local king here, the leader of the local black market. The local king said very politely, "Your Excellency, what kind of strength do you need? How many do you need?" The Solitary Mountains ghost queen said bluntly, "The number is temporarily uncertain. At least 100 of them, with their strength at LV 28 or higher. It would be even better if they are LV 30 eerie. Money is not a problem." The Solitary Mountains ghost queen's last sentence was the main point. Hiring a IV 28 the eerie to work for them for a day would not cost much. At most, it would cost 5 coins. If they recruited a LV 30 eerie, the price would be dozens of times higher. It would cost at least 20 coins, paid every day. After all, he'd be working for them. It was using his life to exchange for money. If the eerie who sold his life fled at the last minute, not only would he not be able to get any money, but he would also be chased to death by the underground forces of the local king. 2 eerie above LV 28. This local king knew that this was a big deal, so he actually treated them even more warmly. The local king said, "Your Excellency, don't worry. I promise to satisfy you. Give me an hour." This local tyrant eerie would personally go to choose the eerie. "Half an hour. My small master doesn't have the patience to stay in your cave for too long." The Solitary Mountains ghost queen definitely knew about Su Kainkian. It was impossible for her to stay in the cave for an hour. "No problem. Your Excellency, please wait here for half an hour." This local king did not want to miss out on such a big deal. One had to know that the local king could take 30 of the money. Wasn't this a proper intermediary? In fact, the local king was the eerie's intermediary. He introduced the eerie to the employer. The local king could not take 30 of the money just by introducing them. This was because the local king had to bear the corresponding risks. The Solitary Mountains ghost queen said to Su Kainkian, "Small master, in half an hour, we can start the game of rebellion." "Okay." Su Kainkian nodded obediently. Su Kainkian was especially serious about things she was interested in. As for whether she was obedient or not, it was unknown. Su Kainkian had never been quiet for a day. If a child sat quietly for an entire day, there had to be something wrong. If it was not moving around, would it still be a child? The day ended. In less than half an hour, Su Kainkian and the Solitary Mountains ghost queen arrived at another cave. This place was like a cave abode, but there was a cave entrance. And here, hundreds of eerie were gathered. The local king said to the Solitary Mountains ghost queen, "Your Excellency, please inspect the goods." Since he had found more than 100 eerie, as the employer, the Solitary Mountains ghost queen naturally had to test the goods. If the goods didn't match the order, they would definitely have to change. Moreover, they would only pay after checking the goods and feeling that there were no problems. The Solitary Mountains ghost queen sized them up one by one. It was not enough for them to be above LV 28. She did not want anyone who was missing an arm or a leg or anyone who was stupid. She did not want anyone who was old or sick, either. While the Solitary Mountains ghost queen was examining the goods, the local king said, "Your Excellency, 3 of them are at LV 30, 29, are at LV 29, and the rest are all at LV 28. The Solitary Mountains ghost queen said in a cold tone, "1 no." The local king said, "They've all been mercenaries for more than 3 years. They definitely won't disappoint your Excellency." The Solitary Mountains ghost queen did not reply. She was still sizing them up one by one. About 10 minutes later, the Solitary Mountains ghost queen nodded. The inspection was complete. For the time being, there was nothing she was dissatisfied with. Now, the Solitary Mountains ghost queen was handing it over to the local king. Every eerie one that was hired had a detailed price. The local king wouldn't ask the solitary mountain's ghost queen why she wanted to hire 100 Erie, and why they had to be at or above LV 28. After all, many employers hired the Erie to do very obscure things, such as assassinations. It was impossible to hire 100 Erie LV 28 and above to show off. Right after delivery, the solitary mountain's ghost queen gave him a day's salary. It was not a small amount. It actually cost 450 coins. It had to be known that 3 LV 30 Erie would cost 30. If you had to 40 ghost coins to hire them for a day. In that case, it was nearly 1 coins a month. That was more than the salary of the lord of a court pass. After all, the nature was different. These Erie were hired to earn money with their lives. They could die at any time. Therefore, the hiring fee was definitely not low. But even if they died, they would not have any complaints. This was the kind of job one should do. Chapter 300 Has Su Kaienkian really been led astray? Chapter 300 Has Su Kaienkian really been led astray? After that, the solitary mountain's ghost queen gave the local icing the payment for the next day, and said, "One still need this amount tomorrow." As soon as these words were spoken, the local king was shocked. However, he nodded in agreement. Only a fool would not take money. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream felt that the solitary mountain's ghost queen was still too young. With just this bit of manpower, could they rebel? It had to be known that, not to mention the court, they could not even take down Earth Ghost Imperial City. The solitary mountain's ghost queen is still brave but not smart. How can 100 heaven rank Erie cause a splash? 1 coins will probably be wasted just like that. Rebellion. A day trip. Haha. Actually, the netizens' analysis was right. What could these 100 LV 2830 Erie do? It had to be known that even the guards of the Earth Ghost Imperial City could easily defeat these 100 Erie. Small master. It's done. The solitary mountain's ghost queen came to Su Kaienkian's side. Su Kaienkian waved her hand and said, "Follow me." Su Kaienkian did not know where she had learned this order from. In fact, it was all taught by the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Furthermore, the solitary mountain's ghost queen had already told Su Kaienkian the next plan. Of course, the solitary mountain's ghost queen would not fight head-on with the Erie of the Earth Ghost Imperial City. Although her goal was not to play landlord, but to play rich. This was because the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew very well that it was impossible to rebel an Earth Ghost Imperial City with just these 100 hired Erie. They had to become stronger. Only with at least 10 times the number and dozens of LV 30 Erie could they rebel. Yesterday, the solitary mountain's ghost queen had already targeted a rich man from the Earth Ghost Imperial City. This Erie family had been running a mine for generations. Not only did the Erie have a family, but it also had a mine. Of course, it was not a stone mine, a gold mine, or a silver mine, but a soil mine. It was a type of earth that could allow the Earth Erie to eat and increase their ghost aura. The solitary mountain's ghost queen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of this rich man and obtain more ghost coins. The current solitary mountain's ghost queen had already gone all out. It be either dead or alive. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream side. It's over. Su Kaienkian has been led astray by the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Is that possible? What's possible? Su Kaienkian has never treated the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 alternate worlds as humans. Perhaps in her eyes, demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts are just animals. Yes, it's very likely. Otherwise, Su Kaienkian wouldn't be so cruel as to blow up the Erie like fireworks. The netizens believe that if the people in the Erie world were not the Erie, but humans, Su Kaienkian would definitely not do that. Previous poster. You're suspected of being a saint. What's so cruel about that? Isn't the otherworld instance dungeon trial survival of the fittest? Wouldn't it be considered cruel to be tortured to death by the Erie? That's right. Being kind to demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts as being cruel to yourself. I can't wait for Sukainkian to kill all the Eerie in the Eerie world. Let's keep the female Eerie for now. After discussing for a while, the netizens began to talk about the female Eerie. However, these netizens who were watching the Heavenly Tao's live broadcast were only showing off. If they were chosen by the Heavenly Tao system, they would probably collapse on the spot and be frightened so much they'd leak an unknown liquid. Meanwhile, in the southern city of Earth Ghost Imperial City, there was a huge mansion. However, from afar, it still looks like a huge tomb. Go! 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 Sukainkian waved her hand. The eerie mercenaries lurking in the surroundings charged into the mansion like ferocious beasts. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Sukainkian did not rush in. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was very nervous because she was afraid that something would go wrong. After all, this was one of the few wealthy families in Earth Ghost Imperial City. There had to be many eerie experts. Moreover, it was in Earth Ghost Imperial City. What did this mean? With such a huge commotion, the guards of Earth Ghost Imperial City would definitely rush over. She estimated that it would take about 10 minutes. After more than 10 minutes, they had to retreat. Hiring 100 Eerie was just to do this. Sister Eerie, I want to go in too. When Sukainkian saw the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she also wanted to charge in. As for the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she originally wanted to dissuade her, but she couldn't care less. Moreover, Sukainkian's Ghost Tao strength had already reached the Ghost Emperor level. Small Master, let's go search for treasures later. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's goal was money. It was not to kill these Eerie. However, if they killed their way into a rich family, a massacre would definitely be inevitable. Sister Eerie, one know where there's a lot of money, Sukainkian said bluntly. Upon hearing this, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen looked at Sukainkian in surprise, and then asked, Small Master, where is it? Sister Eerie, let me lead the way. Sukainkian was already extremely excited. As for how Sukainkian knew where the treasures were in such a huge mansion, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen naturally could not guess. However, Sukainkian had the power to automatically find her way. As long as there was a target, she could automatically find a way. Sukainkian used the wealth in the mansion as her goal, so she naturally knew where the money was. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not believe Sukainkian's childish words, but she had always believed her from the bottom of her heart. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen followed Sukainkian's steps and rushed into the residence. Knowing where the treasures in the mansion were would greatly reduce the risk. After all, carrying out a robbery in Earth Ghost Imperial City was undoubtedly plucking hair from a sleeping tiger. When the tiger woke up, they basically could not escape. Therefore, time was life. The mansion was in chaos. The rumbling continued. The commotion alarmed the entire south of the city. The guards in the mansion were engaged in an intense exchange with more than 100 hired Eerie, 5 Ghost Emperor level Eerie. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen saw that among the guards in the residence, there were 3 LV, 30 guards and 2 LV, 31 guards. It had to be known that they were only guards of the Eerie family. This power was actually 1/5 that of Earth Ghost Imperial City. Moreover, there were more than 100 Eerie guards in this residence. All of them were above LV 25. However, in comparison, the 100 Eerie hired by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen were stronger. However, because there were 5 Ghost Emperor level Eerie in this mansion, the balance of the battle was very delicate. The battle might not end even after a day. Moreover, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and the others only had 10 minutes left. They had to seize the treasures and leave Earth Ghost Imperial City within 10 minutes. Otherwise, when the subordinate forces of Earth Ghost Imperial City arrived, it would basically be impossible to escape. Sister Eerie, over here. Sukainkian pointed to a stone mountain in the backyard. Chapter 301. Chapter 301. Isn't Sukainkian too strong? Chapter 301. Isn't Sukainkian too strong? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen carefully explored the stone mountain. It didn't take 30 seconds. The solitary mountain's ghost queen saw a stone door on the stone mountain. The stone door was opened by the solitary mountain's ghost queen with a ghost curse. Bang! Part of the stone doors was blown to dust. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said, "Small master, I'll scout ahead first." With that said, the solitary mountain's ghost queen walked towards the passageway inside the stone door. After walking through the passageway, she arrived at an underground palace. Su Kainkian followed behind. "Sister Eerie, there's a lot of money there." Su Kainkian pointed to the top of the underground palace. Above it was a bank. The solitary mountain's ghost queen also saw the bank. She also saw 3 Eerie above her. Among the 3, 2 of them were LV 33 Earth Eerie. As for the other one, it was dressed gorgeously and had a piece of golden soil on its head. They are actually LV 33 Earth Eerie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was extremely shocked. She had never expected this. A rich family actually had 2 LV 33 guards. It had to be known that the LV 33 Earth Eerie had the ability to compete for the seat of the city lord of the Earth Ghost Imperial City. The Eerie with a piece of golden soil on his head said to the solitary mountain's ghost queen, "You guys are really bold. In the past few decades, no Eerie has dared to rob my family." This golden Earth Eerie one seemed to think that the solitary mountain's ghost queen and Su Kainkian were already fish in a barrel. So it was not in a hurry to kill them. The solitary mountain's ghost queen also knew that she could not escape, but she would do everything she could to let Su Kainkian escape. She said to the wealthy Eerie, "Why do you have 2 LV 33 guards? Aren't you afraid that they will kill you and snatch the money here?" The solitary mountain's ghost queen said, "Are you 2 LV 33 Eerie really willing to submit to him?" Upon hearing this, the 2 LV 33 Earth Eerie did not answer the solitary mountain's ghost queen. On the other hand, the rich Eerie sneered and said, trying to sow discord, "You know what? I'll tell you. They are ghost servants that I've nurtured since I was young." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately made the solitary mountain's ghost queen widen her eyes. Her devastatingly beautiful face immediately paled. Impossible! The solitary mountain's ghost queen refused to believe it. This was because the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that nurturing 2 LV 33 guards would cost at least 10 coins. But where did the rich Eerie get so much money? There were only a few million hell coins in the vault here. 70 of the family's foundation has been used to nurture them. Do you still think your sowing discord is useful? Was the rich Eerie stupid? Or what in the end? He actually used 70 of the family's foundation to nurture the 2 guards. The solitary mountain's ghost queen finally understood that he had used his family's foundation. Once the family lost its foundation, it would fall apart. Just like the netherworld hell. If there was no foundation, the entire netherworld hell would fall into chaos. After all, foundation was the lifeline of the family. If you dare to go all out like this, there's only one goal. You want to claim this Earth Ghost Imperial City, said the solitary mountains ghost queen. The rich Eerie did not answer the question, because the solitary mountain's ghost queen had guessed correctly. If this rich guy wasn't so ambitious, it would be impossible for him to use his family's foundation to nurture 2 LV 33 Eerie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was stalling for time, thinking about how to escape from the 2 LV 33 Eerie. Even if she couldn't escape, she had to let Su Kainkian escape alone. However, she still couldn't think of a way to escape from the Eerie at LV 33. This time, she had miscalculated. Rather than saying that this rich man had hidden himself too deeply, he had actually nurtured 2 IV 33 Eerie. Small master. Just as the solitary mountain's ghost queen was distracted, she realized that Su Kainkian had already arrived near the top of the underground palace. She looked at the hell coins in the vault. Wow, that's a lot of money. Su Kainkian looked at the pile of hell coins in the vault that was even taller than her. In fact, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not expect this rich Eerie's family to have such a deep foundation. Even if he used 70 of his foundation, he still had about 7 coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was completely panicked. She originally wanted to buy time while thinking of a way to escape or let Su Kainqian leave quietly. But what about Su Kainqian? She walked over and appeared beside the vault. This was essentially sending herself to death. No. 5 minutes had passed. In another 5 minutes or so, even if they were not killed by these two eerie, they would die at the hands of the guards in the city. Where did this human child come from? Smells so good. Ghost Emperor little girl. The rich eerie stared at Su Kainqian in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a human little girl actually have the strength of the Ghost Emperor. Kill her. But don't destroy her. The rich eerie wanted to eat Su Kainqian, so he could not destroy her body. After all, Su Kainqian had an extremely special fragrance that could make the eerie drool. It wasn't just eerie. There were also other demons and monsters who discovered a very special fragrance on Su Kainqian's body. It could make them drool and make their hearts race. The solitary mountain's ghost queen floated over. If Su Kainqian was killed, she would not be able to redeem herself. The moment the solitary mountain's ghost queen floated over, a cold ghost aura was released from Su Kainqian's body. The ghost Kai directly froze what was in front of her. Even the wealthy Eerie and the two LV-33 Eerie were frozen. Seeing the scene, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was simply shocked. The higher level of the water ghost curse spell. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had naturally heard of the ice ghost curse spell, but this was the first time she had seen it. Moreover, it was an ice ghost curse spell released by a human girl. It could freeze even LV-33 Eerie. How powerful was this ice ghost curse spell? After the rich man and the two LV-33 Eerie were frozen, they lost the ability to resist. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not plan to let them off, but rather finished them off. Thud. The solitary mountain's ghost queen used the fire ghost curse spell to carry out an artistic explosion. Bang! Between the alternation of hot and cold, and under the state of heat expansion and contraction, there was actually an explosion. The rich Eerie and the two LV-33 Earth Eerie were killed by the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Even though the solitary mountain's ghost queen had all kinds of doubts, now was not the time to ask Su Kainqian to satisfy her curiosity. Small master, put all this money into your universe pouch. The solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately placed all the hell coins in the vault into Su Kainqian's universe pouch. Time was tight. They had to take all the money here in 2 to 3 minutes. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Dao livestream, the screen flew everywhere. FCK. Isn't Su Kainqian too strong? Chapter 302 Chapter 302 How exciting. I want to play a rebellion game. Chapter 302 How exciting. I want to play a rebellion game. Even the LV-33 Eerie can be frozen by Su Kainqian's ghost curse spell. Where did Su Kainqian learn these ghost Dao curse spells? If it wasn't taught by the solitary mountain's ghost queen, then only her father taught it. Su Kainqian's father has transcendental strength. Although the netizens did not know how terrifying transcendental strength was, it was enough for them to know that transcendental was above the emperor level. In less than 3 minutes, the small vault in the underground palace had already been emptied by Su Kainqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen. Sister Eerie, we took a lot of money, Su Kainqian said excitedly. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said bluntly. Small master, we have to leave this place quickly. Alright, Su Kainqian nodded. With that, Su Kainqian and solitary mountain's ghost queen immediately left the underground palace. In less than 3 minutes, Su Kainqian and solitary mountain's ghost queen left the underground palace, walked out of the residence, and left Earth Ghost Imperial City before the guards arrived. When Su Kainqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen retreated, the hired Eerie also left immediately. In the suburbs, small master, we're temporarily safe now. The solitary mountain's ghost queen wasn't worried that the guards of Earth Ghost Imperial City would chase after her. The reason was simple. Apart from Earth Ghost Imperial City, the suburbs were very chaotic. Those guards only had ordinary salaries. They would definitely not work so hard. Those hired Erie were waiting around Su Kainkian. After all, it had not even been a day. Only the next day, when the employment was cancelled, could these hired Erie go to the local king to get the employment fee. The prerequisite was that the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had to confirm it again. Therefore, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could not die. If she died, these hired Erie would not be able to get the higher money. Sister Erie. How exciting! Su Kainkian was completely unaware of the severity of the situation. However, along the way, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was thinking about Su Kainkian's strength. When she was in Feng City, she knew that Su Kainkian's strength had reached the level of a LV 30 Ghost Emperor. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not expect Su Kainkian to be able to activate an Ice Ghost Curse spell and freeze LV 33. Erie, Small Master. May Zaokian ask how you activated the Ice Ghost Curse spell, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen asked. Su Kainkian shook her head. Sister Erie, what is an Ice Ghost Curse spell? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said. It's the Ghost Curse spell that Small Master used to freeze the rich man and the 2 LV 33. Erie. Su Kainkian nodded. I don't know. Then, Su Kainkian said, I just wanted to stop them from moving. Then, they stopped moving. As soon as these words were spoken, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was shocked. How could Ghost Curse spells be easily activated? One had to know that the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had some difficulties when she used Ghost Curse spells. It was not something that could be done just by thinking about it. However, Su Kainkian thought that she didn't want them to move, so she activated an Ice Ghost Curse spell that could freeze the earth. Erie. Moreover, it even froze LV 33 Earth Erie. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen even felt that Su Kainkian's strength was definitely above LV 33. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen only felt shocked, and did not find it unbelievable. Because the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew that Su Kainkian was Su Yong's daughter. In the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's heart, Su Yong was so powerful that she could not guess his strength at all. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to Su Kainkian, Small Master, we will recruit Erie. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen thought to herself that she already had nearly 7 coins. It was also time to recruit the rebel forces. After all, it was impossible to rebel with hired Erie. Moreover, there was no turning back now. It would not be long before the Serene Moon Court Pass subordinate forces would move out to surround Su Kainkian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. After all, they had caused such a huge commotion. In addition, Su Kainkian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had caused chaos in Feng City. Therefore, the only way was to rebel. However, if they wanted to rebel, they had to have their own faction. It was definitely necessary to hire the Erie, but they had to have their own Erie faction. As long as they had money, everything was negotiable. She wanted to use 5 Zimnyanyanho coins to build a force that could resist Earth Ghost Imperial City. The day ended. Half a day passed. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had the Erie she hired go to the various spots in Earth Ghost Imperial City to secretly issue recruitment orders. Of course, such a thing could not be done openly. As for Su Kainkian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, they were still in the suburbs of Earth Ghost Imperial City. At this moment, some of the Erie had already arrived. What came was a LV 31 Fire Erie. Moreover, it was a very beautiful female Erie. However, in front of the devastatingly beautiful face of the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she was still much inferior. The Ghost Empress of the Flaming Mountains. Interested in joining Kainkian army. This woman's attitude was very sincere. At the end of the day, she was here for money. Without money, who would join the rebel army? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen nodded and said, about the military salary and remuneration. 100 Ghost coins a month, plus rewards based on merit. Thank you, leader. I will definitely do my best. Of course. The female Erie knew that 100 and ghost coins a month had already exceeded the salary of the Master of the Serene Moon Court Pass. Of course, becoming the Ghost Emperor of the Serene Moon Court Pass was not just a salary. They could earn millions of hell coins a year, or even more. One had to know that a rich family in Earth Ghost Imperial City only had a few million hell coins. However, when the Master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass could obtain the foundation of a family in a year, it was very terrifying. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said bluntly, "I'm not the leader. Small Master is the leader of Kainkian army." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Empress of the Flaming Mountains immediately repeated what she had said to Su Kankian. "Thank you, leader. One will definitely do my best." The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not want to test the loyalty of the Ghost Empress of the Flaming Mountains. After all, the recruitment had just begun. It did not matter if there was no loyalty. As long as there was money. For money, these eerie recruits could be loyal. Meanwhile, 2 more eerie appeared, and they were both LV 30 eerie. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had also recruited them into the Kankian army. The military salary was 50 hell coins a month, and there was also a reward based on merit. After all, the rewards were the most important. As long as one had money, they could really recruit powerful eerie. Next day, in the entire day, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had recruited 38 LV, 33 eerie and 200 LV, 29 eerie. In addition to the mercenaries from the local king's employment, they already had a force that could resist Earth Ghost Imperial City. Of course, they had to entrust their lives to the eerie. As for the subordinates they recruited, they remained the core of the army. Small Master, we can immediately attack Earth Ghost Imperial City now. Chapter 303 Chapter 303 Rebellion in the Netherworld Hell is Death. Chapter 303 Rebellion in the Netherworld Hell is Death. After the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen took down Earth Ghost Imperial City, she planned to use it as her first stronghold. After all, there were 6 Ghost Imperial cities in the Netherworld Night Court Pass. They would face an even greater crisis next. So they could only rebel to the end. It did sound very crazy. They actually dared to rebel in the Netherworld Hell. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream also felt that it was madness. But they understood something more. In the eerie world, money can really get you everything. Of course, you can even buy the Netherworld Hell with money. If the rebellion fails, both man and money will be gone. If the rebellion succeeds, they will be able to control this Netherworld Hell. Right. How can it be so easy? It's only a matter of time before they die. However, the dungeon trial in the eerie world with money is really too simple. Through Su Kankian's live broadcast, the netizens saw that the eerie were willing to do anything for money. As long as the money was in place, nothing was impossible. A total of 522 eerie gathered outside Earth Ghost Imperial City. Go! 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 As soon as Su Kankian finished speaking, the first to charge forward were the hired eerie. They had the money to risk their lives for, so of course they had to be the vanguard. There were only a dozen or so eerie guarding the city gate of Earth Ghost Imperial City. It was broken through without any effort. Moreover, in the Netherworld Night Court Pass, Serene Night Ghost Imperial City was the strongest. There were only 400,500 eerie guarding the other Ghost Imperial cities. They could not afford to raise more, and the subordinates Su Kankian had recruited now were 223 eerie above LV. 25 plus 200,250 hired eerie. Moreover, the eerie hiring 3 was very strong. In the competition of factions, they completely defeated the guards of Earth Ghost Imperial City. At this moment, Earth Ghost Imperial City was in chaos. The citizen eerie under the protection of Earth Ghost Imperial City's guards were already trembling. They hired the eerie to charge straight into the administrative center of Earth Ghost Imperial City, which was also Earth Ghost Imperial City Manor. Since it was a rebellion, they naturally had to control the entire Earth Ghost Imperial City, and the manor of Earth Ghost Imperial City was the center of the city. If they did not attack directly, they would not be able to take control of Earth Ghost Imperial City. The solitary mountain's ghost queen and Sukankian commanded from behind. For the first time, Sukankian felt the joy of being a leader. To Sukankian, rebellion was a game. In fact, given their faction's overwhelming advantage, there was no strategy to speak of. It was fine to be reckless. Moreover, the guards of the Earth Ghost Imperial City did things with a small salary. Once they were forced to fight to the death, they would most likely surrender. After all, a heaven-rank Eerie could only be a guard for 3 coins a month. Risking life for just this much. Impossible. Therefore, once they broke through the governing manor of Earth Ghost Imperial City, it would mean that they controlled the entire Earth Ghost Imperial City. The hired Eerie were the first to rush into the central manor of Earth Ghost Imperial City. Even though it was heavily guarded, it was difficult for them to resist these desperate hired Eerie. Boom! Instantly, the entire city rumbled. The sound of tearing, explosions, and turbulence converged like a crazy battle song. The solitary mountain's ghost queen looked at the developments in the situation. This was a battle worth 5 coins. However, if they controlled Earth Ghost Imperial City, they would obtain even more. They might be able to obtain more than 20 ghost coin directly. After all, there were many rich Eerie in Earth Ghost Imperial City. After controlling the entire Earth Ghost Imperial City, they would definitely beat them up. After all, it was a rebellion. It was impossible for them to take down Earth Ghost Imperial City and keep these rich Eerie. Of course, if they'd offer all their money and beg for their lives. It was not impossible. Small Master. The situation is starting to become clear. The solitary mountain's ghost queen thought that after taking down Earth Ghost Imperial City, it would only be used as a stronghold for rebellion. After all, once they rebelled, there was no way out. It was impossible for them to retreat bravely. This was because the master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass definitely could not tolerate the territory he controlled being occupied by other factions. Even if they retreated bravely, the master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass would still kill them. Otherwise, how would the master of the Netherworld Night Court Pass explain it to the higher-ups? It was a small matter for the Ghost Emperor to neglect his duty, but he would most likely be severely punished. Sukankian said, Sister Eerie, I still want to continue playing the game of rebellion. Obviously, Sukankian had not had enough fun. The solitary mountain's ghost queen thought that once Sukankian completed the trial, she could completely leave the Netherworld. Hell, as for the solitary mountain's ghost queen, it wasn't that she hadn't considered a way out, but she knew that she was already dead. After all, there was no way out from the beginning of the Netherworld Hell's rebellion, unless they could seize the Netherworld Hell and become the new master. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that it was impossible. Just rebelling in the Netherworld Night Court Pass was destined to fail. As for why the solitary mountain's ghost queen believed that it would fail, the reason was very simple. Even if they occupied Earth Ghost Imperial City, obtained more than 20 ghost coins, and expanded their faction several times over, they could not deal with the 5 factions of the Netherworld Night Court Pass. Therefore, the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew very well that the rebellion could only reach this step. It was about to end. All she could do was to let Sukankian obtain 20 coins so that she could successfully complete the trial and leave the Eerie world. She would bear the consequences of the rebellion alone. Less than an hour later, boom! Accompanied by a bang, the city lord of Earth Ghost Emperor City was killed by the combined forces of 33 Eerie. The city manor of Earth Ghost Imperial City had completely fallen after more than half of the guards were killed. There was nothing much to say. The opposing side was simply steamrolled. But it wasn't over yet. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had long arranged for the Eerie underlings to attack the rich people in Earth Ghost Imperial City. Small Master. We can sit and collect the spoils of war in half an hour. The solitary mountain's ghost queen heaved a sigh of relief. Are the spoils of war money? Sukankian asked. The solitary mountain's ghost queen nodded, and said, yes. At least 20 Inyenyo. Declahel coins. When the time comes, small master will be able to complete the trial and leave the eerie world. Su Kainqian shook her head and said, Sister Eerie, one haven't played enough rebellion game. Su Kainqian did not want to leave. In the Heavenly Dao livestream, all the netizens guessed the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's thoughts. So that's what happened. After the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen went all out, her ultimate goal was only to give Su Kainqian 20 Inyenyo Declahel coins. She never thought that she would be able to leave alive. That's for sure. With just this bit of power, it's impossible to rebel to the end. Capturing Earth Ghost Imperial City is already the limit. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen doesn't know that Su Kainqian only completed the 4th trial after obtaining 20 Inyenyo Hell coins. There are still 2 more trials. All the netizens were thinking, if the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew that Su Kainqian could not leave the Otherworld instance dungeon, the Netherworld hell, even after obtaining 20 Inyenyo Declahel coins, what kind of expression would she have? She'd probably feel dead inside. Right. Or would it be too late for regrets? Chapter 304 The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is already crying. Chapter 304 The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen is already crying. 2 hours later, Earth Ghost Imperial City was still in chaos. However, it was not a war. The war had ended half an hour ago. Now, the Kainqian army had taken control of Earth Ghost Imperial City. After controlling Earth Ghost Imperial City, it was time to collect the spoils of war. Therefore, the property of the residents of Earth Ghost Imperial City would be used as spoils of war. These residents in Earth Ghost Imperial City only paid the so-called peace offering to Earth Ghost Imperial City, but not to Su Kainqian. It was mainly the rich merchant families in the north, east, and south of the city. They were the spoils of war. Therefore, they could ignore the other eerie residents, but they had to sweep through the wealth of these 3 families. There were also the assets of Central Manor. The wealth of Earth Ghost Imperial City could be at least 20 Inyenyo Declahel coins, up to 50 Inyenyo Declahel coins. After a while, the spoils of war were all gathered in the hall. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen counted. There were actually more than 53 Inyenyo Declahel coins. If it weren't for Su Kainqian, she wouldn't have achieved so much. Of course, Su Kainqian was also involved. If not for Su Kainqian, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would have long been killed by 2LV-33 eerie and some rich families. Underground Palace. Small Master. These are all your spoils of war. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen actually didn't want a single cent. Were the eerie not greedy? That was impossible. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen treated Su Kainqian as an existence more precious than her life and worldly possessions. Su Kainqian asked, what about Sister Eerie? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen shook her head and said, there's no need. This is because if you obtain more than 20 Inyenyo Ghost coins, Small Master, you can complete the trial and leave this eerie world. Su Kainqian shook her head again. Sister Eerie, you want money too? Su Kainqian might have been too good to her because the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen treated her too well. How could she not share it with her? It was like if you were good to me and I had something delicious to eat and play with. So I would share it with you. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said. Then I'll symbolically take some money and reward my subordinates. Suddenly, the wind chimes rang. Ring, ring, ring. The voice of the Heavenly Dao system spread like a broadcast. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 20. For obtaining 20 Inyenyo Hell coins before deadline and successfully completing the 4th trial. Congratulations! Chosen one no. 20. For obtaining 40 Inyenyo Heavenly Dao coins as a reward. You have obtained a special Heavenly Dao reward power of soul leaving the body. Su Kainqian looked a little lost. Sister Eerie, what's a soul leaving the body? Su Kainqian didn't understand. So of course she would ask. Upon hearing this, The solitary mountain's ghost queen said bluntly. The soul is the origin of all things. Because humans are flesh and blood joined with the soul, these can't be separated. However, soul leaving the body can let your soul separate from the body. Su Kangqian shook her head, indicating that what the solitary mountain's ghost queen said was too complicated. The solitary mountain's ghost queen continued. After the soul leaves the body, you can fly, burrow, pass through walls, and even wander. The solitary mountain's ghost queen's words made Su Kangqian understand. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also talking. In the eerie world, the power of soul leaving the body doesn't seem to have any effect. Right. That's right. It's an innate power to the eerie. This isn't any power to increase one's strength. It doesn't seem to be of much use. Su Kangqian has received so many special Heavenly Dao rewards, but she doesn't have any powers to increase her strength. While the netizens were conversing, they saw a soul appear in Su Kangqian's live broadcast. Su Kangqian's soul was separated from her body. I'm floating. It's so easy. Su Kangqian's soul floated above her head. She even tried to pass through the wall. She really passed through a wall and appeared outside the hall. It's fun. Su Kangqian felt like she was in a dream, but it was also very real. Small master, you are so awesome. The solitary mountain's ghost queen also did not expect Su Kangqian to be able to use soul leaving the body at once. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not know that this was the power of soul leaving the body that Su Kangqian had just obtained from the special Heavenly Dao reward. The solitary mountain's ghost queen thought that Su Kangqian had thought of this word, and immediately mastered soul leaving the body. Sister Eerie, I have a lot of money. Su Kangqian opened her Heavenly Dao coin shop to check. She was counting the digits. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. How many Heavenly Dao coins are 8 digits? Su Kangqian asked. 100. Inyanyo. Heavenly Dao coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was very shocked. After all, 100. Inyanyo. Heavenly Dao coins was equivalent to 20. Inyanyo. Coins. She did not expect Su Kangqian to have 20. Inyanyo. Coins worth of Heavenly Dao coins. Even if Su Kangqian had 100. Inyanyo. Heavenly Dao coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had to give 50. Inyanyo. Coins to Su Kangqian. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was about to ask if Su Kangqian was going to be teleported back when another notification sounded. Then, the announcement of the Heavenly Dao system entered Su Kangqian's ears. Trial 5 chosen 1 no. 20. Please obtain 200. Inyanyo. Coin in 14 days. After completing Trial 5, you will receive a Heavenly Dao reward. Warm reminder: if you are late, you will be erased. Good luck. As soon as the Heavenly Dao system finished speaking, Su Kangqian immediately asked the solitary mountain's ghost queen, Sister Eerie, how much is 200? Inyanyo. Coins. As soon as these words were spoken, the solitary mountain's ghost queen first frowned, then turned pale with fear. Small master, don't tell me you want to. Only then did the solitary mountain's ghost queen realize that Su Kangqian might still have another trial. And in this trial, what she had to obtain was 20. Inyanyo. Coins. But rather 200. Inyanyo. Coins. If that was really the case, what should the solitary mountain's ghost queen do? The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that she was doomed, so she took advantage of the moment when she was doomed to let Su Kangqian complete the trial and leave the eerie world. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen never expected that Su Kangqian would actually have another trial. Moreover, the difficulty of this trial was more than 10 times higher compared to the previous one. Earning 20. Inyanyo. Ghost coins was already the greatest limit of the solitary mountain's ghost queen. As a result, she was at the end of her rope. But Su Kangqian had another trial. What should she do? The solitary mountain's ghost queen was very anxious. She felt like she was about to cry. Not to mention completing the 5th trial for Su Kangqian. Whether or not she could let Su Kangqian live had become a distant thought. Seeing this, tears actually appeared in the eyes of the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen. Su Kangqian tilted her head slightly and asked, "Sister Eerie, why are you crying?" The Solitary Mountain's ghost queen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and forced a smile. Zhaoqian is just too happy. Small Master can play the game of rebellion again. As soon as she finished speaking, the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen's heart was already burning with anxiety. Chapter 305 Chapter 305 Not only are there many tricks, but there are also no repetitions. Chapter 305 Not only are there many tricks, but there are also no repetitions. Translator Henei Translations. Editor Henei Translations. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were also discussing the 5th trial of the Netherworld Hell Dungeon. The 4th trial was 20 hell coins. The 5th trial is actually 200 hell coins. The difficulty is 10 times higher than the 4th trial. Right. If you say 10 times, you're probably too smart because you don't know anything about thresholds. That's right. Your monthly salary is 10 dragon coins. Then, if you want a monthly salary of 100 dragon coins, is it 10 times more difficult? The netizens were still talking. They were discussing how to obtain 200 hell coin in 14 rebellion. But Su Kangqian and the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen can only get this far. Their limit is to take down Earth Ghost Imperial City. Perhaps in a few days, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor will immediately come to deal with the rebellion. At that time, how will Su Kangqian resist? I can only say that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen chose the wrong plan. She shouldn't have rebelled in the Netherworld Hell. Actually, it's not Solitary Mountain's ghost queen's fault. After all, she originally thought that Su Kangqian only had this trial to obtain 20 hell coins before she'd let Su Kangqian leave the Eerie world. Therefore, Solitary Mountain's ghost queen planned to bear the consequences of the rebellion herself. The netizens did not think that there was anything wrong with the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen. Instead, they felt that the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen was too loyal. Even if she had to die, she had to let Su Kangqian leave the Eerie world alive. It could only be said that the trial in this 6-star Otherworld instance dungeon was simply unimaginably difficult. The netizens were still conversing. Say, if Su Kangqian and the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen occupy the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass, can they obtain 200 ghost coins? Even Earth Ghost Imperial City has 50 hell coins as spoils of war. Then, the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass must have 200 hell coins. The prerequisite is to win completely, like occupying Earth Ghost Imperial City. Complete victory. How can there be a chance to crush them with strength? The netizens seemed to already know that even if they took down the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass, it was impossible to obtain 200 hell coins. This was because they would suffer losses in battle. When they attacked Earth Ghost Imperial City, they suppressed it with absolute power. That was why they could obtain 50 hell coins. Moreover, it was not just war losses, but also various expenses, coupled with all kinds of situations. It was already not bad to obtain a spoil of war of 100 hell coins after taking down the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass. How could the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen not have thought of this? She knew that in the next battle, if she wanted to fight, she had to at least invest all the funds she had obtained into the Kangqian army and expand it, but it was not enough to succeed. Therefore, the Solitary Mountain's ghost queen only thought of taking down Earth Ghost Imperial City and letting Su Kangqian escape with the money while she stayed behind to die. The cost of rebellion was too high. Even if she took down the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass, she could not let Su Kangqian obtain 200 hell coins. If the Netherworld Night Court Pass could not yield 200 ghost coins, Could it be that the 10 great Yamahals above did not? There was only one path left for Su Kankian, and that was to rebel to the end. At this moment, in the Kingming Court Pass, in a mansion, husband, we're only short of 4 ghost coins. In less than 2 days, we'll be able to obtain 20 ghost coins. The ghost Empress of Kingming Pass said in an extremely gentle voice. The ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass added, husband, your method is really impressive. In less than 5 days, you can even obtain an additional 20 coins. Lai Xingyuan's method exceeded the expectations of the ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass. Lai Xingyuan, who was at the side, had a stunned expression, but his eyes were filled with surprise. The ghost Empress of Kingming Pass approached Lai Xingyuan and asked, husband, what's wrong? Lai Xingyuan had yet to come back to his senses. The ghost Empress of Kingming Pass again asked, did you not have enough fun? Let's go back to our room and do it again. Only then did Lai Xingyuan come back to his senses. Lai Xingyuan had just fallen into deep thought, not because he knew that Su Kankian had completed the 4th trial, but because he knew what the 5th trial was. Lai Xingyuan never expected that he would need 200 hell coins for the 5th trial. What should he do? Lai Xingyuan was not confident at all that he could obtain 200 hell coins in half a month and complete the 5th trial. It was not difficult to earn money. The difficult part was how much he could earn. If not for the ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, it would have been difficult for Lai Xingyuan to earn 20 hell coins at Kingming Court Pass. Lai Xingyuan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I was just thinking about the trial and was in a daze. I didn't hear what you said. Lai Xingyuan did not intend to tell the ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass now. He said to the ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, there are still 4 days left for my trial. Give me 2 hell coins on the last day. Lai Xingyuan did not want to complete the trial in 2 days, because he had 2 more days to prepare. Lai Xingyuan thought so. Could it be that the other chosen ones also thought so? In the Evernight Court Pass, in just 2 days, Deng Yugang had built the Wind Moon Tower into an entertainment industry. Not only were there many tricks, but there were also no repetitions. Deng Yugang had moved all kinds of projects in the entertainment industry over. The 2 days of income was no less than 3 hell coins. This was all because Deng Yugang had invested all his money. The income on the 3rd day was even more. This was because the Erie of the 6 cities in the entire Evernight Court Pass had come to the entertainment industry. Because it was too exciting. Actually, Deng Yugang's actions were similar to rebellion. However, the rebellion had turned into entertainment, poisoning these Erie, causing them to completely fall into it. Although it would not last long, the freshness period could last for at least half a month. Deng Yugang was completely confident that he could earn 20 hell coin in 7 days. In a room, Deng Yugang took a deep breath. When he exhaled, he even sighed. You can't play like this. Right, the 5th trial actually needs 200 hell coins. Deng Yugang also knew very well that the entertainment industry he established could not earn 200 hell coins a year. After all, after stimulating consumption, it would return to normal. Looks like one can only head to the higher levels. Deng Yugang thought of heading to the territory of the 10 great Yamahals after he completed the 4th trial. After all, a court pass could no longer provide the hell coins he needed. Gao Kuolan, Zhang Dabao, Liu Tangwang, and the others also sighed when they learned that they needed to get 200 hell coins. For the 5th trial, they were not confident in earning 20 hell coins. So how could they obtain 200 hell coins in the 5th trial? However, they were all thinking about the same question. That was, how did Su Kankian obtain 20 hell coins in 7 days and pass the 4th trial? Chapter 306 What life are you playing with that little salary? Chapter 306 What life are you playing with that little salary? Translator Henny Translations. Editor Henny Translations. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream watched Gao Qiulan and the others livestream from time to time. Lai Xingyuan, Deng Yugang, Gao Qiulan, Zhang Dabao, and Liu Tangwang have passed the fourth trial. There's basically no suspense. Are all powerful people so good at earning money? I thought that they had already left the secular world, and were only focused on pursuing power. I didn't expect their ability to earn money, to crush ours. A big shot is still a big shot, be it earning money or other aspects. He can still be outstanding. The netizens had originally thought that Gao Qiulan and the others were the kind of people who had escaped from the mortal world, and did not know any way to make money. However, ever since they saw them, they realized that Gao Qiulan and the others could also do well in other fields and even become unique. However, there were also chosen ones who might be killed because they could not complete the trial. Jian Tingting, Miao Miao, and Sidu Jinghao were girls between the ages of 22 and 26. They were still inexperienced, even if they were descendants of the ancient clans and the corpse ancestor. So what? If they didn't have any special methods, they would be killed. In the city manor of Earth Ghost Imperial City in the Netherworld Night Court Pass, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was so anxious that she could not sit still. She was thinking about how to let Su Kaienqian live. She was also thinking about how to let Su Kaienqian get 200 Inyenyo coins. Sister Eerie, with so much money, can we buy a lot of Eerie? Su Kaienqian had personally seen the solitary mountain's ghost queen recruit the Eerie with money, so she naturally knew that money could buy the Eerie. No matter how anxious the solitary mountain's ghost queen was, she would still put on a calm expression and answer Su Kaienqian's question. That's right. 50 Inyenyo coins can buy a lot of Eerie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen only said this. What she didn't say was that no matter how many Eerie they bought, it was impossible for them to defeat the subordinate forces of the Netherworld Night Court. Wow. I can continue to play the game of rebellion. I can command again. Su Kaienqian became excited again. She seemed to enjoy commanding the Eerie to charge into the battle during the rebellion. The solitary mountain's ghost queen stammered. Small master, I'm afraid. Just as the solitary mountain's ghost queen spoke, she retracted her words. In fact, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not dare to tell Su Kaienqian the truth that she and Su Kaienqian would be killed by the subordinate forces of the ghost emperor. She was afraid that Su Kaienqian would die instead of herself. She would die with her eyes wide open. Sister Eerie, let's go buy the Eerie, Su Kaienqian said. The solitary mountain's ghost queen nodded, and said with a smile, all right. There was nothing she could do now. She could only take one step at a time. What else could she do? I want to buy fire Eerie. Su Kaienqian thought about how the Eerie under her command were all earth Eerie. She felt that it was too monotonous. Okay, let's buy fire Eerie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen nodded, but she suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Fire Eerie. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was pleasantly surprised. Why didn't one think of this? There was such a method. When the solitary mountain's ghost queen revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart, she was really as beautiful as a fairy. Sister Eerie, your smile is so beautiful. Su Kaienqian looked at the solitary mountain's ghost queen's smile, and similarly believed that the solitary mountain's ghost queen was a peerless beauty. The method that solitary mountain's ghost queen thought of was to bribe them. One had to know that they already had 50 Inyenyo coins. The solitary mountain's ghost queen planned to bribe the other ghost emperor city lords. According to what the solitary mountain's ghost queen knew, the monthly salary of the other ghost emperor city lords was only about 50 coins. Even though they could rely on their authority to get a lot of money, they would at most get a few 100,000 hell coins a month. Therefore, the solitary mountain's ghost queen planned to bribe the other 4 ghost emperor city lords with 1 Inyenyo coins. Merely bribing 4 ghost emperor city lords was far from enough. the subordinates of the 4 Ghost Emperor City Lords had to be bribed. Therefore, the 4 subordinate factions of the Ghost Emperor City and the Ghost Emperor City Lords could definitely be bribed with 10 ghost coins. They could not risk their lives for that bit of salary. It could really be done with money. In the eerie world where money could make the world go round in particular, the power of money could be infinitely magnified. The remaining 10 hell coins were used to maintain the current forces under him. This was equivalent to having the subordinate forces of the 5 Ghost Imperial cities in the Netherworld Night Court pass metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In this case, they could definitely resist the subordinate forces of the Serene Night Ghost Imperial City. However, bribery was the most wasteful way. After all, there was no way to obtain the spoils of war of the other 4 Ghost Imperial City. They had no choice. Peaceful solutions were the most expensive. However, there was a high chance that they could survive in the Netherworld Night Court Pass. They could also control the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass. Small Master, give me a day. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was already filled with confidence. Even if 50 hell coins could only be used for a month's salary, it was enough. Furthermore, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen knew that the other 4 city lords of Ghost Emperor cities would definitely be bribed. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would bribe them with 10 times their salary. How could the Eerie make life difficult for you if you had money? If they had more money, they could even bribe the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass. However, they did not have the capital. It was enough to bribe the 5 city lords of the Ghost Emperor cities and the subordinate factions of the Ghost Emperor City in the Netherworld Night Court Pass. Next day, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen had already rewarded the Eerie under her command. Not only that, but she had also given them a generous amount of hell coins as compensation. Now, these subordinate Eerie were already filled with spirit. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not fire more than 200 hired Eerie. Instead, she used 5 hell coins to extend their contract for half a month. What made the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen the most happy were the 4 Ghost Imperial cities in the Netherworld Night Court Pass. They had already been bribed by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. It was more than 10 times higher than their salary. How could they not be tempted? Humans were already greedy enough. But the Eerie's greed far exceeded that of humans. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to Su Kainkian, "Small Master, the game of rebellion is about to begin again." The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was no longer dejected, but overjoyed. Upon hearing this, Su Kainkian shook her head twice and smiled. "All right, we can play the game of rebellion again." Although the other 4 factions of the Ghost Emperor City had yet to arrive at Earth Ghost Emperor City, they were already on their way. Suddenly, outside Earth Ghost Imperial City, streams of incomparably dense yin kai swept over with a cold wind. The suffocating feeling enveloped the entire Earth Ghost Imperial City. "They are here." A large group of Eerie attacked. However, the ones who came were not the 4 subordinate factions of the Ghost Emperor City in the Netherworld Night Court Pass, but the subordinate factions led by the Ghost Emperor. Chapter 300 and Chapter 3071 Don't Want to Revolt. She gave too much. Chapter 3071 Don't Want to Revolt. She gave too much. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor was a metal Eerie. Not only was his entire body golden, but the extent of the golden light was also blinding. Even in a hazy environment, the golden light on his body couldn't be suppressed. The subordinates of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor numbered only about 800. This was normal. Wouldn't it cost money to raise so many Eerie? The Ghost Emperors of the various court passes wished they could reduce these Eerie to below 500. Because this way, they could earn more money. However, the higher-ups had a rule that the forces directly under each Ghost Imperial City had to have 48 LV, 30 Eerie, which was 48 ghost judges, and then 188 ghost officials and 500 ghost envoys. Therefore, the number could not be less than 698. And this was a faction directly under a Ghost Emperor City. The other 5 affiliated forces of the Ghost Imperial City were about 300. Moreover, there had to be 18 LV, 30 ghost judges, in the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass. Their monthly salary was no less than 10. In fact, it was not much. The average salary was only 4,000-5,000 hell coins per Eerie. The main reason was that the salary of ghost envoys had lowered the average. After all, the salary of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor was 88 heli coins a month, and the salary of a ghost judge was 20 to 30 hell coins a month. But how could it compare to hiring the Eerie? It had to be known that the Eerie at LV 30 cost about 20 hell coins a day. However, hired Eerie were using their lives to exchange for money, so there was naturally no comparison. Moreover, although the Serene Night Ghost Emperor only had a monthly salary of more than 80 hell coins, he could completely use his authority to earn hundreds of thousands of heli coins a month. How could the Eerie not be greedy for money? Otherwise, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen would not have been able to bribe the 5 ghost imperial cities affiliated to the Netherworld Night Court Pass with money. On the city wall of the Ghost Imperial City, Su Kangqian looked at the Eerie in front of her, and was not afraid at all. She could sense that the subordinates of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor were stronger than the Eerie under her command. Just from the ghost aura, it could be determined. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to Su Kangqian, "Small master, the power of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor is about 3 times that of our faction." Of course, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was not referring to the number of Eerie. One had to know that a Ghost Emperor level Ghost Judge could match more than 100 LV, 25 Ghost Envoys. Moreover, there was no lack of LV, 34 powerhouses in Serene Night Ghost Imperial City that were directly under the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor's strength was at LV 35. If not for the fact that he had reached LV 35, he would not have been able to sit in the position of the Lord of the Court. At that time, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor said, "Surrender." He actually wanted Su Kangqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen to surrender. Wouldn't he care about the matter of Su Kangqian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen rebelling and seizing the Ghost Imperial City? In fact, compared to money, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor really did not care, because after the Kangqian army surrendered, it meant that they were disbanded, and after disbanding, whose pocket would the money go to? Of course, it'd be the Serene Night Ghost Emperor's own pocket. That was tens of millions of hell coins. After all, since the Ghost Imperial City had been taken back, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor was not irresponsible. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said to the Serene Night Ghost Emperor, "Why don't you surrender?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor laughed thrice. "You're really arrogant. You're a LV 30 Ghost Empress, and you have not even a third of the forces in Serene Night Ghost Imperial City. How dare you speak so arrogantly?" The Serene Night Ghost Emperor could not understand why the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen could be so arrogant. Moreover, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor thought that he had yet to gather the factions in the other Ghost Imperial cities. That would double his power. Little did he know that the factions of the other 4 Ghost Imperial cities had already been bribed by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. On the city wall, Su Kangqian turned to look at the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, and asked, "Sister Eerie, has the game of rebellion begun?" The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen nodded, and said, "It's starting, but we still have to wait for half an hour." The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was waiting for the factions of the other 4 Ghost Imperial cities to rush over. With just the factions gathered in the Ghost Imperial cities, they naturally could not compare to the factions directly under the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Russell, on the left side of the city, a cold wind attacked. The yin kai seemed to cover half the sky. Hundreds of Eerie floated over. These hundreds of Eerie had very strange skin. Some were incomparably pale, some were black to the point of turning purple, and some were red to the point of turning green. They were a subordinate force of a Ghost Imperial City. The person who had led them here was naturally the City Lord of Golden Ghost Imperial City. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor was very puzzled. He had not called upon the forces of the Golden Ghost Imperial City. The reason was very simple. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor wanted his own faction to take over this place. If he gathered the factions of the other Ghost Imperial cities, they would sweep through the rebels. Then, he'd have to give a portion of the spoils of war to the forces of Golden Ghost Imperial City. Moreover, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor felt that the faction under its direct control was more than enough to deal with the rebels. It was not just the forces of Golden Ghost Imperial City. There were also those from Wood Ghost Imperial City and Water Ghost Imperial City. These two Ghost Imperial Cities' forces had also come. A cold wind blew. They then saw a scorching aura coming from behind. It was a large group of fire Eerie, under the lead of the city lord of the Fire Ghost Imperial City. They arrived here. In a moment, the four factions of the Ghost Imperial City of the Netherworld Night Court Pass were all gathered under the city. That was the current situation. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor ordered the other four Ghost Emperor City Lords. Without my orders. Who asked you to come over? Quickly retreat to your Ghost Imperial cities. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor did not even want to give a share to Golden Ghost Imperial City faction that came first, let alone the other Ghost Imperial City factions. A smile appeared on the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen's lips. She was not in a hurry, because victory was already in her grasp. After all, it was equivalent to forces of 5 Ghost Imperial cities. It was easy to deal with the Ghost Emperor City faction that was directly under the Silent Night. At this moment, the City Lord of Golden Ghost Imperial City spoke. Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Although you are also of the Gold Eerie race like me, have you ever thought about our purpose in gathering here? As soon as these words were spoken, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor snorted and said, "Is your subsidiary faction going to cause trouble? I have the right to remove your authority and make you unable to even keep your jobs." A red-robed figure that was covered in flames said, "I think this rice bowl is broken." A wooden man with grass growing on his head added, "Serene Night Ghost Emperor, we really didn't get any benefits from following you. We even starved through 9 meals in 3 days. 9 meals in 3 days. Didn't I give you a salary?" As soon as the Serene Night Ghost Emperor finished speaking, he was interrupted by a female water Eerie. Not only was this water Eerie's figure very alluring, but it was also faintly discernible. Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Can't you tell? Water kept dripping from the body of the City Lord of Water Ghost Emperor City, but it seemed to be endless. Hearing this, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor's expression froze. He finally understood. Why didn't these 4 forces of the Ghost Imperial City take the initiative to come to the Ghost Imperial City under his summons? Chapter 308. Chapter 308 Peaceful Resolution is the most spending. Chapter 308 Peaceful Resolution is the most spending. The Serene Night Ghost Emperor was terrified, because he knew that the forces from the other 4 Ghost Imperial cities had already betrayed him. You dared to rebel? The Serene Night Ghost Emperor's tone was very unyielding. Moreover, an even stronger ghost aura was released from his body, attempting to make the 4 city lords of Ghost Imperial cities cower. However, not only did these 4 Ghost Emperor city lords not cower, but they also took a big step forward. Rebellion. Actually, I didn't want to, but she gave too much. The City Lord of the Water Ghost Imperial City let out a tearing laugh. The City Lord of the Water Ghost Imperial City had already made things very clear. If it meant more money, so what if they rebelled? Compared to money, what about the consequences of rebellion? It was nothing but death. However, the Eerie were greedy. They were the kind who would even throw their lives away for money. How could mere authority make the 4 city lords of Ghost Imperial cities retreat obediently? Moreover, even if the 4 Ghost Imperial cities lords retreated, their subordinates would not retreat. The reason was simple. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen had also bribed their subordinates. Those subordinates would rebel no matter what. At this moment, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream sighed. FCK. The extent of the Eerie being moneygrubbers has refreshed my understanding again. That's right. They are willing to give up their lives for money. Do these Eerie not know the consequences? Or are they really willing to lose their lives for money? No matter what the reason is, it's money. The eerie world's greed for money reached a new height. The otherworldly beast world reached a new height in indulging in lust. The devilkind world reached a new height in killing. Also, the deceit in the demon world has really reached a new height. And the monster world is no exception. Their madness has reached a new height. The netizens knew that humans were far inferior to demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts in terms of greed, indulgence, killing, deceit, and madness. However, it could not be said that the Eerie were strange and short-sighted, nor could it be said that the Eerie were stupid and had not thought of the consequences of rebellion. But to the Eerie, money was even more important than life. Human thoughts would definitely not make sense to demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts. If it made sense, they would not be an anomaly. It was truly the Eerie thing to be greedy for money. Small master, you can start issuing orders. The solitary mountain's ghost queen said to Sukainkian. Sukainkian nodded lightly, and said, "Charge, charge, charge." As Sukainkian's tender voice fell, the Eerie in the Ghost Imperial City and the 4 forces from the other Ghost Imperial City surrounded the forces of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Of course, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor would not surrender. If he did, he would lose even more. He was already dead, yet he was still thinking about the loss of money. If the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen paid to bribe the Serene Night Ghost Emperor, she could also bribe him. However, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen did not bribe the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. After all, bribing the Serene Night Ghost Imperial City and the Serene Night Ghost Emperor needed at least 50 coins. Otherwise, it was impossible to bribe them. After all, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor would reject the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen because of insufficient benefits. However, even if the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen had money, she might not be able to bribe the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen also needed money. After all, the most expensive thing was to resolve the problem peacefully. She had no choice but to bribe the forces of the 4 Ghost Imperial cities. When Sukankian saw the chaos below the city wall, she was actually very happy. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen did not participate in the battle. Her participation would not affect the situation at all. After all, she was only LV 30. The city lords of the 4 Ghost Imperial cities simultaneously dealt with the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Although the Serene Night Ghost Emperor's strength was at LV 35, the strength of these 4 Ghost Emperor city lords was LV 33-34. They were completely capable of dealing with him. They were only dealing with and not killing this Serene Night Ghost Emperor. After the situation became clear, what was the use of the remaining Serene Night Ghost Emperor? Could he be powerful enough to deal with thousands of Eerie above LV 25? Moreover, there were thousands of LV 25 and hundreds of LV 30 Eerie. Therefore, the Serene Night Ghost Emperor could not turn the tables at all. Small master, I estimate that this rebellion game will end in 3 to 4 hours. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen knew very well that even if she used more than twice her strength to resist the power of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor, it would take at least 3 to 4 hours for the battle to end. Sukainkian nodded, not fully understanding. Be careful, small master. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen saw an Eerie one float up the city wall from the chaotic battle. Though there were 2 LV 32 Eerie guarding Sukainkian on the city wall, the Eerie that rushed up had reached LV 33. It was probably a ghost judge of the Serene Night Ghost Imperial City. Don't move. Crack. In an instant, the Eerie that was floating over was frozen into an ice sculpture by Sukainkian's ghost curse spell. It fell from the sky and shattered on the ground. Seeing this, the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen gasped. This was clearly the second time she had seen Sukainkian use the ice ghost curse spell. But she still felt very shocked. After all, the ice ghost curse spell was a sublimation of the water ghost curse spell. Not only that, but she could also easily activate the ice ghost curse spell and freeze the Eerie at LV 33. Most importantly, What was frozen was a fire eerie, as long as it was not a sneak attack. Even the serene Night Ghost Emperor might not be able to kill Su Kainkian. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream looked at this battle of more than two. Eerie and sighed. If possible, I want to live in the eerie world. How much money do you have? Not much. Just more than one. Dragon coins. However, with more than one, dragon coins on me. One live like a dog in dragon country. Hee. I don't want to have the feeling of being someone's grandson with money. Although the eerie world is greedy, I can enjoy a penny of happiness. You've changed. Didn't you say that the dungeons of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from 5 alternate worlds are purgatory on earth? The netizens fell into deep thought. They could not deny that the 5 other worlds of demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts were like hell on earth. However, in the eerie world, money could really let you do whatever you wanted. At the end of the day, these netizens were just having fun talking. If they really entered the eerie world, their crotches would probably be wet. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was also in deep thought. She was thinking about how to get Su Kainkian 200 hell coins. After all, after taking down Netherworld Night Court Pass, it was impossible to obtain 200 hell coins, unless they burned the bridge after crossing it, or even turned against each other and directly destroyed the forces of the other 4 ghost imperial cities. From there, they could devour the wealth of the entire Netherworld Night Court Pass. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not have this ability. There was only one way to do it. That was to continue rebelling in the Netherworld Hell. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, One Stranger Than the Other. Chapter 309, One Stranger Than the Other. However, if they continued to rebel, they would have to attack the 10 great Yamahals. What kind of existence was the 10 great Yamahals? In the 10 great Yamahals, a LV 35 Ghost Emperor was at most a handyman. It was as if the 9 ghost cities were small military camps. The 18 courts were officers. The 10 great Yamahals were generals. And the 5 underworld palaces were marshals. Even if there were many eerie subordinates at a court pass, they were not as strong as a coachman from a Yamahal. Of course, the premise was that money could solve all problems. But the problem was that they had no money. If they had money, what would there be to rebel against? After all, the solitary mountain's ghost queen wanted to rebel in order to obtain 200 hell coins for Sukyogaden. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that she could not show off in Yamahal. At that time, all she could do was to assist Su Kainkian. Ring ring ring. At this moment, the Heavenly Dao System's notification sounded. However, a line of words appeared in Chosen One No. 1 Lai Xingyuan's Heavenly Dao live broadcast. Lai Xingyuan had completed the 4th trial. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan received 20 hell coins. Congratulations! Chosen One No. 1 for obtaining 20 Heavenly Dao coins and a special Heavenly Dao reward power of person in the painting. Seeing this, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately started talking. What kind of power is the person in the painting? I only know that Lai Xingyuan obtained a special Heavenly Dao reward 23 years ago. It was the power of the painted skin. It's much better than a disguise technique. The person in the painting, the person you like. I guess it must be a very great power. The netizens knew that Lai Xingyuan would definitely use the power of the person in the painting. After all, there were still 2 trials. Zhang Dabao is about to complete the 4th trial. Right. The netizens were also paying attention to the situation of Chosen One No. 4. Zhang Dabao. Zhang Dabao enjoyed a noble treatment in the Clear Spring Court Pass. He was now called Celestial Master Zhang by the Eerie in the Clear Spring Court Pass. Now, there was a saying in the Clear Spring Court Pass: if you follow Celestial Master Zhang, your hands will cramp from counting money. Zhang Dabao's ability to deceive people was really great. He was even more scheming than Pink Sixie. It was not only Zhang Dabao, but also Dang Yugang. The entertainment industry he had built was really full of tricks. Dang Yugang was also enjoying earning money. Who would believe that Dang Yugang had never tutored in male and female dramas? Dang Yugang had already hooked up with all kinds of eerie young masters in order to learn 1 or 2 moves. They were all desperately giving him money, because if they conquered female eerie, they would be able to get more money. Not only that, but it also incorporated all kinds of entertainment news and pushed the Wind Moon Tower to the entire court pass. They were all fooling around for this. It was very similar to Zheoj. But Gao Kualan was different. After she got a job, she specially watched those dignitaries' moves. She was a spy. Once she was caught, she would probably be cut into pieces by these eerie. Right. However, Gao Kualan didn't think too much about it. Anyway, she had to get the money first. If she couldn't get 20 coins, she would die anyway. The other chosen ones had all kinds of methods, and the effect was not bad. Jiang Jing and Liu Tangguan used the same method, which was to monopolize. They had their eyes on a type of yin kai bottle, and monopolized it in their respective courts. Originally, a bottle of yin kai only cost 5 coins, but now they had raised it to 50 per bottle. Their actions caused all kinds of eerie in the respective court passes to be enraged, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Jiang Jing and Liu Tangguan were both controlling everything in the black market. It was basically impossible to catch them. Miao Miao was different. Ever since she found out that she was immortal, she actually relied on immortality to be a target. She was the one suffering the most. After all, she was getting hard-earned money. However, the netizens knew very well that 4 days had passed, and Miao Miao had also earned 2 coins. She was still 90 short. Yan Tingting, on the other hand, was like an unemployed wanderer. 4 days had passed, and she had wandered around the court, but she had not earned any hell coins. Although earning money was equivalent to a smokeless war, it was even harder than war. However, other than Su Kaienqian, at least 7 of the 11 chosen ones had a chance to pass the 4th trial. However, they also knew very well that when they passed the 4th trial, there was still the 5th trial. However, the 5th trial entailed 200 coins. At that time, wouldn't more chosen ones be eliminated? Sidu Jinghao has been assassinating the Eerie for the past 4 days. Didn't she earn hell coins? The netizens discovered that Sidu Jinghao had already assassinated more than one Eerie in 4 days. Let's not talk about anything else. Sidu Jinghao is really ruthless. Could it be that she wants to complete the achievement of the 1,000? Ghost is clearly the youngest chosen one other than Su Kaienqian. She's only 22 years old, but she's actually killing so crazily. How much does she hate the Eerie? Maybe she gave up on herself. The netizens believed that Sidu Jinghao wouldn't be able to earn 20 coins, so she would definitely be killed. Then, before she died, she would start a massacre in the netherworld hell. She would kill as many as she could. It would not be a loss to kill one, and she would make a killing. Now, all kinds of terrifying rumors were spreading in the court where Sidu Jinghao was. They were all saying that an evil ghost emperor had appeared. However, some netizens thought that Sidu Jinghao had other motives. Sidu Jinghao, on the other hand, was not a cultivator. She actually had such great strength that she could even kill a LV-30 ghost emperor. It was mainly because Sidu Jinghao was a descendant of the Haoshan clan, and had a ferocious aura. That was a power similar to the heavenly might. Therefore, once the Eerie below LV-30 were targeted by Sidu Jinghao, they would definitely die. There was also another chosen one whose actions the netizens failed to comprehend. That was chosen one No. 8. Fan Jian. The netizens' impression of him was that he was taciturn, and did not say a word from beginning to end. Of course, he was not mute. He just did not speak to the other chosen ones. This chosen one No. 8. Fan Jian had always been sitting in a restaurant, looking at the Eerie coming and going from the window. This Fan Jian was the one who had truly given up on himself. Right. Fan Jian has been looking at different kinds of eerie for 4 consecutive days. Does he think he can get money just by looking at them? You're joking. I sell fruits. I look at all kinds of customers every day. But they don't give me money. Then what exactly is Fan Jian doing? Waiting for death. One think he has been autistic ever since he left the Avasai hell. Among the 12 chosen ones, only Sidu Jinghao and Fan Jian made it impossible to guess what they were doing. One was madly killing the Yiri, while the other was watching the Yiri. They are really one stranger than the other. I don't understand what they are thinking. Perhaps big shots are all so strange. It's not something ordinary people can understand. The netizens no longer paid attention to Fan Jian and the others. Instead, they focused their attention on Su Qianqian's live broadcast. Chapter 310 Chapter 310 You don't understand, then call daddy. Chapter 310 You don't understand, then call daddy. The situation was clear. What was equivalent to 5 factions from 5 ghost imperial cities and the hired Eerie that were like a suicide squad had surrounded the subordinate faction directly under the Serene Night Ghost Emperor less than 3 hours ago. It was about to end. Now, 18 LV. 33-34 Eerie were attacking the Serene Night Ghost Emperor together. One fatal ghost curse spell after another struck the Serene Night Ghost Emperor. Although the Serene Night Ghost Emperor could counter every move, he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms. Boom! The Serene Night Ghost Emperor died. He wasn't killed by a ghost curse spell. He was exhausted to death. With the death of the Serene Night Ghost Emperor, those subordinates directly under the Serene Night Ghost Imperial City could escape, or be killed. The day ended. 5 hours later, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen brought the other Eerie and rushed to Serene Night Ghost Imperial City to sweep it. Everything that could be taken was taken away. However, she could not keep it all in his bag. After all, there was still a reward. If she did not give the other Ghost Emperor City Lords any rewards, they would backstab her this time. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and the rest were only in it together for money. It was fine if they had money, but if they didn't, there was no need to talk. To put it bluntly, we will listen to you if you have the money. But if you don't, excuse me, do we know you? Did the Eerie world have those who were loyal until death? Yes. However, such loyalty had to be built on money. The relationship between the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and Su Qianqian was an exception. After all, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's life was saved by Su Yang, and her love for Su Yang was unwavering. Even though the love was distant and deep, she still treated Su Yang as the white moonlight in her heart. Furthermore, Su Qianqian was Su Yang's daughter. She had also given her all to Su Qianqian without any hesitation. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was also greedy. She could also die for money. However, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen valued Su Qianqian's life more than her own. If the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was only doing this to repay her kindness, she could not do it without hesitation. Only by loving someone to the depths of their soul would the Eerie be able to escape the influence of their greed. Just like Lai Xingyuan and the Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass. In the manner of the Serene Night Ghost Imperial City, the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen started chatting with Su Qianqian. Small master, Xiaoqian can't bring you to play the game of rebellion anymore. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not have the ability to rebel in the Yama Hall. Why Su Qianqian clearly had not played enough of the game of rebellion. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen did not know how to answer. It was too profound. But she was afraid that Su Qianqian would not understand. If she said it too bluntly, she might scare Su Qianqian. However, there was no turning back. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen carefully chose her words. Next, you will bring Xiaoqian to play a game of rebellion, small master. Su Qianqian nodded, and said, yes, yes. I'll bring Sister Eerie along to play. Su Qianqian actually made another call then. She pressed the dial button of the Pink Turtle Children's smartwatch. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao live stream had always been puzzled. Why can't Su Qianqian use 1000 live voice transmission with Su Yang? Could it be that Su Yang is not in the alternate world? Even if it's somewhere on the blue planet, She can send a live voice transmission. Why can only the pink turtle child's smartwatch call Su Yang? After discussing it for a while, the netizens stopped. They wanted to hear why Su Kangqian called her father this time. Regarding Su Kangqian's indecisiveness, she still knew to call Su Yang. After all, as a daughter, Su Kangqian would naturally ask her father if she had any questions. Beep beep. The phone rang for about 7 or 8 seconds before it was answered. Hey, hey. Daddy. Su Kangqian's childish voice sounded crispy. Daddy is here. What's wrong? Kangqian. The voice on the other end of the phone was as calm as ever. Su Kangqian said, Daddy, I'm going to play a game of rebellion. A game of rebellion, that's fine. The person on the other end of the phone continued, How do you plan to play? Kangqian. Su Kangqian shook her head and said, Sister Eerie wants me to play with her. One don't know how to play the game of rebellion with Sister Eerie. At the side, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was very indignant because she could not help Su Kangqian much. There was no sound from the other end of the call for a long time. Dad, are you still here? Su Kangqian asked. Dad's still here. The person on the other end of the phone continued. Kangqian, Daddy asked them to play a game of rebellion with you too. Upon hearing this, the solitary mountain's ghost queen had already completely shut up. She immediately felt that she was about to be abandoned. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen was really powerless. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not know whom Su Yang was talking about at first. However, from the various images in the Heavenly Tao livestream, when they saw Lai Xingyuan and the others standing rooted to the ground, they knew that it was Su Yang. Using 1000 live voice transmission, he asked Lai Xingyuan and the others to play a game of rebellion with Su Kangqian. No way Su Yang wants the other chosen ones to play a game of rebellion with his daughter. It's called a game, but it's actually a real rebellion. Will Lai Xingyuan and the others agree? I'm not sure, but that's Su Yang with transcendental strength. He's asking them to play a game of rebellion with Su Kangqian. If they don't agree, will they really be safe? While the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were talking, they realized that Su Yang's voice was coming from the pink turtle smart watch in Su Kangqian's hand. Kangqian, just bring them along and play. Hearing this, Su Kangqian nodded. She did not need to rebel, but it was enough that she knew how to play. To put it bluntly, it was to let Su Kangqian play the game of rebellion as she pleased in the netherworld hell. As for how to play it, that would depend on Su Kangqian's own thoughts. The solitary mountain's ghost queen knew that Su Yang had to have a backup plan. As for what kind of backup plan it was, she did not know. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were also confused. What kind of backup plan does Su Yang have? Could it be that Su Yang's backup plan is Lai Xingyuan, and the rest playing a game of rebellion with Su Kangqian? Lai Xingyuan and the others can't even protect themselves now. That's right. I don't understand either. What kind of backup plan did Su Yang leave for Su Kangqian to play all the way up? No matter how hard the netizens racked their brains, they could not think of what Su Yang had left behind. At this moment, the solitary mountain's ghost queen could not help but ask Su Yang, Master, may one ask what methods you left for small? Master, the solitary mountain's ghost queen naturally asked out of concern for Su Kangqian's safety. There was another long period of silence on the other end of the phone. He seemed to ignore the solitary mountain's ghost queen. How could the netizens not know that other than Su Kangqian, Su Yang treated other girls coldly no matter how beautiful they were? However, Su Yang still answered the solitary mountain's ghost queen's question. Chapter 311 Chapter 311 His daughter exposed the fact that his strength was above the transcendental. Chapter 311 His daughter exposed the fact that his strength was above the transcendental. The mark of the underworld emperor. With that, Su Yang hung up. When the solitary mountain's ghost queen heard the words mark of the underworld emperor, she looked very terrified. One had to know that the mark of the underworld emperor was a mark that only the Earth Store Bodhisattva had in the netherworld hell. However, the Earth Store Bodhisattva, who had the mark of the underworld emperor, could increase the strength of his ghost Tao subordinates. This was also why the Earth Store Bodhisattva could become the Lord of the Netherworld Hell. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream were surprised to discover that a strange mark had appeared on Su Kenkian's hand. The mark was black and looked like a flag. The mark of the Underworld Emperor. Is the mark of the Underworld Emperor on the back of Su Kenkian's hand? Holy shide. What's going on? Is it the mark of the Underworld Emperor that Su Yong left for Su Kenkian? The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream did not know when Su Yong had left the mark of the Underworld Emperor for Su Kenkian. Could it be by phone? Impossible. Perhaps he left this so-called mark of the Underworld Emperor for Su Kenkian when she entered the Netherworld Hell. As expected of a transcendent big shot, Su Yong, who can obtain this mark of the Underworld Emperor, is probably not only a transcendental big shot, but also super transcendental. Right. The netizens were extremely shocked. Actually, they had thought that Su Yong's strength might be above the transcendental. However, what level of strength was above the transcendental? Because they did not know. The netizen said that Su Yong was a big shot who had exceeded the moral level 3 times. Super transcendental. Why don't you say Super Saiyan 3? Then what level do you think Su Yong's strength has reached? I don't know. In short, it might be above the transcendental, which is a LV 40 big shot. With a strength of LV 40, he can crush all the ghost emperors in the Eerie world, including the master of the Netherworld Hell. Most of the netizens already believed that Su Yong's strength had reached LV 40. In other words, it was above the transcendental. However, they could not tell what level was above the transcendental. They only knew that it corresponded to the LV 40 of the other world. Meanwhile, in a mansion at the Qingming Court Pass, Lai Xingyuan said to the ghost empress at Qingming Pass, "Wife, I must obtain 200 Inyenyo hell coins for my 5th trial to pass this trial. 200 Inyenyo hell coins." The ghost empress of Qingming Pass was shocked. Not only was she uncertain, but she was also at a loss. However, if Lai Xingyuan could not complete the trial, he would die. How could the ghost empress of Qingming Pass let her husband die? However, the ghost empress of Qingming Pass was helpless. "Wife, don't worry. Actually, I didn't tell you to worry about me," Lai Xingyuan said. Then, "Husband, do you have a solution?" the ghost empress of Qingming Pass asked. Lai Xingyuan nodded and said, "Yes, there's a way. But this method..." When the ghost empress of Qingming Pass saw that Lai Xingyuan was hesitating halfway through his sentence, as if he was hiding something, she asked, "Husband, no matter what method it is, I will always accompany you." The ghost empress of Qingming Pass said, "Husband, want that again. Let's go in and talk." Lai Xingyuan was stunned. As the saying went, 40 was like a tiger. Even if she was an eerie one, it was only so-so. Lai Xingyuan readily agreed. After all, doing hardening engineering technology was also an indispensable part of husband and wife. Without deep love, how could one love to the depths of the soul? This time, the ghost empress at Qingming Pass became quite aggressive. She was like a ferocious tiger. On the other hand, Lai Xingyuan seemed especially passive, like a little sheep being pressed down. As for Lai Xingyuan, could he withstand it? That was another matter. However, Lai Xingyuan's savings from more than 20 years had not been used up. However, after a while, Lai Xingyuan was already sweating. He did not expect the ghost empress of Qingming Pass to have such a big appetite. During the exchange, the ghost emperor of Qingming Pass asked, "Husband, what is the solution you mentioned?" Lai Xingyuan gathered his strength and took a deep breath. "Wife, can we talk later?" Lai Xingyuan could not be distracted. Didn't they say that the more distracted you were, the longer you could last? However, the technology at Qingming Pass was even more exquisite. 3 minutes later, Lai Xingyuan took another deep breath and said, "The solution is to rebel in the Netherworld Hell." When the ghost empress of Qingming Pass heard the word rebellion, her pupils constricted. Wouldn't rebellion lead to death? That was because the ghost empress at Qingming Pass was only at LV 35. Above her, there were also LV 3639 Eerie. If they really wanted to rebel, it might end before it even started. I don't know why, but one seemed to have received a notification in my mind. Lai Xingyuan's words immediately made the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream think of the blue cat devilish creature in the Devihuman world. Back then, the blue cat devilish creature had said that it had mysteriously heard a hint, so it came to the Nine Nether Demon Cave and became Su Qianqian's familiar. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were shocked. So it was really Su Yong who gave them a hint. If Su Qianqian hadn't entered the Eerie World's Netherworld Hell dungeon, we wouldn't have known that Su Yong's strength was above the transcendental level. I'm so FC envious of Su Qianqian for having such an awesome father. It's true. Whether Su Qianqian can pass the trial depends on how powerful her father is. One really want to compete with my father. But my father is just a salted fish vendor. Other than exclaiming, the netizens were also exclaiming. Meanwhile, after that, Lai Xingyuan continued to say to the Ghost Empress at Kingming Pass, enter the Netherworld Hell with me. The chosen one of this Otherworld Instance dungeon trial is a 5-year-old girl. A 5-year-old girl. The Ghost Empress of Kingming Pass was shocked again. Lai Xingyuan said indifferently, yes, her name is Su Qianqian. She has a father who is extremely powerful. I'm afraid her father's strength has already surpassed that of the Netherworld Hell's Lord. One didn't expect there to be such a powerful person in your human world. According to what the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass knew, the human world that Lai Xingyuan originated from was very weak. It was undeniable that most humans on the blue planet were far weaker than the demons, devils, ghosts, monsters, and beasts from the 5 alternate worlds. But it did not mean that there were no powerful humans on the blue planet. As long as Su Qianqian brings us along, we can play a game of rebellion together. When Lai Xingyuan mentioned us, it was naturally because he had to bring along the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass. As for the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, she nodded without hesitation and said, I will accompany you for this period of time. The Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass changed the topic and said in a shy voice, husband, let's do it again. Hearing this, Lai Xingyuan frowned and looked like he couldn't take it anymore. Chapter 312 Chapter 312 The Strength to Instantly Kill a Ghost Emperor. Chapter 312 The Strength to Instantly Kill a Ghost Emperor. Translator Hennice Translations. Editor Hennice Translations. However, even if he could not hold on, he had to hold on. Who asked Lai Xingyuan to raise the appetite of the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass so much? The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream began to worry for Lai Xingyuan. Lai Xingyuan is already an old man. He's probably going to collapse. Right, I don't know if it's broken or not. Anyway, he came straight in and went out in a bend. I hope Lai Xingyuan can withstand it. Wouldn't it be too tragic if he died here? The netizens shifted their gazes. Although there was something to watch, there was nothing worth watching between an uncle and an aunt. If it was an eerie one like the solitary mountain's ghost queen, not only would the netizens not be able to take their eyes off it, but they would not even get tired of it even if they replayed it thousands of times. Deng Yugeng's scenes were better. After all, Deng Yugeng had really enjoyed himself these 4 days. Not only did he not repeat himself, but he also had all kinds of tricks. However, Deng Yugeng's expression had also changed. He was no longer as frivolous as before, playing a game of rebellion with her. How interesting. Deng Yugeng suddenly laughed, but his eyes were still filled with a cold expression. Su Qianqian's father, Su Yong. Deng Yugeng rubbed his hands and muttered to himself, we've never even met before. But he knew that we could help Su Qianqian. Rebel. Deng Yugeng could not guess Su Yong's strength either. However, he knew very well that Su Yong's strength was not at the human emperor level at all, nor was it at the transcendent level. Instead, it was at an even higher level. Actually, before Deng Yugeng entered Netherworld Hell Trial, he already knew that Su Yong's strength was no longer at the transcendent level. Moreover, Deng Yugeng had seen with his own eyes that Su Qianqian could turn the ghost emperor of Feng City into wine with a bottle. With such a treasure, Su Kainqian's father would definitely be able to sweep through the entire netherworld hell. However, this is the most direct way. Let's listen to Su Yong's hint and play a game of rebellion with his daughter. Dang Yuging walked out of the room and went straight to the Ghost Imperial City. He was extremely fast, just like a gust of wind. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were shocked. FCK. What a great speed. What is he doing? I don't know. Anyway, he's only short of a few million hell coins. Right. That's right. He's only 7. Inyenyo. Hell coins away from 20. Inyenyo. Inyenyo. In the scene of the Heavenly Dao's livestream, the netizens saw Dang Yuging heading straight for Water Ghost Imperial City. An hour or so later, Eternal Night Ghost Imperial City, Dang Yuging punched each and every one of the city guards, causing them to fall to the ground. A heaven rank guard actually could not withstand a punch from Dang Yuging. Dang Yuging went straight to the city manor of Eternal Night Ghost Imperial City. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were stunned. How strong is Dang Yuging? I'm not sure. In any case, he's at the Human Emperor realm, around LV 30. So what if he's LV 30? The problem is, why did he barge into Eternal Night Ghost Imperial City now? Don't know. Either. The netizens had yet to guess Dang Yuging's goal. Actually, a portion of the netizens had guessed that Dang Yuging might want to deal with the Ghost Emperor alone. But wouldn't he be courting death for no reason? Therefore, everyone quickly denied this guess. However, Dang Yuging barged into the city manor of Eternal Night Ghost Imperial City. From the city manor, hundreds of Eri appeared and surrounded Dang Yuging. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor of Eternal Night also appeared. His skin was as black as charcoal, and his eyes were white. As for the strength of this Eternal Night Ghost Emperor, it was naturally at LV 35. Aren't you the human from the Moon Wind Tower? Why are you so arrogant as to barge into my city manor? The Ghost Emperor asked. And continued, this is not a place where you can leave safely just because you want to barge in. Unless you're here to show your friendship. The friendship that the Ghost Emperor of Eternal Night mentioned was naturally money. In the Eri world, there was no such thing as pure friendship. It's indeed for the sake of a gift. However, you're the one who will give it to me. Dang Yu had just changed from her usual frivolous appearance to a serious one. Dang Yuging was completely different from what the netizens knew. Dang Yu is just so arrogant. Doggy, you've changed. How can you become so serious? But what is Dang Yu doing? Courting death. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream knew that Dang Yuging was undoubtedly courting death. It started. Dang Yuging started fighting with a large group of Eri. The strange thing was that Dang Yuging's figure was extremely slippery, and he kept dodging these Eri's ghost curse attacks. A cold smile appeared on Dang Yuging's lips. Since we want to rebel, let's start with you. Crack. A small knife in Dang Yuging's hand silently swept across the Eternal Night Ghost Emperor's neck. The Eternal Night Ghost Emperor died on the spot. Instant kill. Seeing this, the Eri present were terrified. However, the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream opened their eyes wide. FCK. Is Dang Yuging that strong? He instantly killed the LV 35 Eternal Night Ghost Emperor. Does this count as taking the head of an enemy general from an army of 10? Inyenyo. T didn't expect Dang Yuging's strength to actually surpass LV 35. I knew that he was not weak, but I didn't expect him to be able to instantly kill the LV 35 Eternal Night Ghost Emperor. Other than exclaiming, the netizens were also exclaiming. As for why Dang Yuging wanted to kill the Ghost Emperor of Eternal Night, he had already said that it was to rebel. Since he was about to rebel, why did he have to painstakingly manage the entertainment industry he had built? Wouldn't it be faster to kill the Ghost Emperor and plunder money from here? It's nor just Dang Yuging. Look at Gaoku Ilan. There's also Tan Qin. Could it be that their ultimate goal in joining the ghost judges was to assassinate the court past master? No. It should be an idea that they just had. It's Su Yon's notification. I understand. At this moment, the netizens seemed to have come to a realization and understood the reason. It was Dang Yuging and the others who had received Su Yon's notification. They were attacking the lords of the various courts only. After that, After all, they had already rebelled. Why would they care about the consequences? Moreover, only the path of rebellion could give them a chance to complete the fourth or even fifth trial. Although Deng Yugang and the others were not weak, they did not dare to rebel in the netherworld hell alone. It was mainly because they were not strong enough. However, the nature of playing a game of rebellion with Su Kainqian was different. Therefore, Deng Yugang and the others dared to go all out. As foundation establishment cultivators, Gao Kuolan and Tan Qin were naturally at the human emperor level. Gao Kuolan was stronger. Her cultivation realm had reached the late-stage foundation establishment realm. Tan Qin's cultivation level had also reached the late stage of foundation establishment. But she was not as powerful as Gao Kuolan. However, it was more than enough to deal with a master of one of the 18 courts. It's nor just them. FCK. It's starting. Chapter 313. Chapter 313. Continue to play the rebellion game through the 10 Great Yama Halls. Chapter 313. Continue to play the rebellion game through the 10 Great Yama Halls. Gao Kuolan and Tan Qin also attacked the Lord of the Court. It wasn't just Gao Kuolan and Tan Qin. They were only in a favorable position because they were in the city manor. They didn't want to use their position to gain money. After all, they had a better path. That was right. They were playing a game of rebellion with Su Kainqian. Zhang Dabao was also in a favorable position. He was currently conversing with the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass. The Clear Spring Court Pass. The main hall of the city manor. Celestial Master Zhang is really good. In just 4 days, you've helped me earn 18 Dianyenyo coins. Haha. The Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass was already grinning from ear to ear. One had to know that this was more than the money he had earned in 2 to 3 years. However, Zhang Dabao only took 4 days to achieve this. Then, Zhang Dabao said to the Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass, "Pass Lord, how much do you plan to pay me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the Ghost Emperor at Clear Spring Pass rolled his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it, but that he wouldn't give it at all. In the eyes of the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass, Zhang Dabao was just a tool to earn money for him. However, how could Zhang Dabao not know? Actually, Zhang Dabao had already planned this. That was to use the authority of the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass to obtain wealth in a short period of time, and then turn it around to scam the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass. To put it bluntly, it was a transfer of funds. However, Zhang Dabao's question had clearly pierced through the sky. Zhang Dabao had clearly planned everything out. Why did he suddenly act so rashly? Actually, Zhang Dabao did not need to do this. Celestial Master Zhang, this is just the beginning. Let's talk about it in the future. This Ghost Emperor will definitely not treat you badly. The Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass promised solemnly. But how could Zhang Dabao believe his nonsense? Zhang Dabao had never believed in nonsense. I don't want any compensation, Zhang Dabao said honestly. Upon hearing this, the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass asked, "What does Celestial Master Zhang want?" Zhang Dabao smiled and said, "Your life." After saying that, Zhang Dabao slapped the head of the Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass. Crack. With just one palm strike, the Ghost Emperor of Clear Spring Pass was actually shattered by Zhang Dabao. The guards in the city manor were completely terrified. How could they have imagined that Zhang Dabao was so powerful that he could actually kill the LV 35 Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass with a single slap? The Ghost Emperor of the Clear Spring Pass did not react when he died. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also shocked. Zhang Dabao is the same as Deng Yugang. He can easily kill a LV 35 Ghost Emperor. FCK. What a terrifying strength. I didn't know they were so secretive. If you have the strength, why do you have to make yourself suffer? Just do it. Are you retarded? Although Zhang Dabao and the others are very strong and can instantly kill a LV 35 Eerie, can they deal with the 10 Great Yama Halls? Even if they can they deal with the forces of the 5 underworld palaces? They didn't intend to rebel at the beginning. Most of the netizens knew very well Zhang Dabao and the others had not been planning to rebel. Their goal had been to earn money and complete the trial. It was different now. They had received Su Yong's hint and changed their plan. Since Su Yong's daughter was playing a game of rebellion and Zhang Dabao and the others had received the notification, they no longer needed to endure. Moving forward, on the third day, the deadline for the fourth trial had arrived, but not a single chosen one died. Even Miao Miao, who was the most likely to die, and Jan Tingting, these two girls, had actually passed the fourth trial. However, Miao Miao was really miserable. The past 7 days were equivalent to being cut into pieces by the Eerie for her. Every time, she was seriously injured. However, because she was a descendant of the corpse ancestor, as long as her lifeline was not injured, she could be resurrected. The tenacity of her life force was much more terrifying than that of the Ghost Emperor. There was also the invulnerable Liu Tangwang. Even a LV 35 Ghost Emperor could not do anything to him. He was like a ferocious beast, killing his way to the city manor and chasing after the Ghost Emperor. Sidu Jinghao seemed to be the Eerie's nemesis. In 7 days, not only did she achieve the 1000 Ghost Slash, but she also killed a LV 35 Ghost Emperor. Those 3 chosen ones were the most monstrous among the descendants of the ancient clan. However, as a descendant of the ancient clan, although Qin Xiaoqiu was not as monstrous as Sidu Jinghao and the others, he could transform. After Zhang Dabao and the others received the notification, they targeted the lords of the various courts and successfully killed them. They also snatched more than 20 coins each. However, no matter how powerful the descendants of the ancient clans were, their limit was the strength of the human emperor. This was the greatest limit of the bloodline inheritance. If they hadn't received the notification, they naturally wouldn't have dared to act so rashly and kill the masters of the court passes. After all, there was a Ghost Emperor above the lord of each pass. Among the 11 chosen ones, Lai Xingyuan did not kill the Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass. After all, she was his ghost madam. At the same time, Lai Xingyuan left the Qingming Court Pass with the Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass and headed for the 10 Great Yama Halls. Zhang Dabao had already set off yesterday. Deng Yugang was even faster. He had probably already arrived at the first hall of the 10 Great Yama Halls. The other chosen ones also set off one after another. On the way to the 10 Great Yama Halls, Lai Xingyuan asked the Ghost Empress at Qingming Pass, "Wife, how strong is the Ghost Emperor of the 10 Great Yama Halls?" The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass said bluntly, "You have to be at LV 36 of the Ghost Dao to become a Lord of Yama Palace." "What about the forces of the 10 Great Yama Halls?" Lai Xingyuan asked. The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass said, "1 Ghost Emperor Hall Master at the main hall level. 2 Yama Hall Masters as deputies. Their strength is all at LV 36. There are also 16 Ghost Emperor judges around LV 35. 9 B Ghost Emperor officials around LV 34. And 360 Ghost Emperor envoys around LV 33. Hearing this, Lai Xingyuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. What a powerful array. The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass nodded and said, "That's right. I can't even be the first Ghost Emperor judge." The Ghost Empress of Qingming Pass then asked, "Husband, is it really okay to rebel with that human girl?" The Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass felt uneasy. After all, the 10 Great Yama Halls were too powerful. Just a Ghost Emperor envoy could run rampant in a court pass. Lai Xingyuan said firmly, "Su Qingqian might not be strong, but her father is extremely strong. If one don't play this so-called rebellion game with her, it will be difficult for me to survive." It did not mean that Lai Xingyuan did not have the strength to deal with the hall master of a Yama Hall. It was just that it was impossible for him to obtain 200 coins alone. Wanna gift the story? Try one. Chapter 314. Chapter 314. They are all trying to curry favor with Su Qingqian. Chapter 314. They are all trying to curry favor with Su Qingqian. Lai Xingyuan also knew very well that not only him, but the other chosen ones had to have also received Su Yong's hint. Thus, the other chosen ones would accompany Su Qingqian and play a game of rebellion in the netherworld hell. In the 10 great Yamahals, the gray sky gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. The surroundings were also gray, but the soil on the ground was glowing. There were no green plants around, making it look lifeless. A huge palace appeared in front. This palace was actually more than 10 times larger than a court pass. In the palace, people would probably lose their way for their whole lives. However, Sukainkian, who had the ability to automatically find the way, would definitely be able to accurately find every location in the palace. Sister Eerie. The palace in front is so big. This was the first time Sukainkian had seen such a huge and magnificent palace. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said, "This huge palace is called Yamahal. There are a total of 10 levels, and each level has an independent hall, like a city." Just as the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen finished speaking, a chosen one came to Sukainkian's side. It was Dang Yugang. "Little Kainkian, I haven't seen you for a few days. Uncle will give you a lollipop." Dang Yugang grabbed a bunch of lollipops out of thin air as if he was performing a magic trick. Then, he handed it to Sukainkian. However, Sukainkian shook her head and said, "Teacher said that you can't casually take a stranger's candy." As soon as these words were spoken, Dang Yugang smiled awkwardly. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen only watched silently. She knew that Dang Yugang was not Sukainkian's enemy. Rather than saying that he was not an enemy, it would be more accurate to say that Dang Yugang was here to play a game of rebellion with Sukainkian. As for the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, she had to admit that none of the chosen ones who had survived were weaker than her. "Dang Yugang, your trick of coaxing a little girl is too bad." "Right." Another chosen one came. It was Tan Kin, who looked like a young girl. Tan Kin approached Sukainkian, took out a box of pastries, and gave it to her. It was ghost ink pastry. "I don't want it," Sukainkian said, and added, "Auntie, I have a lot of pastries." "Auntie, you've suffered too." Dang Yugang added insult to injury, especially with the word auntie, which Dang Yugang emphasized. But Tan Kin looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Shouldn't she be addressed as a young lady? Perhaps Sukainkian thought that Tan Kin was just an auntie. Tan Kin did not mind. After all, she was already 38 years old. It was reasonable for a 5-year-old girl to call her auntie. Sukainkian said to Tan Kin, "Daddy said that you guys will play a game of rebellion with me." Tan Kin replied, "Yes. Your father asked us to come over and play a game of rebellion with you." Sukainkian said, "The game of rebellion requires a lot of people." Tan Kin said, "They should be here soon." Dang Yugang said to Tan Kin, "I'm afraid Kainkian is talking about the Eerie." As he spoke, Jiangjing and Liu Tangwang each came over with a large bottle of yin energy. They came to Sukainkian's side. "Kainkian, this is a gift from your uncles." Although Jiangjing and Liu Tangwang had entered different courts, they had long discussed selling yin kai bottles in the court. Originally, they wanted to sell them for a large sum, but they received a notification and put all the yin kai into one large bottle. This yin kai was the essence of refinement. It was completely pure yin kai. Moreover, one could be energetic after taking a breath. But it was only limited to the Eerie or people who cultivated the ghost Tao. "Alright, thank you." Uncle Sukainkian actually accepted it. Then, Sukainkian said to the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, "Sister Eerie, this is your food." Sukainkian actually remembered what the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen said. After all, the food eaten by the Eerie nourishment for yin, and such pure yin kai was naturally the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen's favorite. The netizens in the Heavenly Tao livestream watched this situation. Why did they have a feeling that something was wrong? Why did they bring something good for Sukainkian? Is it to please Sukainkian? The ways of the world. Aren't they all big shots who don't care about the secular world? Why are they so good at conducting themselves? After the netizens sighed, they saw a man and a woman. Two chosen ones rushed over. They were Zhang Dabao and Gao Kuolan. Zhang Dabao also walked up to Sukainkian. He handed a book to Sukainkian. "Little Kainkian, I specially made this book. You can take a look." Hearing this, Su Kaoqian curiously opened the book that Zhang Dabao had given her. The words in the book could actually move, and they could form symbols of 5 elements. Uncle, what is this? Su Kaoqian asked. It's a materialized 5-element ghost curse spell. You only need to look at the symbols on it to activate the corresponding ghost curse. Zhang Dabao actually knew ghost curse spells. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not discover any ghost kai in Zhang Dabao's body, so it was impossible for him to be a person who cultivated ghost Dao. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not know that Zhang Dabao was called Celestial Master Zhang. He was a genuine celestial master. As a celestial master, was it strange for him to understand the ghost curse spells of the eerie world? It was not strange at all. Gao Kuolan also took out an item and handed it to Su Kaoqian. Kaoqian, it'll give you something very fun. This thing is called the soul-rippling pearl. With this pearl, you won't have to worry about being possessed by the eerie, Gao Kuolan said honestly. Su Kaoqian asked, why did you give me so many things? Hearing this, Zhang Dabao and the others only smiled. It was not easy for them to answer this question. Rather than currying favor per se, it was more about leaving a good impression on Su Kaoqian. After all, their goal was to play along and complete their trial mission. If they didn't want to be on good terms with Su Kaoqian, at least they couldn't leave a bad impression on her. Right. Taking 10 steps back, even if they did not have Su Yan's hint, or if Su Yan was not a big shot, just based on how cute Su Kaoqian was, it was not impossible for them to give Su Kaoqian these things. At this moment, Jan Tingting, Fan Jian, Miao Miao, and Sidu Jinghao came to Su Kaoqian. They were the same as Zhang Dabao and the others. Firstly, there was a gift for Su Kaoqian: food, drinks, and toys. Their goal was the same as Zhang Dabao and the others. It was to please Su Kaoqian. Only if Su Kaoqian was willing would they be able to play the game of rebellion with Su Kaoqian. Currently, Lai Xingyuan was the only chosen one who had not arrived. Is the leader not here yet? He's probably still lingering with the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass. Isn't he afraid of running out of gas? Speak of the devil. Deng Yugang and the others looked at Lai Xingyuan and realized that he had a female eerie beside him. How this auntie is the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass. Chapter 315 Chapter 315 Dragon Clan. I'm really not familiar. Stop bragging. Chapter 315 Dragon Clan. I'm really not familiar. Stop bragging. Deng Yugang and the others had also seen the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass. Of course, they had seen videos. In the video from 23 years ago, the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass was not beautiful, but at least she was slender and elegant. But now, the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass looked like an auntie in her 40s. Do the eerie age so quickly? Gao Kuolan asked. The solitary mountain's ghost queen answered everyone's questions. The eerie won't age so quickly. She had a normal appearance for 10 years. The ghost empress of the Qingming Pass only became like this because she consumed her yin lifespan. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood. That was because 23 years ago, the ghost empress of Qingming Pass had sacrificed her yin lifespan to treat Lai Xingyuan. That was how she had survived. If this was not love, then what was true love in the world? Now, Deng Yugang and the others were actually envious of Lai Xingyuan. What a wonderful love story. A person like me has no one to rely on. Deng Yugang's side. Little did he know that the netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were so jealous of Deng Yugang that they gritted their teeth. After all, Deng Yugang had played with no less than 50 female eerie in the netherworld hell. Everyone had the right to sigh. Except for you, Deng Yugang. Lai Xingyuan and the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass walked in front of Su Kaoqian. When the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass first saw Su Kaoqian, she only thought that Su Kaoqian was very cute. She had a round little face, big eyes, and a cherry-like mouth. Coupled with her dazzling ghost dress, it simply made the ghost empress of the Qingming Pass want to pick her up and kiss Su Kaoqian. Little Kaoqian, Uncle Lai, do you still remember? After all, Lai Xingyuan was already 51 years old. In front of Su Kaoqian, he could only call himself uncle. He couldn't possibly call himself bro. Right. The ghost empress of the Kingming Pass also greeted Su Kaienkian, little human friend. I'm the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass. If you don't mind, you can call me auntie. Su Kaienkian shook her head and said, I don't have any uncles or aunties. I only have my father and my family. Lai Xingyuan said awkwardly. Then I'm really sorry. Lai Xingyuan changed the topic and said, this is a gift from my wife and I to you. With that, Lai Xingyuan handed a box to Su Kaienkian. It was a box of snacks. It was the ghost ink pastry again. Su Kaienkian asked, are you all playing a game of rebellion with me? Lai Xingyuan said, yes. We're all playing rebellion games with you. Su Kaienkian nodded lightly and said, then let's play together. The reason why Su Kaienkian waited for Lai Xingyuan and the others was mainly because she listened to her father. Let's start the rebellion game, Su Kaienkian said to Lai Xingyuan and the others. Let's charge. This was already the 5th time Su Kaienkian had started a charge forward. Upon hearing this, Lai Xingyuan and the others really listened to Su Kaienkian's orders and rushed towards the 10 great Yama halls. On the way to the 10 great Yama halls, the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass was very puzzled. Is rebellion a child's play like this? The ghost empress of Kingming Pass felt that she was playing with Su Kaienkian. Sister-in-law. Let's just charge forward. Kaienkian has the mark of the underworld emperor. The person who said this was Dang Yugang. When the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass heard sister-in-law, she felt extremely comfortable. Moreover, the ghost empress of Kingming Pass also knew that the strength of Deng Yugang and the others was not inferior to that of her husband, Lai Xingyuan. What she could not understand the most was why a 5-year-old girl had such a powerful ghost aura. The power of this ghost aura was something that even she could not compare to. However, the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass learned from Lai Xingyuan that Su Kaienkian's father was a very powerful human. He was so powerful that even the Earth Store Bodhisattva of the Netherworld Hell had not even 1/10 of Su Yong's strength. With such a powerful father, his daughter would naturally be able to do whatever she wanted in the Netherworld Hell. However, the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass would not underestimate the power of the Netherworld Hell. After all, the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass knew very well that the strength of the 10 main hall masters of the Netherworld Hell was not inferior to Lai Xingyuan's at all. What shocked the Ghost Empress of Kingming Pass the most was the mark of the Underworld Emperor on the back of Su Kaienkian's hand. With the mark of the Underworld Emperor on her, Su Kaienkian could increase the ghostly aura of the Eerie. Not only that, but it could also reduce the damage from ghost curse spells when Lai Xingyuan and the others fought the Eerie. This was an enhancement of power. But in the Netherworld Hell, only the Earth Store Bodhisattva had the ability to use it. That was why the Earth Store Bodhisattva could control the entire Netherworld Hell. But now, another person with the mark of the Underworld Emperor had appeared. What would the situation be like? The Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass naturally knew that there could only be one governor in the Netherworld Hell. It was either Su Kaienkian or the Earth Store Bodhisattva. The Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, who took orders from Su Kaienkian, seemed to feel her ghostly aura surging endlessly. What a powerful mark of the Underworld Emperor. The Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass widened her eyes in shock. In fact, it was not only the Ghost Queen of the Kingming Pass, but also the Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen. With the enhancement of the mark of the Underworld Emperor, her strength had increased greatly. The Solitary Mountain's Ghost Queen even felt that she could fight the Eerie at LV 35. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream seemed to have noticed the effect of the mark of the Underworld Emperor. It's like the power of protection when we play games. Yes, it's the enhancement of strength. So the mark of the Underworld Emperor has such an effect. It's not just the enhancement of power, but also the enhancement of protection. Although the strength of Lai Xingyuan and the others has not increased in essence, the enhancement of the mark of the Underworld Emperor can reduce the damage brought by the Ghost Curse spell. Wouldn't that weaken the enemy's strength? The netizens were very shocked by the power of the mark of the Underworld Emperor. Of course, they were only shocked, and did not find it unbelievable. After all, that was Su Yong's backup plan for his daughter. And who was Su Yong? That was a peerless big shot above the transcendental. People with transcendental strength could sweep through the entire netherworld hell. As for people above the transcendental, therefore, what shocked the netizens the most was Su Yong's strength. Su Yong's strength is 2 levels above the Ghost Emperor, not to mention allowing his daughter to successfully pass the netherworld. Hell's dungeon trial. Even the Otherworld instance dungeon trial with a 7-star difficulty factor is not impossible. He is the pride of our dragon country and the faith of the dragon clan. The dragon clan is invincible. This group of netizens was completely bewitched. They actually thought that Su Yong was really from the dragon clan. It couldn't be helped. The dragon clan had already been deeply engraved in their hearts. The first hall. Chapter 316. Chapter 316. Why are you the son of destiny? Chapter 316. Why are you the son of destiny? Just as the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass had said, there was a hall master at the main hall level and 2 hall masters at the vice hall level. But they were both at LV 36, 16 LV 35 Ghost Emperor judges. As for the ghost officials and ghost envoys, Lai Xingyuan and the others did not care at all. Charge! Su Kaianqian waved her hand. Lai Xingyuan and the others were rushing over. The chosen ones with emperor-level strength were actually obediently following Su Kaianqian's orders. If they had not discovered that Su Yong's strength was above the transcendental, the netizens would found it very ridiculous. However, from the looks of it now, if Lai Xingyuan and the others wanted to complete the next trial, they would definitely have to play a game of rebellion with Su Kaianqian. They had no choice but to listen to Su Kaianqian's orders and rebel in the netherworld hell to the end. The mark of the underworld emperor. One of the Eerie had a head of white hair and a nose that seemed to be embedded with gold as he stared at Su Kaianqian in the hall. How could the first hall master of Yama Hall expect a human girl to have the mark of the underworld emperor? The first batch to stop Lai Xingyuan and the others were about Ghost Emperor envoys. They were around LV 33, but there were 360 of them. However, Lai Xingyuan and the others also fought bravely to the end. Boom! In the first hall, the rumbling continued. Lai Xingyuan and the others, including the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen and the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, only numbered 13. They actually overcame opponents that had 30 times their numbers Q. Furthermore, Lai Xingyuan and the others were quite powerful, coupled with the protection of the mark of the Underworld Emperor. The power of the ghost curse spells that Lai Xingyuan and the others were hit with decreased by more than 70. With ghostly emperors so much weakened, even if they had the advantage in numbers, they could not do anything to the attacks of Lai Xingyuan and the others. In less than 3 minutes, the original 360 LV 33 Ghost Emperor envoys decreased to merely over 100 left. Su Kaianqian was commanding the battle from behind. There are 3 Eerie there. There are also 3 Eerie there. Wherever Su Kaianqian's finger pointed, Lai Xingyuan and the others would attack. Rather than saying that Su Kaianqian had no tactical skills, it would be more accurate to say that Su Kaianqian was casually commanding. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were shocked. It can't be right. Can Lai Xingyuan and the others really take down the first Yama Hall? Holy SHT! The protection and enhancement of the mark of the Underworld Emperor is actually so terrifying. That's right. Even LV 30 Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, under the enhancement of the mark of the Underworld Emperor, can actually kill a LV 33 Ghost Emperor envoy. That was the Yama Hall, which was overseen by LV 36 Eerie. The netizens thought of Su Yong again. They had never seen Su Yong before, but it was as if there were legends about him everywhere. At this moment, the Ghost Emperor Hall Master and his 2 deputies also joined the fight. They led 16 Ghost Emperor judges and 96 Ghost Emperor officials to attack Lai Xingyuan and the others. It had to be known that all the factions in the 18 courts gathered together could not resist one Yama Hall. But now, Lai Xingyuan and the others were able to resist the first Yama Hall. At this moment, a Ghost Emperor who was a Hall Master Deputy actually attacked Su Kaianqian. The Ghost Emperor activated a Fire Ghost Curse spell. A ball of flames brought out a tsunami-like power as it attacked Su Kaianqian. However, Gao Kuelen stood in front of Su Kenkian. Gao Kuelen blocked the fire ghost curse spell with her bare hands. Crack. Only then could Gao Kuelen release true Kai fluctuations, forming a spiral ripple that annihilated the fire curse. Then, the Ghost Emperor of the Netherworld, who was at the Deputy Hall level, looked surprised, and his pupils constricted. He had never thought that one of those ant-like weak humans could actually withstand his fire ghost curse spell. In fact, even without the protection of the mark of the Underworld Emperor, Gao Kuelen's strength could completely let her withstand Yama, Hall Master's fire ghost curse spell. It was because Gao Kuelen was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. In the beginning, Gao Kuelen and the others were definitely afraid. After all, they knew that even if they joined forces, they could not rebel in the Netherworld hell across all the levels. However, it was different with Su Kenkian around, because Su Kenkian had the mark of the Underworld Emperor. Small Master, do you need Xiaoqian to do anything? The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen arrived in front of Su Kenkian. Su Kenkian pondered for a while before saying, "That Eerie." Su Kenkian actually pointed at a white-haired male Eerie. That was the Yama Ghost Emperor at the main hall level. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen naturally knew that Su Kenkian wanted her to deal with that Yama Ghost Emperor at the main hall level. Since it was Su Kenkian's order, she would naturally obey it without hesitation. Whether she could win or not was one thing, but whether she would listen to orders was another. When Su Kenkian saw the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen rush over, she followed suit. "Don't move." Su Kenkian cast an ice ghost curse spell on the Ghost Emperor. As for the Ghost Emperor, he was really frozen. Lai Xingyuan and the others were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. How could they have imagined that Su Kenkian's Ghost Dao was actually so powerful that even the main hall-level Yama Ghost Emperor could be frozen? The frozen Yama Ghost Emperor was dealt a final blow by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen. Crack. A wave of fog spread out with the sound of an explosion. The first Yama Hall's Yama Ghost Emperor was killed by the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen, with the death of the main hall-level Ghost Emperor. The other members of the Yama Hall Ghost Emperor judges, the Ghost Emperor officials, and the Ghost Emperor envoys were already completely terrified. Not to mention that Lai Xingyuan and the others were ridiculously strong. How could even a 5-year-old girl be shockingly strong? Su Kenkian's strength was enough to freeze the Eerie at LV 33. Moreover, with the enhancement of the mark of the Underworld Emperor, her Ghost Dao strength had also increased greatly. Besides, how would they know that the ghostly aura on Su Kenkian's body was getting stronger and stronger? In other words, Su Kenkian's Ghost Dao strength was increasing at a visible speed. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream immediately felt that Su Kenkian could really easily take down a Yama Hall. After all, she's the daughter of a big shot above the Transcendental. I can understand. I really can. I can understand very well. But why can't I understand why Su Yong is so powerful? I can't understand it either. He seems to be 23 years old. Right. Yes. A young 23-year-old father. And a big shot with strength above the Transcendental. Why is Su Yong so powerful? Many netizens thought that Su Yong might be the only son of destiny on the blue planet. What was the son of destiny? That was a person blessed by the heavens. A person with tens of millions of halos. But why did it have to be Su Yong and not them? Chapter 317 Chapter 317 Creating a New Ideal Hell. Chapter 317 Creating a New Ideal Hell. That's right. Why was Su Yong the son of destiny? Why was everyone ordinary? Why? Because the netizens only had one living mouth. Meanwhile, in the first Yama Hall, after the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen killed a Yama Hall master at the main hall level, the other Eerie either died or fled. Even one Yama Hall master deputy had already fled. The Eerie of the Eerie world were different from the devil kind. The devil kind could go crazy during killing in battle, but the Eerie would escape in a sorry state. The first Yama Hall was taken over by Su Kenkian. Lai Xingyuan and the others arrived in front of Su Kenkian. Dang Yugang said to Su Kenkian, "Kenkian, do you still want to continue playing the game of rebellion?" Su Kenkian nodded gently, and said, "Yes, yes." Deng Yugeng asked for directions as he said, "Then, little Kainqian, you need to build a new hell. Then, in the name of the new hell, gather the other Eri. Leave the rest to us to play a game of rebellion with you." "Alright," Su Kainqian replied. "Then little Kainqian, you should search for treasures in Yama Hall first. Well, go and prepare now. Then, when we come back, we'll play the next game of rebellion with you," Deng Yugeng said. Su Kainqian nodded consecutively. A moment later, Deng Yugeng and the others were conversing. However, the solitary mountain's ghost queen accompanied Su Kainqian around the first Yama Hall. Rather than calling it wandering, it was more like searching for treasures here. The solitary mountain's ghost queen followed behind Su Kainqian and kept sighing. She felt that Deng Yugeng was too terrifying, as if he could see the entire situation. It was not only Deng Yugeng. The other chosen ones were also very powerful. In the solitary mountain's ghost queen's opinion, Deng Yugeng and the others only played the game of rebellion with Su Kainqian because they had received a hint. However, it was undeniable that a chosen one like Deng Yugeng had a very high chance of passing the trial of the Netherworld Hell, even if he was alone. "Sister Eri, over here." The arrow above Su Kainqian's head was guiding her to the treasure hunt. At the main entrance of the hall, Lai Xingyuan and the others were all busy. Among them, Lai Xingyuan had already set up an icon for a new hell. As for what icon it was, Lai Xingyuan used the power of the painted skin to draw Su Kainqian in, as well as the mark of the Underworld Emperor on the back of his hand. However, through the power of the person in the painting, he could actually spread the icon on the connected pillars. "Brother Lai, your power is really impressive. Even dog scan advertisements are not as strong as yours." "Haha," Deng Yugeng said with a smile. Deng Yugeng was obviously teasing Lai Xingyuan, but it was very useful. The name of the new hell was also very simple. It was called Kainqian's Hell. Lai Xingyuan said, "This place has become a rebel army from hell." Gao Kuolan said, "If we had taken this step earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time." Deng Yugeng replied, "It's not a question of whether we wanted it or not. It's a question of whether we could. Without Su Kainqian to be our opportunity, we wouldn't have the ability for the time being." Deng Yugeng continued, "We only used more than an hour to take down the first Yama Hall." Deng Yugeng and the others also knew very well that they had actually relied on Su Kainqian to take down Yama Hall so quickly. That did not refer to Su Kainqian's command, but to Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor. Otherwise, one of the chosen ones among Deng Yugeng and the others would definitely be killed. They could not underestimate the Eri of Yama Hall. Because of the protection of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor, the Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass also had the enhancement of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor. Under the effect of the two powers, not only did it weaken the enemy's Ghost Curse spell's power by 70, but it also enhanced the friendly Eri's Ghost Dao power. Deng Yugeng continued, "Taking down the first Yama Hall is only the beginning. As for why, let the leader explain." Lai Xingyuan knew that there were other chosen ones who did not understand. Lai Xingyuan said, "After we took down the first Yama Hall under Su Kainqian's command, the other 9 Yama Halls will definitely join forces. After all, the forces of the 10 great Yama Halls are equally matched. It's just that the number of floors in Yama Hall is different." As soon as this was said, everyone nodded. Lai Xingyuan glanced at everyone and continued, "I reckon that in a few hours, we might have to deal with the 9 Yama Halls together. At that time, even with the power and protection of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor, we won't be able to deal with them." Lai Xingyuan continued, "Deng Yugeng gave Su Kainqian a suggestion previously, and made her agree to establish Kainqian's Hell to instigate the other 9 Yama Halls." At this moment, Gao Kuolan asked, "I know, but can we successfully instigate a rebellion? The Eri are greedy for money. It's fine as long as you have money. However, how much money does it cost to instigate the defection of a Yama Hall?" Liu Tongwang said. The Ghost Empress of the Qingming Pass said, "It takes at least 1 billion hell coins to instigate a faction from Yama Hall." "Right," Lai Xingyuan said. "We can't get this 1 billion hell coins. so it's obviously impossible to use money to instigate the rebellion of Yamahal. We can only rely on Su Kankian's mark of the Underworld Emperor. Gao Kuolan nodded and said, I understand. In Su Kankian's name, coupled with the mark of the Underworld Emperor, the new hell is like the Crown Prince rebelling. Right, Deng Yugang retorted. Miss Gao, your words are wrong. This is not the Crown Prince's rebellion, but the Emperor's. In Deng Yugang's opinion, the Earthstore Bodhisattva of the Netherworld Hell had the mark of the Underworld Emperor, which was why he could become the governor of the Netherworld Hell. However, Su Kankian also had the mark of the Underworld Emperor. Therefore, they were both kings. Who was more precious than the other? As the saying went, one mountain could not accommodate two tigers. In addition, Su Kankian had openly rebelled, not secretly. It was impossible for every faction in the 10 great Yamahals to be loyal to the Netherworld Hell. As long as 2 or 3 Yamahal factions defected, Lai Xingyuan and the others would have enough confidence to take down the other Yamahals in one go. Actually, what Lai Xingyuan and the others were the most worried about was what came after taking down all the Yamahals. Although the 10 great Yamahals could rebel, the 5 underworld palaces would not. After all, the 5 underworld palaces had been established by the Earthstore Bodhisattva. It was equivalent to them being the kin of the governor of the Netherworld Hell. The real life and death situation was in the 5 underworld palaces, not the 10 great Yamahals. Then, Su Kankian, who had the mark of the Underworld Emperor, and the governor of the Netherworld Hell would decide life and death. Lai Xingyuan and the others naturally believed in Su Kankian. However, not only did they have to believe, but they also had to play this game of rebellion with Su Kankian with all their might. Is the system of Kankian's hell ready? Lai Xingyuan looked at Zhang Dabao. Chapter 318, Chapter 318 Clearing the First Yamahal's Treasury. Chapter 318 Clearing the First Yamahal's Treasury. Yup. Zhang Dabao handed a piece of paper to Lai Xingyuan. Everyone looked at the paper in Lai Xingyuan's hand. On the paper, the first line of words was Kankian's Hell's system planning form. The system plan actually included various financial subsidies. The most eye-catching thing was the work schedule. Kankian's Hell's work system works 6 hours a day. Take paid leave on Saturdays. 7 days of paid leave on holidays. And a month of paid leave on special holidays. Increase your original salary by 70. Not to mention other subsidies and pensions. Just this working day was quite tempting to the eerie of the Netherworld Hell. Although it was a pie in the sky, what if it fell down into their hands? After all, they already knew that Su Kankian had authority to rebel. After all, Su Kankian, who had the mark of the Underworld Emperor, was basically launching a civil war. The eerie in the middle and lower levels of the Netherworld Hell, including the eerie in the 10 great Yamahals, did not care who became the governor. They only cared about getting better treatment from the governor. Zhang Dabao, you're really good. You even brought over your ideal policy. Lai Xingyuan laughed. Zhang Dabao said confidently, one reckon that the current Yamahal has already begun to shake. Lai Xingyuan nodded and said, yes, Su Kankian's mark of the Underworld Emperor was prepared for rebellion in the Netherworld Hell. It's an absolute shortcut for us to play rebellion with her. Lai Xingyuan used the power of the person in the painting to transmit this Kankian's hell policy system through the connected pillars. Lai Xingyuan's strength was like a fax machine. In Lai Xingyuan's opinion, not only would the remaining 9 Yamahals be shaken, but even the 5 underworld palaces established by the Earthstore Bodhisattva might be shaken. After all, instigating a rebellion was not recruiting troops, but obtaining ready-made forces. It was just drawing a pancake first. He just did not know how many people would rebel when the time came. For now, they could only wait and see. Meanwhile, Su Kankian and the Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen found the first Yamahal's treasury. Small Master. The Solitary Mountains Ghost Queen was just about to say that the treasury of the Yamahal could only be opened with the Yama Emperor's mark. However, Su Kankian gently pushed open the door of the vault. What greeted their eyes was actually a mountain of hell coins. That's a lot of money. Su Kankian became excited. As for how many hell coins were in this vault, the solitary mountain's ghost queen did not know, either, but she guessed that it was definitely not less than 200. Hell coins. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were also stunned. It's so easy to get money from rebellion. Perhaps from the beginning, Su Kaianqian chose the right path, which is to complete the following trials through rebellion. You don't have to tell me that. Actually, I've already guessed it. As for why the first Yamahal's treasury had more than 200 hell coins, it was actually very easy to understand. That was the salary of the first Yamahal. Even the Lord of Yamahal couldn't take it for himself. In fact, 200 hell coins looked like a lot. But in fact, the Erie distributed to Yamahal could only get 100 to 200 hell coins a month. Perhaps the main and deputy hall masters of Yamahal received a higher salary, which might be hundreds of thousands of hell coins a month. Now that the first Yamahal had been taken by Su Kaianqian, the hell coins in this vault naturally became spoils of war. Su Kaianqian knew that playing a game of rebellion cost money, so she did not take it for herself. After all, Su Kaianqian still wanted to play the game of rebellion. The solitary mountain's ghost queen and Su Kaianqian very decisively moved the hell coins from the vault into the universe pouch. As she moved the hell coins, the solitary mountain's ghost queen said, "Small master, after you obtain 200 hell coins, you can complete the trial." The solitary mountain's ghost queen continued, "Those human chosen ones who play the rebellion game with you probably need to obtain 200 hell coins like you." Su Kaianqian immediately understood. "I know. He'll give them 200 hell coins to continue playing the game of rebellion with me," Su Kaianqian said. The solitary mountain's ghost queen was slightly shocked. She could clearly sense that Su Kaianqian from the Yellow Spring Station and Su Kaianqian from the Netherworld Hell were greatly different. It had only been a month. It could only be said that the growth of children was really shocking. Perhaps because Su Kaianqian had come into contact with more and more things. Her comprehension ability had also become stronger. Perhaps the only thing that had not changed was Su Kaianqian's courage and her unfathomable brain. About 10 minutes later, Su Kaianqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen had emptied the vault here. As for the solitary mountain's ghost queen, she roughly counted and arrived at a total of more than 280 hell coins. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were immediately puzzled. Why didn't it show that Su Kaianqian had completed the 5th trial after obtaining more than 200 hell coins? It's probably because she didn't take it for herself. Right. There's such a thing. Yes. The money in my hands might not be mine. Right, JJ. I wonder what Su Kaianqian is thinking. Why didn't she take it for herself? Of course. The netizens did not know that Su Kaianqian did not take Yamahal's treasury for herself, because she continued to play the game of rebellion. She knew that the game of rebellion required a lot of money, so she did not take it for herself. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Su Kaianqian and the solitary mountain's ghost queen arrived at the entrance of the first hall of Yan Luodian. Lai Xingyuan looked at Su Kaianqian's face, which was filled with joy, and knew that Su Kaianqian had obtained a lot of hell coins. Su Kaianqian said to everyone, "I got 200 hell coins." Upon hearing 200 hell coins, Lai Xingyuan and the others were first shocked, then puzzled. 200 hell coins. The goal of Trial 5 has been achieved. Then why isn't there a notification from the Heavenly Dao system that shows that Kaianqian has completed the 5th trial? Seeing that everyone was puzzled, the solitary mountain's ghost queen replied, "Small master didn't pocket the money. She still wants to continue playing the game of rebellion." Su Kaianqian nodded slightly and said, "If I don't have money, I can't let you play the game of rebellion with me." With that, Su Kaianqian took out all the hell coins from her universe pouch and planned to distribute them to Lai Xingyuan and the others. Lai Xingyuan sighed when he saw this. Was it because Su Kaienkian wanted to play the game of rebellion that she thought of them? Or was it because she thought of them first, that she continued playing the game of rebellion? No matter what the reason was, it revealed that Su Kaienkian still wanted to continue playing the game of rebellion. Even the solitary mountain's ghost queen and the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass had a share. Uncles, aunties, continued to play the game of rebellion with me. As soon as Su Kaienkian finished speaking, Fan Jian, who had not said a word, suddenly spoke. Chapter 319 Chapter 319 What is a true rebellion? Chapter 319 What is a true rebellion? Kaienkian, the mark of the underworld emperor, has another great use. It's the soul-summoning banner. The first thing Fan Jian said was royal flush, not to mention Lai Xingyuan and the others. Even the eerie ghost empress of the Kingming Pass did not know. However, what was a soul-summoning banner? Lai Xingyuan asked. What's the soul-summoning banner you're talking about? Fan Jian said honestly. Use the mark of the underworld emperor to form a kind of ghost-based power for the soul-summoning banner. From there, you can open the door to the evil ghost hell and release the ghost curse spells of thousands of evil ghosts. As soon as these words were spoken, Lai Xingyuan and the others frowned, looking very surprised. Of course, Su Kaienkian didn't know how to use it. In the netherworld hell, there was still an eerie one with the mark of the underworld emperor. Lai Xingyuan was worried that the governor of the netherworld hell would use the mark of the underworld emperor to use the ghost Dao power of the soul-summoning banner as his last resort. What was an evil spirit? There was no need to explain. An evil spirit was in existence that had committed a heinous crime. This was because the resentment accumulated in them was already to the point where it was difficult for strangers to approach them. The reason why Fan Jian mentioned the ghost Dao power hidden in the mark of the underworld emperor was to give Su Kaienkian a hint. At the same time, he wanted Lai Xingyuan and the others to know how terrifying the other Earth Store Bodhisattva with the mark of the underworld emperor was. Are the evil spirits delicious? Not only was Su Kaienkian not afraid at all, she even asked if the evil spirit was delicious. Upon hearing this, the solitary mountain's ghost queen said in horror, the resentment of the evil spirits is too strong. They are also like nightmares in the eerie world. They shouldn't be delicious. Right. The solitary mountain's ghost queen's last sentence answered Su Kaienkian's question. It's fine if it doesn't taste good. One have ghost ink pastry. Su Kaienkian didn't care. Rather than saying that Su Kaienkian didn't care, it was more like she didn't take evil spirits seriously. The ghost empress of Kingming Pass said, it was once recorded that in the eerie world, an evil ghost of the Asurailval appeared and almost destroyed the entire hell. The words Asurailval were also a new term for the solitary mountain's ghost queen. The solitary mountain's ghost queen believed that an Asurailval evil spirit was definitely above the ghost emperor level. At this moment, Deng Yugang said to Su Kaienkian, Kaienkian, wait a little longer before we play the game of rebellion. Why? Su Kaienkian asked. Deng Yugang said, because there are many powerful eerie. They want to play a game of rebellion with Kaienkian. Wow. Su Kaienkian was elated. At this moment, Lai Xingyuan said to Deng Yugang, can you guess how many factions of Yamahal will defect from the remaining 9? Deng Yugang guessed. About 3. 3 is enough. Lai Xingyuan nodded. Deng Yugang smiled and said, that's just my guess. Don't take it seriously. Then, Deng Yugang changed the topic. He said to Su Kaienkian, Kaienkian, in about half an hour, we can go straight to the Yamahal on the 2nd floor. All right. Su Kaienkian nodded slightly. As long as it was something that Su Kaienkian was interested in, she was very willing to wait for half an hour. If it wasn't something she was interested in, she wouldn't be willing to wait for a second. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao's livestream were discussing the mark of the Underworld Emperor. In that case, Su Kaienkian and the Earth Store Bodhisattva of the Netherworld Hell both have a trump card to fight to the death. It's indeed not that easy to rebel in the Netherworld Hell. Of course. But Lai Xingyuan and the others are not weak. Su Kaienkian is considered to have rebelled lawfully. Let's see how the rebellion goes. The netizens could not guess how many of the 9 Yamahals would be instigated to defect. One could not underestimate the faction of Yamahal. If none of the remaining 9 Yama halls had been instigated to defect, then even if Su Kainqian had the mark of the underworld emperor, she would not be able to deal with the 9 Yama halls, unless they defeated them one by one. Lai Xingyuan and the others had already expected this. Otherwise, why would they have Su Kainqian build a new hell with the mark of the underworld emperor as her trump card? Moreover, the system of the hell could definitely make the Eyrie of the netherworld hell drool. Moving forward, half an hour passed. Kainqian, you can bring us to the second level of Yama Hail now, Deng Yugang said. Sure. Su Kainqian nodded. Deng Yugang definitely had to get Su Kainqian's permission. One had to know that Su Kainqian, who had the mark of the underworld emperor, was his trump card. If not for Su Kainqian, they would not have been able to rebel in the netherworld flell and cause any huge waves. The solitary mountain's ghost queen had been standing beside Su Kainqian the entire time. Her current duty was only to be a guard by Su Kainqian's side. Sister Eyrie, do the other Yama halls also have a lot of money? Su Kainqian asked. The solitary mountain's ghost queen replied, if I'm not wrong, there should be more than 200. Inyanyo. The Klahlahel coins. I'm so excited. Rebellion games are so fun. Su Kainqian was extremely excited at the thought that she could command the rebellion and receive money. Lai Xingyuan and the others were quite confident in rebelling. After all, Su Kainqian had the mark of the underworld emperor, which was equivalent to rebelling with a just cause 0. However, Lai Xingyuan and the others were even more curious. Was the Eyrie faction that appeared in the second level of Yama Hall an enemy or a friend? If they were enemies, how many factions of Yama Hall would there be? How many factions of Yama Hall would there be if they were instigated to defect? Deng Yugang only guessed that the 3 Yama Hall factions would defect. A moment later, the passageway they chose directly led to the entrance of the second Yama Hall. In the second Yama Hall, the roof here was dozens of meters tall and so wide that one could not see the edge. This was because this ghost imperial palace hall was circular, so there was naturally no edge to speak of. Su Kainqian and the others had just arrived at the second Yama Hall when they saw a large patch of the Eyrie. As for the quantity, there were at least thousands. Lai Xingyuan and the others actually did not know if they were friends or foes. Suddenly, this group of the Eyrie floated towards Su Kainqian. On the other hand, the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass did not notice the Eyrie exuding killing intent and hostility. In other words, this large bunch of the Eyrie was a faction of Yama Hall that had been instigated to defect. The ghost empress of Kingming Pass had already determined it with just a glance. Only 3 factions of Yama Hall had been instigated to defect. Deng Yugang had actually guessed correctly. Could it be that Deng Yugang really had the ability to predict the future? Actually, Deng Yugang simply knew the 10 great Yama Halls better than the other chosen ones. After the 3 Yama Hall masters greeted them, the other Eyrie people also bowed to Su Kainqian. The people of the second level of Yama Hall 0, the members of the 5th level of Yama Hall, the members of Yama Hall on the 7th floor. Greetings, new governor. Chapter 320 Chapter 320 Fighting for Kainqian's Hell. Chapter 320 Fighting for Kainqian's Hell. Su Kainqian said to the 3 Yama Hall members, Charge! 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 Then, the Eyrie from 3 Yama Halls immediately responded to Su Kainqian. Su Kainqian and the others headed straight to the 3rd Yama Hall, since the 2nd Yama Hall was filled with the factions that joined the rebellion. What gathered in the 3rd Yama Hall was definitely the resistance of the Yama Halls. Moreover, in the 3rd Yama Hall, there were people from the 3rd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 9th, and 10th level. Only a third of the members of Yama Halls chose to defect. However, this had already reached the effect that Lai Xingyuan and the others had expected. After all, with an additional 3 Yama Halls, they would definitely be able to fight against the 6 remaining Yama Halls. On the way to the 3rd level of Yama Halls, Lai Xingyuan asked the Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass, how far is the 5 underworld palaces from the 10 great Yama Halls? The Ghost Empress of the Kingming Pass said bluntly, it's just 1 soul bridge away. Deng Yugang said, don't worry. The 5 underworld palaces will definitely rebel. Moreover, The governor of the netherworld hell has to gather the 5 underworld palaces first before launching an attack on us. The ghost empress of the Kingming Pass nodded and said, "Husband, Dang Yugang is right." At first, Lai Xingyuan was worried that the Earth Store Bodhisattva would bring the forces of the 5 underworld palaces over when they were fighting the Yama Hall. However, after hearing Dang Yugang's analysis and the affirmation of the ghost empress of the Kingming Pass, he knew that the governor of the netherworld hell would definitely not move out so quickly. After all, he'd first gather the forces of the 5 underworld palaces. It was impossible for him to come alone. He was the one who built the 5 underworld palaces. As for the 10 great Yama halls, they were equivalent to the subsidiary ghost imperial cities in the court passes. Lai Xingyuan's current problem should be to eliminate all the forces of Yama halls that were resisting. Only then could he carry out the final battle with the netherworld hell. On the 3rd floor of Yama Hall, a total of 500 Eerie appear here. The cold Yin Kai made the 3rd Yama Hall silent. An intense killing intent was released from the Eerie's bodies. Go! 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 With Su Kainqian's order, Lai Xingyuan and the others led the charge. However, with the enhancement of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor, the 3 Yama halls seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and their strength increased several times. Because Su Kainqian, who had the mark of the Underworld Emperor, had personally come to the battlefield. Thus, under the command of the mark of the Underworld Emperor, 3 Yama Hall's strange ghost Dao powers were enhanced. The 3 Yama halls had grown at least 3 times stronger. Similarly, when Lai Xingyuan and the others were protected by the mark of the Underworld Emperor, the damage they suffered from ghost curses was reduced by about 70. Even though there were a total of 500 enemies in the 6 Yama halls, Su Kainqian's troops were not weaker at all. Boom! In an instant, the 3rd Yama hall rumbled. The intense turbulence was like a level 18 gale or an earthquake. Boom! Ghost curse spells that were like wooden stakes kept passing through Mio Mio's body. When Mio Mio saw that there was a huge hole in her stomach, her expression was actually extremely calm. Why is my body still so weak? Mio Mio was very helpless. She had originally thought that with the protection of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor, her defense would increase by several times. Why couldn't she withstand the wood ghost curse from a ghost emperor? Even a LV-10 ghost curse spell could penetrate Mio Mio's body. However, Mio Mio was the descendant of one of the 4 corpse ancestors. It was equivalent to her having an immortal body. Otherwise, how could Mio Mio have survived until now? Not only could she be beaten up, but she could also fight with her life. The other Eerie could activate ghost curse spells and launch countless fatal attacks on Mio Mio. But Mio Mio only needed to launch 1 fatal attack. Dang Yugang's figure flashed back and forth in the Eerie's crowd. By the time he stopped, the Eerie that he had brushed past had already exploded. Bang 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 bang. Lai Xingyuan and the ghost empress of Kingming Pass were even more ferocious. The man and ghost couple cooperated and attacked from top to bottom. Lai Xingyuan, in particular, relied on soul-chasing talismans to release golden light that constantly swept through the surrounding Eerie. Every beam of golden light that shot out from the soul-chasing talisman entered the bodies of the Eerie and immediately turned it into ashes. As for the 3 Yama halls that had defected, under the enhancement of Su Kainqian's mark of the Underworld Emperor, they also became abnormally ferocious. The 3rd level of Yama Hall was extremely chaotic. However, the strange thing was that the 3 Yama Hall members who had been instigated to defect did not accidentally kill their teammates. Actually, it was related to the clothes they were wearing. On a closer look, one would discover that the Eerie of Yama Hall, be it the Ghost Emperor envoys, the Ghost Emperor officials, or the others, were all wearing different clothes. Their clothes all had patterns that represented numbers 1 to 10. Even in chaos, there was scarcely any possibility of accidentally killing allies. Of course, Sidu Jinghao, one of the chosen ones, seemed to have gone crazy from killing. The Eerie that she caught were all crushed. She really relied on the enhancement of her heavenly fiend power to crush the Eerie one by one. Moreover, Many allies were killed by Sidu Jinghao. It was unknown if she could not tell the difference, or if she did it on purpose. The solitary mountain's ghost queen did not participate in the battle this time. She had always been by Su Qianqian's side. Yeah, there's a strong Yiri there. Bang. Where Su Qianqian pointed. Attacks followed. She just pointed where Lai Xingyuan and the others were to attack. That Yiri is so powerful. There. The Yiri that Su Qianqian was pointing at were all hall masters of Yamahal. Even though Su Qianqian did not know the exact strength of these Yiri, she could tell which one was powerful. The netizens in the Heavenly Dao livestream were also staring at the livestream. 1. Inya against 2. 500. They actually have an advantage. Su Qianqian has the mark of the Underworld Emperor. It has the power to enhance and protect them. If Su Qianqian succeeds in the rebellion in the 10 great Yamahals, it also means that Su Qianqian and the others will pass the 5th trial. Of course. But the real danger of death is behind. It's very likely that Su Qianqian and the others will be wiped out. The netizens had already seen all the chosen ones die in an otherworld instance dungeon. Moreover, rebelling in the netherworld hell was too dangerous. Even though this was a shortcut to completing the trial, the chosen ones who played the game of rebellion with Su Qianqian would really rebel until they lost their lives. Even if they were not completely wiped out, there was a high chance that most of the chosen ones would die when the rebellion failed. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.